Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to the hills of Fuji, Japan for round number 6 of the Esports Drift Association presented by Traxion. My name is Keenan Kuzin, joined in the booth by Strix Pulsatrix and Hayden Rigsby and Joe Pirro. Joe had a heck of a day qualifying yesterday, and the local man, it makes it sound like I'm saying Florida man, but the local man, Masashi Yoshida, taking the top step of the podium yesterday in qualifying.
That is correct, and what a run did he have. That run will be judged today by Harold McKinney, a judge formerly known as Brady, and Wes Johnson coming in from VDS, celebrity guest judge, Keenan. As we find ourselves traveling north from New Zealand, they put us in a box. It was really disorienting. This time they gave us food at least, Keenan.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the already crushed up bits of cracker that they gave us. It was really delicious. Held me over for the 14-hour flight over here to Japan and Fuji Speedway. Again, if you are familiar with any sort of motorsport, especially drifting, you should be familiar with this facility, but maybe not this section. So this is Sector 3 of the Grand Prix course run, for once, not backwards. So all of this is uphill. Because it's uphill, you're going to see something here, ladies and gentlemen. If you did not watch qualifying yesterday, there are no slowdown zones at all whatsoever. And it looks like a fast track with a bunch of different changing speeds, and it is, but because of that uphill requirement, the car gets slowed down very, very easily by itself. So there's not a whole lot of slowdown zones. Hot spots to talk about today as well are going to be that first touch and go, outer zone number 1 where the wall is, and as well, outer zone number 2. A lot of drivers were struggling yesterday being able to get out to that outer zone with angle and a nice set of speeds. So we'll be able to see if they can continue on today, because battles and qualifying are two very different beasts.
Oh, that is for sure. And speaking of qualifying, let's take a look at our number 1 qualifier, Masashi Yoshida, taking us through a run of this track, Keenan. It is just full commitment, and Masashi in this gorgeous E36 wagon. So at the start of the run, we do have our initiation zone and our restart lines per usual, which we will touch on later. But first, we have to touch that inside clip, then to an outside clip. Big transition, and this is where we see a lot of drivers using a lot of left foot brake to get really close to that wall, and then again to that inside clip, and then another large transition. We saw a lot of drivers here dropping tires, and there was an issue even where we're going fast enough now, Keenan, that desync might be an issue in Assetto Corsa.
Yeah, I mean, you never thought we'd see the day, right? Again, once again, Thank you to Vosen presenting the number 1 qualifier video for the broadcast today, and our usual driver, Steven Loxton, not available for the rest of the season. Again, I hope we're doing well, Steven. But if you've never watched any competitive drifting before, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESDA, welcome to Traxion, first of all. And secondly, if you've never watched competitive drifting before, all these drivers are going to compete head-to-head, and each battle will consist of 2 runs. The higher-seeded driver leads in the first run, and the lower-seeded driver chases the first one. They will switch it up for that second run. There are 3 judges that we've already talked about. That would be Wes, Brady, and Harold that will be judging these runs, and if they deem it's too close to call or there is a split decision, they're going to go one more time.
And you might be wondering, how do they decide what those 3 decisions are? What's the criteria? Well, when you're leading, it's completely different than when you're chasing. So when you're leading, you're trying to run the closest line to what the judges have determined to be a perfect run. The closer you are, the better you are. Make sure it's as chaseable as possible, so you just have a lot of angle, not slowing down as much outside of where it's designated, which on this map, we must remind ourselves, is nowhere. But then the chase driver has to come in and follow the lead driver and mimic the lead driver as closely as possible. So just be the shadow of that lead driver, basically. Make sure to stay out of the way during transitions. All of these different things will, if you get it right, Keenan, you're going to take the win and move on.
Yeah, again, it's a very different style of competition. If you're only familiar with stuff like sim racing, it's very, very different. So, ladies and gentlemen, these drivers are not just driving for fun, not just driving for the glory of winning one of the best competitions in sim drifting, but they are racing for a bunch of different different prizes and cash that has been determined by our sponsors. Our good friend Devin in the studio is going to let you know what these drivers are playing for.
This season's competitors will be battling for a slice of the $1,600 money pool and a whole lot more, thanks to our sponsors. This year's $300 top team and $100 Rookie of the Year prizes are presented by Big Duck Club, The Rookie of the Year will also win a Wheel Stand 2.0 from Next Level Racing. The season champion will be awarded $600 in addition to the FGT Elite Simulation Chassis and ERS1 seat from Next Level Racing, an R16 wheelbase RS Racing wheel, CRP pedals, and RM Digital Dash from Mazda Racing, and an Akina handbrake from 3D Wrap. Second place will be awarded $400 and an FGT Simulator cockpit from Next Level Racing. ESDA would like to thank our sponsors for supporting esports drifting, and viewers like you for watching our competition. Thank you. Now back to the studio.
And again, basically, if you're winning the championship, you're getting a full rig setup thanks to all of our wonderful partners here this season at ESDA. And that championship was a lot closer, but after the last round, it is starting to spread out just a little bit. Your current championship leader, Alexander Element, number one on the board with 340 points. Currently, after qualifying points have been taken into account. Right behind him, Mustafa Amin with 294 points, but that gap is going to only open if Element can make a deep run in tournament today. Deshaun Hack, third in points, unfortunately was not able to be here yesterday, so he will not be qualifying for this round, Joe, and that is going to open up the battle for the Pro Championship quite a bit.
That definitely will, and it has been just getting, which is pretty crazy, closer every round. Like, no one's been really running away with the championship anymore. There was a big run from Alexander Element at the start of the championship, but now it's getting closer and closer. But I'm hearing, Keenan, the judges, they're like jumping up and down. Brady's slamming his hands onto the table. Wes is making weird sounds. They're getting excited to watch these battles happening. So who's battling right now?
Ladies and gentlemen, our first battle in this Next Level Racing Group number 1. Exclamation mark bracket in the chat if you are in the Twitch chat to follow along live at home. But our first battle in our first group will be Masashi Yoshida, your number 1 qualifier, your hometown hero, the Japanese driver at the Japanese track, taking on Grigori Andreev, the only alternate in competition today. We only had one no-show of Dylan Fink. So Matash Kalin and Zach O'Sullivan will be your battle right after that. And then Artem Matushenko going up against Jared Shortle. And finally, in this group number 1, it'll be Jack against William Holloway.
And we do have our first battle of Masashi Yoshida and Grigori Andreev up at the line. A battle of just the boxiest car on the grid to maybe one of the most curvaceous, dare I say, cars on the grid here, right next to each other. Yeah, as there we are lined up, ready to go. Masashi Yoshida here in that LS E36, and you know what, Keenan? I gotta say, I'm rather partial to that car just being primer black.
I love that it's the least Japanese-looking car on the grid, literally driven by a Japanese man. Yes. I really appreciate I don't know if it's intentional irony there, but love Masashi. I'm so stoked he was able to get number 1 yesterday, even just as a fan. He's been doing so much better. Again, super dominant in his home region of Japan, but finally showing up on the worldwide stage, getting 3rd place last round at Taratanga Park in New Zealand. And then we come over here to Japan. He puts it to top of the board. What can he do with that number 1 qualifier point, Joe? We are about to find out as the first run of ESDA round number 6 for Fuji starts now.
And here we go, both drivers throwing it in. Masashi with a beautiful angle. Grigori Andreev kind of looking where to go. Caught with his pants a little bit down on the initiation, because man, does Masashi Yoshida have huge angle from top to bottom so far. If he can put together a second half of a run, that E36 looks like it is on form to take a win today, not just of this battle, but of the entire day, dare I say it, because Grigori Andreev, rarely would you say that a wagon walked a Ferrari, but Keenan, I gotta say, this time I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I'm looking like a lot of gripping in Andreev's car. If you see, watch this replay here. Mistake from Andreev right out of the gate, just kind of entering midline, not really having all the angle. Masashi Yoshida's car is just set up to the way where he could just get that car rotated, get that car to angle, and just stay on the throttle, which is what the judges are looking for today. A little bit of left foot braking there for Masashi, where they closed up the gap with Andreev in the chase. But then once again, right here, just a little mistake from Andreev, a little bit of contact just with the front wheel causes him just a little bit of separation, but no effect to your leader of Masashi Yoshida. We'll see what he could do in the chase here, but that car looks so set up for just super clean and fluid lead runs.
That is definitely what ended up happening there. And now the question is, if you're Masashi Yoshida and you know your car's that much faster, how are you gonna make it look like you're not just like stuffing a car into the door of that Ferrari and making it not look awkward in the chase? Because sometimes when there is this big of a speed differential, that's kind of your concern now that you have to chase. So let's see how he handles it here as the lights are out.
Run number 2 starting now. Our next level racing group number 1, Grigori Andreev against your number 1 qualifier, Masashi Yoshida. A little bit of an early entry from Andreev, but Masashi will not be phased. Gets on the power right on the door of the Ferrari, and he spins. And that's going to be a quick one, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be one that we already have to give a battle to the judges here now, unfortunately. Going to power up the rest of the run is Masashi Yoshida and Andreev, but Joe, I don't know if you saw something I didn't see there, but it looked like to me that Andreev entered a little early, checked up so he wouldn't drop a tire on the first touch and go, and Masashi just didn't do that. He was on the power.
I did see, and this is again what we were talking about earlier, and this rears its head in virtual drifting, and just due to playing a lot of far worse games, I can tell you, I know this behavior very well. Look at this replay. Masashi blinks right before anything else happens. So I'm kind of worried that there might have been a nudge on Gregory's side as well, and Masashi's an innocent bystander. That's initially where my brain goes, because it reared its head yesterday in qualifying as well.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's kind of we don't really have. So we have a lot of European servers because a lot of European drivers. We have North American servers for our North American drivers. The closest we can get is we don't have anything based in Asia, I believe. So Masashi, one of our, I believe, 3 Japanese drivers registered for ESDA Pro. So, you know, kind of just a damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think whatever server we go for, there's going to be a little bit of latency, a little bit of issues. But it's hard to tell because it's extrapolating, but I think there was a mistake coming from Andreev before. But I could also just be a fanboy and be blind. I really want Yoshida to do well. So it could very well just be an idiot and not know what I'm talking about.
But we do have a call-in, and our judges did look at the inputs, everything else, and I think they have deemed that there was space between the drivers. So I think we'll know how these are going to slide. We're going to slide them left for Masashi Yoshida, slide them right for Gregory Andreev, keep him in the middle for an OMT. And we do have a unanimous decision for Masashi Yoshida. They did see some gap there. So I think that Gregory just overcooked it.
Yeah.
Such a shame.
I mean, honestly, I think if there was contact there at all, it was because of the line that Andreev took into the corner. You shouldn't be slowing down there at all. You should be on power. There's no reason the chase car should catch you like that. So I think the judges also probably taking that into account. But that is going to be Masashi Yoshida moving on, taking his number 1 qualifier berth into the top 16 of group number 1. Next battle up will be Batosh Kalin in that DDS Supra against the JSI Supra Mark IV of Zach O'Sullivan, your regular season champion in 2021. Not having the best season this year so far, but he's looking to turn that around today in Fuji.
Oh, that is correct. I fear he's got the hood up. I hope that he's not like worried about some timing or something. You never know. But it will be a battle of old versus new here, an A90 versus an A80. Keaton, I predict that a Supra is going to win here.
I predict that your jokes will get funnier throughout the day. I hope. Please.
Oh, I look cuter the more you drink. Don't you worry.
I'm drinking coffee, folks.
Exactly.
Coffee, non-alcoholic coffee, by the way. By the way, but while we get these guys to the line, thank you, Adriel Machado, for the raid. Welcome the whole country of Brazil once again to ESDA round number 6. Hola a todos. That's all the Portuguese I know off the top of my head. So I hope you guys are having a good Saturday evening or Saturday afternoon. Hope everyone is coming over from the Drift Masters broadcast as well. Hope that's wrapped up sooner rather than later. We can have more of you guys over here. Lots of drifting action going on this afternoon.
Big drifting action.
Insane
big skins. As we're getting ready to go.
Listen, 2023, I'm going to spend the whole off season learning Portuguese. These guys aren't ready.
That would be impressive. I might learn how to say 4 words.
That's a 400% improvement.
Oh, I think it's infinite if I start at 0, right?
I don't want to think about that. It hurts my head.
Oh, I know, right? As I think we're starting to get ready. I'm seeing hoods close.
Here we go to the line.
On a driver. There we go.
It's very likely that I think Andrev was pleading his case for that last battle. That's probably what we were waiting for, but we're up to the line here now. Zach O'Sullivan again going to be chasing first in the blue JSI Mark IV Supra. He had a strong season last season. Like we said, he was your regular season champion. Couldn't get it done in the playoffs, but we're back to a more traditional format here for ESDA this season. It's only 20-something of them points, so he needs a good strong day today to make himself safe for pro contention next year. Another person trying to do that as well, though, is Kalin.
That is correct. And Kalin with that really low and wide A90. It looks great. And Zach with that kind of monster trucky A80. It's a battle of two styles here. Let's see what happens as Kalin, very great line through corner number 1, but Zach O'Sullivan tucking right onto that Mark V Supra's door. Maybe a little bit of a gap from Matash as he settles that car in right along the wall and through this final transition, putting one tire right on the line, keeping it on the track with Zach O'Sullivan right there. A little bit of a correction, making sure he doesn't make contact, and across the line, both drivers having small mistakes, small corrections, but both drivers overall having a very good run, Keenan.
Yeah, good start to this battle for both drivers. Kalin, really strong qualifying session for him. And one of those drivers that's currently outside of looking in the top 32 in points. Ladies and gentlemen, if any of these drivers finish outside the top 32, they will lose their pro license for 2023. So it is imperative that if you're someone like Kalin, who I just checked, is I believe he's 52nd overall.
Yes,
he's with 64 points. Darren Baker is your first driver in the 32 with 122. So a strong day for Kalin here could really take the pressure off at our next track in round number 7 and make it really easy to get into that top 32. So not only these are battles at the top of the points board, but there's a lot of battles at the bottom of the points board just fighting to stay alive for next year.
Oh, that is correct. And now Zach is airing out the cabin of that Mark IV at the line.
Zach really is in the car, so he will need to air it out frequently. Yeah, that is true.
That is. Sometimes axe is not enough. Keep that in mind, folks.
Yeah, 60% of the time, it works every time.
Exactly, man. It just really hits you in the eyes.
I'm glad we both got that joke. I'm glad we both.
And here we go, lights out, and away we go.
Yeah, but no joke is this second run here from Zach O'Sullivan in the lead, Kalin in the chase in the DDS Supra. Zach O'Sullivan pouring it on very early, nice and fluid with the angle in the JSI Mark IV Supra, but right on the door is Kalin. Can he keep this up for the whole run, though? We're going to expect to see guys close between these first two inner clips, but they got to be able to keep it there. Not a whole lot of angle from this chase vehicle right now. He's really struggling to be able to keep up with Zach and stay on the ideal line. Not a bad chase run in terms of proximity, but Joe, he had to do so much and more just to stay there.
I don't know. Well, the judges are really quick.
Wow, yeah.
Whoa, I am very curious about what they think. Let's see here. Side by side is going to give it away, I think, to us. I'm going a little cross-eyed looking at these back-to-back, trying to even point out where I would notice a difference. So instead, I'm going to go and ask for that just because, you know.
Yeah, it came down to the chases for me, Joe, personally. Yeah. Once we go over the winner here, it'll make a lot more sense, I think. But we do have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. I don't get to do this very often, but slide him left for... left for Kalin, right for Zach O'Sullivan. It is going to be unanimous. Zach O'Sullivan going to be moving on into the top 16 to face Masashi Yoshida in our next level racing group number 1. I really think it came down to the quality of the chases. The leads look pretty similar. Again, this is your number 16, number 17 qualifier. The leads should look pretty similar. Our judges both saying just more speed, better line, less corrections. And what I saw in the chase as well from Zach is, we're not going to be seeing Zach again now that he's entered the void.
Goodbye, Zach.
What I was seeing from Zach is a lot smoother in the lead. In his chase, yeah, he fell back behind and he had to catch up at some points. But Matash, in doing it, was losing angle and looked very unsettled. Zach's car was a little bit more subtle than doing so. So I think that's why he's moving on. Speaking of moving on, next battle on deck, Artem Matsushenko, that all-black everything out of Ukraine, going up against Jared Shortle out of the USA in the Camaro.
Oh, both cars, two of my favorite looking cars on the grid. I must say that S14 of Artem is just mean looking with that spoiler, and I'm a sucker for Camaro, even though you can't see out of them. But let's see what happens here as Artem Lucasenko is going to lead Jarrett Shortle, and away they go through the line. No slouch in that Camaro, sticking it right on that S14's bumper through initiation. Let's see if Jarrett Shortle can suck right on up to Lukasenko's door as they go through that first outside clip. Coming into the wall, Artem Lukasenko, great angle, but Jarrett Shortle right there on that door. This is an amazing chase from that Slide Cultures Camaro as we go through our second to last outside zone. And again, Jarrett Shortle just always steaming up to that door after every transition. That was a very good run from Artem Lukasenko. Very, very fast, but Jarrett Shortle, no slouch at all. And just from his turnaround, he seems pretty happy with that chase.
Yeah, I mean, Jarrett is a ESDA veteran, one of the drivers that changed platforms with us from Forza over to Assetto Corsa last year. And it's another driver who has been putting in the work behind the scenes, getting better at the game, getting more comfortable with how competitions are working in a sim. And it's paying off for him right here in the Camaro. I believe one of our only American cars in competition. There was a time in drifting where you couldn't look more than 3 feet away without seeing a Mustang or a Camaro, but now it's basically just Jarrett and Machado now, I think, in the Mustang and the Camaro, unless I'm forgetting some people. But Machado in that S14 is very consistent, usually finding his way into competition, but he's come up against a wall here in Jarrett Shortle, and that chase run is really showing how much this driver wants it to. He knows he's got a first gear, right?
Yeah,
he's like well aware that he could just whip this and drive it back like a normal person.
Might be a 2023 strategy that we are not aware of yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, Artem Makushenko is wasting all of your time right now. So I want you guys to let him know how you feel about this at his Instagram page, at whatever it is.
You could also let him know about this by going to the TraxionGG Discord and not voting for him in Driver of the Day.
The result was manipulated, man.
Whoa! And here we go. We're lined back up, finally. We parted the sea that is Fuji Speedway, driving in reverse, and Jarrett Shortle's lined up.
Okay, there's a genuine reason why they're doing that. They're not just being silly.
That's amazing.
Understood. I'll explain it in a minute. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Artem Makushenko in the chase. Jarrett Shortle in the lead. Jarrett in the Slide Culture Camaro. Nice to see him back in competition, but Artem Makushenko trying to put a little bit more black paint on that black and white Camaro. A little bit of a correction from Artem in the chase, coming out to the first touch and go. Outer zone number 1, though, right to the door on that Camaro. Maybe a little bit of contact to that Camaro, but because that's such a big wide boy, it's not going to affect him very much. Good flick on the second to last outer zone. Good rate to angle, but Artem Makushenko is right there on the door of Jarrett Shortle. A couple little corrections in chase, but the proximity cannot be understated.
I don't know, with that level of chase from Artem, I dare I say it and give him the commentator's turn, but I think we might see that S14 drive in reverse later on here if he does not sort his issue, because that chase, I think once he got on that door, he stayed on that door, and it was impressive. Look at them side by side too. And his lead was amazing as well. I don't see, even if you go lead for lead, chase for chase, how Lukasenko doesn't move on from this, because my gosh, unless there's a little too much contact for him.
Jarrett with a strong chase, but you can really see it in the last half of the course. These replays almost perfectly synced up by our producer, Strix, so thank you for that. The reason that you're seeing drivers drive backwards, by the way, is some people didn't forget to delete their AI file and or rename it. So if you drive backwards, it will disqualify you in the session. So he could just be being silly, but also that is a very real thing that one of our drivers, Hugo Black, pointed out in the chat. So if you're a driver and you're listening, fix that.
Yeah,
really quick.
It's an easy fix, and it's life-changing. You see the light at the end of the tunnel with it, to say the very least.
At least he didn't reset. At least he didn't take tires, because that would have been a bigger problem. But
I respect it.
Yeah, I can respect. Don't go harass him on Instagram now. I take that back. At insert handle here.
Harass him with love. You could vote him for driver of the day for actually turning out to save our time.
Yeah. Oops. I've both started a hate campaign and canceled it within the last 10 minutes.
It sounds nothing like anything new on Twitter, so.
Yeah, he's not wrong. Yeah, just waiting for a call here. I think it's going to come down to maybe a little bit of that contact. Normally, if the judges, if contact doesn't really do anything, they don't really look at it. But if a battle is really close, it will get taken into account. It's kind of like if we need to, we'll talk about it type deal. But I love that Artem's just chose it. Like maybe he's got livery on here. We just can't see it. But I love that he's just like, you know what? I'll let the car speak for itself. Super gorgeous. Love the way the wheels sit on that thing. How low that car sits.
I really like. I am not versed in my JDM body kits at all, but I very much like that one. And that wing it does things to me.
I think that is a cool looking body kit. I think that's the brand of that.
Yeah, that's a cool gosh dang looking body kit.
Only one of these cars will be able to move on in competition. Again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESDA round number 6 here from Fuji Speedway. You are watching our Next Level Racing Group number 1 ! Bracket in the chat if you'd like to follow along live at home. We are only on our 3rd or 4th battle. We still have Jack Lai and William Holloway to come out in this top 32. And your only 2 members of the top 16 so far are Masashi Yoshida, your number 1 qualifier, and Zach O'Sullivan. We're still waiting to find out who will be moving on, but we do have a call here, Joe.
Yes, we do, as race control is giving us the cane off the stage here, as we'll slide him left for Artem Lukashenko, slide him right for Jarrett Shortle, keep him in the middle for an OMT. As Dai votes for an OMT, Brady slides it right for Jarrett Shortle. And then Wes chases Brady, and Jarrett Shortle takes the win, moving on. And I have a note here that got passed to me that there was a big correction and almost a straight in contact in the chase that Lukashenko had, and that was the biggest issue.
Yeah, again, I figured that might come into play. Jarrett did get gapped a little bit on this last half of his chase, but judges rewarding more consistent chasing versus a little bit of contact and straightening. They wouldn't mind that they're taking that over. I almost said Brandon. His name's not Brandon at all. I think we're seeing drivers back out to fix that issue, by the way, because Masashi backed out, Zach just backed out. So hopefully we won't see anybody putting it in race gear again for the day. But next battle on deck should be your last battle of the top 32 here in group number 1, and will be Jack Lai and the Team Ascent Supra going up against William Holloway in the Kyle Mohan Racing RX-8.
This will be a very good and very loud battle, I have a feeling, if memory serves here.
I now have a prop for the rest of the day. If someone needs to pass us a note, I can just go.
Oh my gosh, you're ready to go.
I got my notes.
You got your notes?
You think this is a game? You think this is we're playing pretend here?
Well, I never play pretend. I am a serious Susan.
All right, Susan. So for the rest of the day, no, I'm joking.
Whoa, we got a thumbs up from Jack Lai out the door.
That's amazing.
That's extra points right there.
So Jack Lai going to be in that Supra, brand new livery on that vehicle for Jack Lai, and then chasing is William Holloway. Been struggling with his car a little bit in the back half of the season, but it looked like he's at least got it figured out for today here at Fuji Speedway. Only one of them can move on, though. Here we go.
Lights out, away we go. Jack Lai in that Supra, big aggressive initiation. William Holloway tucking right up onto his door by that first inside clip, but it does seem like Jack Lai might just have a little bit more speed at the same amount of angle. Coming on through, it seems William Holloway might be struggling a little bit for torque or something, as Jack Lai's Supra again is just consistently, that's where Jack Lai's big mistake is, dropping tires, but William Holloway again dropping tires, trying to catch up. Overall, it seems like Jack Lai might just have a way fast car underneath him today.
Yeah, I mean, we've known for a while that Holloway is somebody who is able to win events and drives capable of winning events in the past and just hasn't been himself this season. That car is a ton of gremlins for him. He's trying to work them out. It looked like that maybe he had it figured out in qualifying yesterday, but Jack Lai just setting sail in the lead right here, and Holloway trying his best to see him drop at least one tire on that rumble strip, trying to catch up to Jack. Ends up getting him here, but then little correction in the final part of the course, ends up diving in a little bit too early. It looks like the rear end of the car, Joe, is just so gripped up that if he gets on the power or if he gets in a certain part of his power band, it just takes off on him whether he wants it to or not.
The big turbo problems as that tends to happen. But let's see now if Jack Lai can keep that rocket ship of a Supra back behind. Maybe a little bit slower of a car. That might be his undoing because Jack Lai is not bulletproof. He did drop some tires during his lead. So if William Holloway has a very clean lead run and forces Jack Lai into an error, he might be able to take a win and take on Jared Shortle in the top 16.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Leading in the Kamohen Racing RX-8, it's William Holloway chasing in the Ascent Supra. Jack Lai midline for Jack. Not quite sure he was going there, but William's going to be able to pull away right here with this line. Jack Lai having to adjust. Good job in adjusting. It looks like he's to the door now. Great job on the outer zone from William Holloway. Getting a heck of a lead run in right now, while Jack Lai seems to be doing the exact same thing that Holloway did in his chase, just a little bit closer. No correction here for Jack Lai. Oh, big correction though for William Holloway.
That looked like a bump.
I was going to say, it didn't look like they hit on screen, but there could have been some sort of latency. There could have been some sort of technical issue. Considering how he's rolling right now, I guarantee you he's to the judges saying I was hit, or he's trying to record the clip from his perspective. But
let's see here as we are watching this replay. And again, great line for William Holloway.
Look at that wall. Wow.
Huge angle. Jack Lai almost caught correcting, trying to figure out what to do here. And here is our question as we come into this last corner, real close to each other, and there it looked. Did it get away from him?
Definitely looks like there may have been contact, but obviously the cars didn't hit. So this is the unfortunate magic world of the internet that we have to live in, with all these drivers being all across the world, all across the country. It's these things unfortunately happen. So let's take another look at it again. The most we can do is judge off of what we see. So if you take another look at it here.
The judge is quick on this call already, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's a really hard to call here.
It seems like William Holloway was quick to the judges saying, hey.
Yeah, it could have been a technical issue. It looked like maybe the wheel had turned off or something. Well, I'll see if we can get some clarification on there, but we do have a winner.
And we'll slide it left for Jack Lai, slide it right for William Holloway. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. All three for Jack Lai taking the win. I'm assuming that the judges saw steering input or something. You know what I mean. We can also go back. We have full telemetry. It is also the wonderful world of the internet.
Yeah, I mean, I will see if we can get some clarification from the judges, because obviously they're the ones with the important opinion. I'm sure Holloway is going to plead his case here a little bit. But again, we didn't see any contact on the screen, and it's a little unfortunate that this kind of stuff happens. But it is the wide world of drifting. As Jack Law's loving it. Jack Law's a big fan of that judging call, I think. I think it should be mandatory for every driver to have thumbs up out of the window next season.
I agree with that.
That is our top 32 of our Next Level Racing Group number 1 complete. We have our 4 drivers of our top 16 decided. Masashi Yoshida, Zach Sullivan, Jarrett Shortle, and Jack Lai are going to be moving on into the top 16, with your first battle being a big one for both of these guys. Masashi Yoshida going to be going up against Zach O'Sullivan, a guy who can win an event every time he steps foot in one. And then Zach having to take out a guy who is undefeated in his home region of Japan. And this is the first round we've done in Japan this season. So he's got to be feeling pretty confident, especially coming in with the number 1 qualifier.
So I got Brady came in here and whispered in my ear a little bit.
Oh, wait, he passed us a note.
Yeah, and so he's saying to us that William Holloway jumped over to talk to the judges immediately and actually say, my car just shut off. He just stopped drifting, which is a big, unfortunate event for William Holloway. I hate to see that, but up now, we have Masashi Yoshida leading Zach O'Sullivan. This will be a very good battle, Keenan.
Yeah, that sucks for Holloway, but props on him for bowing out of competition with his head held high. That really stinks to see him kind of bow out like that, but we'll see him back in round number 7.
As here we go, Masashi Yoshida leading Zach O'Sullivan. BMW on Toyota, big angle here as Masashi Yoshida is looking bulletproof today, but Zach O'Sullivan is no slouch in this chase whatsoever. Getting right on that E36's door as they go through that outside zone number 2, I want to say. And as we enter our second to last outside zone, Zach O'Sullivan right on that E36's door, keeping it all on the track, both drivers, and across the line. Zach O'Sullivan, he's like a middle schooler at a dance, leaving just enough space that you can say it's not inappropriate.
He is out there keeping it Christian, Joe. Really good job from Zach O'Sullivan, but maybe it's higher on that rumble strip there from Zach. I'll have to see if we can get a word from the judges and if the chase drivers are allowed to drop anywhere in the chase. I don't think they are, though, because normally they would let us know. Little correction there for Masashi coming into that. It's not a touch and go, but I might call it a touch and go. Just bear with me. I am very not smart. But
be good.
Really consistent chase from Zach, and I think that's smart of him, because Masashi's one problem with his chase is it wasn't consistent proximity. He had to catch up a little bit. Once he got there, he's a little wiggly. Looks like that car is really set up to put on a strong lead. We'll see what he can do in the chase here, but I think Zach with a big brain play here that might pay off if Yoshida has the chase that I think he's going to.
Zach airing out that limited edition axe. Again, limited edition doesn't make it an acceptable replacement for showering everybody, okay? Masashi Yoshida just hanging out, and everything's good today as we're lined up here. And again, I don't think any driver has to be nervous after this, and lights out and away we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Zach O'Sullivan turning on the jets already. Masashi Yoshida should have went for a reset there. Didn't take it. So let's see if he can close up. And he's already to the rear quarter panel of Zach O'Sullivan. Zach running for his gosh darn life right now, trying to get away from the Japanese driver, but right through the smoke line. Masashi Yoshida right to the door of Zach O'Sullivan. No fear in this driver. He wants to continue this Japanese win streak, and he wants to continue winning at home and doing it right now, right on the door. But not to take anything away from Zach O'Sullivan. Another strong lead from the JSI driver.
The very, very strong lead from Zach O'Sullivan. But Masashi Yoshida, I was surprised how quickly he was caught up to that Supra in that first zone as he comes through here. And again, looking at that, it seemed like he was on the back foot the whole time. But I think Zach O'Sullivan came out guns a-blazing enough to maybe be having an actual argument for the top 8 here, as we do have a call in from our judges, Keenan.
Oh man, our judge is not wasting any time today with these calls. They're very confident.
They're knocking him up and laying him down here. We're going to slide him left for Masashi Yoshida, slide him right for Zach O'Sullivan, keep him in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Zach O'Sullivan, 2 for Zach O'Sullivan, and a unanimous decision for Zach O'Sullivan, upsetting our number 1 qualifier, Masashi Yoshida, moving on to our top 8 here in group number 1. But who will he go against, Keenan? We're going to have to find out here as Jarrett Shortle and Jack Lai take each other on.
Yeah, unfortunate for Masashi Yoshida. A very hard pill for him to swallow, I'm sure, as our next battle will be Jack Lai versus Jarrett Shortle. Jack Lai will be in the lead, your number 9 qualifier, going up against Jarrett Shortle, your number 25 qualifier. I think it just came down to consistency there, Joe, because Yoshida was able to get to the door, but, flirting with tire drops and things like that. So just more consistency from Zach, which is why we'll be seeing him move on into the Great 8. But unfortunate for Yoshida, because he was setting himself up for have a great event. That car was putting on great lead runs, just should have went for the reset, man. That's why that rule's there.
It did catch him on the back foot, and that's really unfortunate to see, because Yoshida was driving very well and did catch up, but you can see it just having to throw that wagon at that Supra in every single corner and then kind of backing off, because when you throw the car, you're not set up right for the next transition. But up next, we have Jack Lai giving us his good thumbs up. I give him a thumbs up back in front of my screen every time. Up against Jarrett Shortle. Jack Lai, number 9 seed, so he'll be leading Jarrett Shortle. So excited for this. And away we go. Jack Lai in that super fast Supra up against Jarrett Shortle in that Camaro, giving him no chill on the initiation. But Jack Lai is unfazed with a almost flawless line through that first corner. Jarrett Shortle no slouch in that chase as they get into this wall through the outside zone. And again, both drivers doing almost exactly what they need to be doing. And again, let's see, do any tire drops? No, I could not tap any of these drivers for anything big, except for now Jarrett Shortle catching up to that Supra. A little bit of a transition as he gets to the door to make sure that he doesn't really get any contact with both drivers. I don't think anyone can take any misstep in this next run and walk away with the win here.
Yeah, so that is the incorrect replay. That is the replay of the battle that we just saw with Yoshida and O'Sullivan. Unfortunately, again, fortunately for O'Sullivan, he's getting the win. Guy who needs the points. Unfortunately for Yoshida, could have had a great day today. But here's the battle we just saw. Jarrett Shortle, Jack Lai, again, these two guys from ESDA's past. Some guys that are not unfamiliar with how things work over here. Great lead run from Jack. One of those guys that's near the cutoff of points. So again, we're having a fight. We have several fights for several points battles here. Jack Lai is currently outside of the top 32. So if he has a strong day here, he could nestle himself deep into that top 32 field and secure his pro license for next year. Jarrett Shortle, another guy that's very outside looking in. So both these guys need to continue on in the bracket if they can today for their 2023 berth.
As we're looking at this, yeah, Jack Lai sitting as a reserve driver right now for next season, but he is ready to go here in the battle as the lights out, and here we go.
Jack Lai in the chase. The team has sent Supra. Leading in the team slide culture Camaro is Jarrett Shortle. Not the best entry from Jack there, a little bit shallow, but used that to get right to the door of Jarrett. Now he's putting pressure on that Camaro. Great job on the wall from Jarrett Shortle, but Jack Lai right there in the chase. Gonna let the gap open just a little bit. It was a little bit too straight there. We'll have to see if that was a major deduction or anything from Jack Lai. Not the greatest run through the last corner either. Had the proximity, Joe, but he kind of choked up the angle a little bit. Not, I don't know why I'm yelling. Not the worst chase from Jack Lai there, but definitely a couple of little mistakes and a solid lead from Shortle.
Oh, Jarrett Shortle might have snuck away on this one with the skin of his teeth. Jack Lai was looking very, very good through that outside zone along the wall. Like, I always love to see 1-2 drift cars where it's like fender flares interlocked with fender flares. Lead and chase, and that's what was going on right there. But then Jack Lai, yeah, it was an awkward transition for him, and then he just didn't settle through the last corner. Meanwhile, Jarrett Shortle was a little bit weaker in the first half of his chase, but overall better due to that mistake at the end. And again, Jarrett Shortle with a very, very confident lead run. If you're looking lead to lead, I could see this going OMT. Now that I'm talking it out and looking at them both side to side, lead for lead, I think Jack Lai has a better battle. Chase for chase, I think Jarrett Shortle has a better battle.
It's all going to come down to what the judges view, ladies and gentlemen. And shout out to all the Brazilians in chat. Stoked you guys stuck around. Shout out to Michael Westie's Lindsay watching at home. Spotter for Andy Haley. Having a great Formula Drift Pro Spec season. Stoked for them. Stoked for that team. We could be fans of real life drifting here too. Shout out to anybody watching us as well as watching the Drift Masters final, by the way. I heard it was going well. Unfortunately, was in bed.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm not an adult. I don't wake up before 10 o'clock. I'm sorry.
A lot of carnage was involved is what I'm seeing. That's all I know.
I'm stoked to watch it back. I'm very stoked to watch it back. And we like drifting in this house. So only one of these guys can move on. Again, going up against Zach O'Sullivan in the final of this group number 1. And then the winner of that will move on into your Traxion Final Four and compete for the win. I don't even think Zach has been in a Final Four this season. And coming off of a guy, we do have a judging call, though, ladies and gentlemen. It looked like it took some time to get the thought in, but we do have a winner.
Will it be a Supra on Supra top 8, or will it be a Camaro coming in and unleashing some freedom? So slide him left for Jarrett Shortle, slide him right for Jack Lai, keep it in the middle for an OMT. As we have 1 for Jarrett Shortle, 2 for Jarrett Shortle securing the win, and a unanimous decision for Jarrett Shortle. I think Jack Lai has to be kicking himself, just throwing it away. That last transition is what I have to imagine.
Just the one little mistake is all it took. It seems like consistency is going to be the name of the game today. That's what's winning drivers' battles. We've seen exciting chase runs being completely overshadowed by small little mistakes. in those chase runs. So if you drivers, if I'm watching and I'm driving in Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, I'm going to keep this in mind as we move on in competition today, that I just have to be consistent and smooth and look clean out there, because that's what's winning battles. But that is what's won Jarrett Shortle his top 16 battle as he moves on into the Great 8 to face Zach O'Sullivan. Both team slide culture versus JSI, a tale as old as time. Zach O'Sullivan is going to be your number 17 qualifier, and Jarrett Shortle your number 25 qualifier. So the lower seeds playing spoilers here in this next level racing group number 1.
That is correct. Upset City here has been so far the story of group number 1. I'm looking at it right now. It's been equal upsets so far, and that just goes to show how close qualifying was too. It was not a large spread. It was a less than 10 points, top qualifier to lower qualifier, as lights out as Zach O'Sullivan in the lead, Jarrett Shortle in the chase. Two very great drivers today who are really tuned in. Great initiation from both drivers, as Zach O'Sullivan has very consistent angle through corner number 1, but Jarrett Shortle not being a slouch at all. Little bit of a correction in that chase as Zach O'Sullivan looks unflappable in that lead coming through, and this is where all of our drivers are dropping tires. But again, Zach O'Sullivan keeping it tidy, and Jarrett Shortle keeping it on the door, but maybe not as much angle as he wants. Maybe a little tap through that inside clip and across the line. I think Zach O'Sullivan's slight advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to push if you're Jarrett Shortle. Again, these guys are very, very familiar with each other, having battled in ESDA on Forza for many, many years, and other competitions on that platform. They are very familiar with each other. So he knows he has to put it on the door of Zach, try to force Zach into a mistake. Little correction there from Shortle going into outer zone number 1, but look at the pressure he's able to put on in the chase in that Camaro. Zach, we thought he was going to have a strong start to the season and didn't. It looks like he's finally getting comfortable behind the wheel of that vehicle. Jarrett Shortle, kind of the same thing, just getting better and better every time he's out there. That one little mistake, though, in the last corner, looking like that's the elevation change there in the chase is really catching a lot of drivers out. So we'll see if Zach makes the same mistake, because other than that, it was a really strong chase from Jarrett. But we've seen battles even today be decided by mistakes smaller than that. So both these guys change up. Zach airing out the old Supra.
It's a good move. It's a good luck move, it seems so far.
Getting the tire smoke out of there.
I can't blame him at all. I cannot blame him at all.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Zach O'Sullivan in the chase and Jarrett Shortle in the lead. This is the second half of your final battle in group number 1. Flying by is group number 1. But both these cars flying down this track here at Fuji Speedway. The gap consistent right now from Zach, but that's what's gotten him this far. Jarrett into the wall. Jarrett taps the wall. That wall has its first victim of the day, but he stays in it. He's keeping it on the floor, hoping Zach makes some sort of mistake in the chase. But Zach O'Sullivan, the expert driver that he is, smells blood in the water, backs off, gives him all the room in the world. And ladies and gentlemen, I have to imagine, he think he knows it too, but after that slight wall contact, Jarrett Shortle, I think his day is done.
I think that is the writing is definitely on the wall after that, especially in battles where it's this close and drivers are this on the edge, and we already have our judgment call in for our top 8 battle. Who's going to go on to represent group number 1 here at ESDA round 6? We're going to slide him left. As look again, Jarrett Shortle with a great lead, but just a small mistake, and that might have been enough here, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, slide him left for, I believe, Zach O'Sullivan. Slide him right for Jarrett Shortle, unless they're backwards. But both these guys stoked. Hey, look at me go. But yeah, it is going to be a unanimous decision, and your first finalist of your Traxion Final 4 is going to be Zach O'Sullivan for Team JSI. Just slide it. It's very stoked to be able to see him in an ESDA Final 4. You can see by the donuts he's throwing right now, I think he's stoked as well.
Oh, I would be if I was him. So Zach O'Sullivan securing that Final 4 slot.
So that is only one of your finalists, ladies and gentlemen. That was only your ESDA round number 6 from Fuji. Next level racing group number 1, Zach O'Sullivan taking home the win there. We will see him later on in today's competition in your Traxion Final 4. Next up is group number 2 with some very, very big names and very big things happening in that second group, sponsored by Mazda Racing. Alexander Element, your number 1 points leader in this, going up against Emilio Orliana. Munos against Artem Chilkov. Vitaly Esiev against Samuel Cudi. And Adriel Machado against your last round winner of Martinez Ostreka. So much more to happen here in the Moza Racing Group number 2. Please don't go anywhere, as we'll be back with more drifting action from Fuji Speedway here at Traxion as ESDA returns. Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by TraxionGG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit TraxionGG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing, build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning, Next Level Racing, be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Moza Racing. Moza Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Moza Racing. Visit MozaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh!
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning, Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
Welcome everybody back to ESDA round number 6 here from Fuji Speedway in Japan. Nice to see all your beautiful faces once again. My name is Keenan Kuzin, joined in the booth by Joe Pierre, Strix, Paul Strix, and Hayden Rigsby. Our judges today are going to be Wes Johnston, Brady, and Harold McKinney. Joe, we had a speedy, I don't know how else to say it. It was one of the fastest groups we've ever had all season.
They keep saying that to us over and over. I don't know why.
But we are here at Fuji Speedway, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick hop from Taratanga Park in New Zealand, where round number 5 took place here on this ESDA World Tour. It wouldn't be right if we didn't take a stop in the home of the motorsport of drifting in Japan. And a cool section here, I don't think one that is used to if you've watched a lot of real life drifting. There is stuff that happens here at Fuji, but not a whole lot that involves this big Sector 3. So fast, uphill, would be incredibly abusive to the car in real life, but lucky we don't have that problem in Assetto Corsa.
It is also a very technical, a surprisingly technical section, if I do say so myself. All the corners are like changing radius from start to finish, too. Mm-hmm. So it's very, very frustrating to have a smooth-looking line while you're drifting, especially because you're trying to have the car change its angle, change its trajectory from when you initiate to when you have to transition. But let's take a look here at who's in our group number 2 here. We got Alexander Element, Amelia Orliano, Ray Munos up against Artem Chilkov, Vitaly Izayev up against Samuel Cudi, and then Adriel Machado up against Martinez Ostraka. A stacked Moza Racing Group 2 here, Keenan, and all of our drivers are in here. We're getting word from our judges that we're ready to rip. Dai is telling us he's ready to get moving along.
Yeah, we are ready to move along into our first battle here, which will go, it's again pretty significant. It's going to be Emilio Orliana driving out of Chile, going up against the man himself who has been so consistent and so dominant all year, Alexander Element in that blue Ferrari. He's just been always near the top of the board. Hasn't had the best couple of last rounds, but if he just keeps qualifying, he's only pulling away with his championship lead.
Yes, he is, as we are. I'm just watching Emilio. He just got into the server. He's looking very confident in his almost murdered out S15.
Yeah, we got yelled at yesterday.
Yeah, make sure that's not acceptable. If it is not actually murdered out, we cannot do that. We're contractually obligated now.
But this should be a good one. If Orliana wins, that is going to blow the championship wide open. Again, basically the only driver that can really compete with Element now, unless Element has a really bad day in round number 7, is Mustafa Amin. He will be in group number 3. We will see that driver. Emilio Orliana, one of those drivers near that maybe hasn't had the season that they were looking for. in terms of results, because he is not currently in the top 32 in points with only 46 points. He's qualified a few times, but has not gotten a top 32 win. So if he can get this W against Element, it is a big task, but it would be his first top 16. He'll play huge spoiler to the points and give himself a good berth to be able to make that top 32 and retain his pro license for 2023.
But here we are lined up for our first battle of our Moza Racing Group number 2, Alexander Element, who is leading our points currently and has been driving on form every single round, dare I say it, up against Emilio Orliano. And here we go, Ferrari on Nissan, one of the few motorsports where these two could compete on the same level. And Alexander Element, big angle, that Ferrari is looking very gripped up, right on target where he needs to be. And Emilio Orliano looking like he's struggling to keep up here, Keenan. And I must say that I am fearful now for Emilio in his second run, because it seems like Alexander Element is tuned in. I fear for anyone that's going to run up against that iconic blue and yellow Ferrari at this point, because man, again, it's all of his runs are copy paste, you know.
I did a lot of test laps at this track, Joe, in the week leading up to the event. I'm not as good as these guys, obviously, but I like to at least be able to put down like a 70 or 80 point run. So when I talk about the track, I feel like at least I know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I drove Element's car for some test sessions, and man, that thing is easy to drive. It's very consistent, and that's not even considering what setups he puts on the car. It is so natural. You can drive it hard, you can get it smooth. It seems like it fits a lot of driving styles, and you just see how clean and smooth he looks on the racetrack. Really reflects to how that car drives. Emilio got unfortunately gapped immediately as soon as he got on the power. But here's the thing. When a faster car follows a slower car, usually that's when we get fireworks. So I don't know if Element's ever driven against Emilio. I don't know if Element is got a spotter saying, hey, he's a little bit slower than you. Props to Emilio for trying to stay on his line. He kind of over-rotated there at the end, but if you get gapped that fast, you can't really try and catch up to him. You just got to go, well, this is going to happen now, and just put the car in all the zones and make sure you don't make any mistakes. So we'll see what happens here in the chase position.
I think that we're going to see Alexander Element. He's always been good in the chase, so let's see exactly how aggressive he is.
Yeah, Alex has costed himself before in the chase position, though, by being overly aggressive. So let's see what happens here. Good start for Emilio Orliano, the only Chilean driver in competition, followed by the Ukrainian Alexander Element, giving him just a little bit of room here, a little bit of lag, I think there, maybe just a bit of contact. You saw Element drop back, and now he's going to push back in. He's got the proximity. He could definitely get closer, but I think he's just leaving a little bit of space between himself and Orliano. He knows he doesn't have to be super aggressive, Joe. I think that may have been enough to seal the deal.
I think that it definitely was. Alexander Element, again, we always say it, he's in his element. And I think
it is a very, very silly pun, but also incredibly accurate.
Yeah, if you drive that consistently, what I would say, even if his name was an Element, honestly, as we do have a call in here as well. But let's take a look at this. Alexander Element, again, I don't think it does not matter who he's chasing. It seems like he has enough car control and enough brakes on it too to slow it down and keep it consistent behind. So we're going to slide him left for Alexander Element, slide him right for Emilio Orliano, keep him in the middle for an OMT. We're going to go 1, 2, and 3 for Alexander Element, moving on to our top 16 here. But who will he take on? Will it be another Ferrari, Keenan?
We're going to have to find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we... one of our drivers, Steven Jarbo, throwing some shade, saying the Ferrari looks unrealistic, yet he drives an R33 GTR LM. Just thought that was funny.
I'm noting that down for later.
Yeah, very big comedy. But Roy Munos going to go up against Artem Chilkov. Artem, another one of these Ferrari drivers. A lot of people like to point and say that the car is a little OP, and that might be true, but Element has definitely taken that chassis and elevated it to the level of where he's at number 1 in points. Roy Munos, I believe, in that Supra, finally getting a livery. He was just in that plain baby blue. Finally got the full team ascent treatment. Got to be one of the most hot boy cars on the grid at this point. But right behind him, Artem Chilkov in the blue and yellow Ferrari 599XX.
Both beautiful cars here as we are getting them up to the line here. And Roy Munos has been, I dare I say it, getting faster and faster every single round. So if I'm Artem Chilkov, we already saw Roy Munos in qualifying through down. It was a very stylish lead run. And I think that it's going, we're about to see something very stylish happen here again.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my gosh, I drank too much Sprite, and sometimes you just burp a little bit, Keenan. Here we go.
Hate it when that happens. Curse you, right? McDonald's.
Curse you, McDonald's. Is Roy Munos in the lead. Artem Chilkov in the chase, leaving a little bit of space. And here we go, Roy Munos, a lot of grip. Artem Chilkov having to unwind the car a little bit to stay behind that Supra, it seems like. As Roy Munos seems unfazed by what's going on behind him. A very textbook lead run, keeping it on the track, and Artem Chilkov looking shaky, a little bit inconsistent in this chase. And across the line, if I'm Artem Chilkov, I'm a little bit scared right now.
Yeah, definitely not the best start for Chilkov, but on the other side of the battle, Roy Munos looking, dare I say, the best he's looked all season. Incredible start. You see that big mistake from Chilkov in the first inner zone. You're going to see it again right here, I do believe. Watch the Ferrari. No, I don't know what I'm talking about. I think I got my inner clips mixed up. But Roy Munos just looking super solid. Great second half of the run for Chilkov. He was able to kind of clean it up and make up for his mistake. But we've seen battles be very clearly awarded to the other driver with less significant mistakes than that. So Roy Munos sitting on a bit of an advantage here. You got to imagine there's some people telling his ear, man, hey, he screwed up behind you. Just make sure you're there and you're consistent, and you should be walking away with the win on this one. You know, we might see 2 Supras in our final. You never know. Roy Munos is looking like a different beast here today.
Yes, he really is. And now let's see if Roy Munos was just a little bit slower and Artem was having an issue keeping such a gripped up car behind him, or what the deal was. But I think it'll all become revealed quickly here, as it does seem like Roy Munos is starting back a little bit.
Yeah, gonna go for that run. Oh, as I say that, he's getting gapped just a little bit by Artem Chilkov. We'll see he's able to close it up. Again, Artem in the lead, Roy in the chase. Roy gonna give him the respect, I think, a little bit right now, as Artem just kind of setting sail in the lead position. Roy slowly trying to catch up. Does a great job of just getting that outer zone and going a little bit shallow to try to catch that. Oh, big correction for Roy Munos in the chase. It was, I think, going the way of Munos there, but that big correction is going to put the OMT on the table, and especially with the separation between those two drivers. Again, when you go chase for chase, Artem was able to get that proximity the last half of the run, and Roy looked like no matter, as soon as he got to the door, Artem just found another gear and pulled away a little bit more.
Oh, I could see this going either way now, and I think it's coming down to the judges are going to consider which mistake is worth a bigger deduction overall. Because yes, as you said, Roy Munos he was playing catch up the whole first half of the run, and then he got caught out almost in the smoke going up to Artem Chilkov and had to stomp on the brakes to not have contact happen. Ooh, big issues here, I think. All of a sudden, I could see this going into OMT territory for sure, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was pretty cut and dry, even with the proximity. As you know, we've seen drivers maybe not be able to maintain as much proximity, but as long as they keep it clean and they put the car where it needs to go. Roy had to go a little bit shallow and out as a number one with that wall to catch up. He just got the zone, but the correction going up the hill, to me, if I was judging, pushed it in OMT territory. But something you have to factor in now is the separation. You're seeing it in the replay right here. Artem made that mistake early on and was able to catch up. Roy kind of almost went backwards, did the reverse, but we do have a decision here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, we do. We'll side him left for Roy Munos, side him right for Artem Chilkov. Keep in the middle for what we call OMT territory one more time, and let's see what our judges think. 1, 2 for an OMT, and 3 for an OMT. All judges saying that every single mistake ended up balancing out. They would like to see that battle again. So I'm sure both drivers are thinking, if I can just not make that one mistake, if I can just be that little bit closer, I can secure a win and go up against Alexander Element.
Yeah, again, it could be Ferrari versus Ferrari, or it could be a Toyota Ferrari battle once again. It all depends on who moves on here. It's unfortunately, you don't want to leave it in the judges' hands. Like I said, I think Jack had it kind of wrapped up there. Roy, to Team Ascent Supras, silly me. I think he kind of had it wrapped up there, but unfortunately, that late run mistake. But here's the thing now, is Artem was able to have that chase run behind Roy Munos. He kind of knows what to expect now, so I'm not expecting him to make the same mistake. It could be wrong, could happen again, but usually when you see these OMTs, Joe, it's the drivers have a chance to learn each other a little bit and clean these things up.
I agree completely, and I think it's going to be a lot more do or die driving from both drivers as well. We're going to either see perfection or tragedy, I have a feeling here, from this first chase run from Artem Chilkov. I think he has it in him, so let's see what happens here as we are getting revs from our drivers. Everyone's excited, and we are going. Artem Chilkov getting a little bit of a jump, which he's allowed to do to make sure he is good and close on the initiation, which he's taking full advantage of. Roy Munos putting all of the angle into that Supra as Artem Chilkov puts it right on that Supra's door through the first transition. And let's see here as that Ferrari is bumping the Supra just a little bit, but Roy Munos with a very great line up through that outside zone through the final transition. Roy keeping it on the track, but Artem keeping it pretty close. He definitely cleaned up that chase and gained a little bit of proximity. And I think Roy Munos, though, had another textbook lead run, and now is just going to have to fight and keep up with that Ferrari.
Yeah, again, I talked about it a little bit before the run went down there as we take another look at this Traxion Run 1 replay here in the Monster Racing Group number 2. Maybe a little bit shallow there at the start. Kind of the same mistake he made before, but definitely not as significant. Not as deep in that first outer zone, but much better job from Chilkov all around in the chase position this time. Roy Munos kind of just doing what he did again. I'm trying to see if he maybe missed anything from Roy, but this looks like a nice, solid, strong lead run. However, he knows what he has to do in the chase this time. He's got to get an early jump, and he cannot let Artem pull away at all. But normally when you get into these situations, Joe, is when drivers end up making mistakes. So we'll see what happens here.
Oh, for sure. As we are lining back up, both drivers getting back to the line very, very quickly, too. They are ready to go. Roy Munos talking back that Supra a little bit, hoping for a few. Oh, this is amazing. I think Roy Munos is going to throw it into this initiation. He's not going to get gapped a second time here.
Yeah, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Run number 2 of this OMT battle. Roy Munos, Team Ascent in the chase. Artem Chilkov, the Drift Sundays machine, in the lead position. Maybe a little early from Artem, but he makes it work. Roy, he straightens out just a little bit in the lead position. Roy already was going to get gapped, and it's just going to make it worse. Uses that proximity on the outer zone to catch up, but again, Artem Chilkov, it seems whenever the track just straightens out a little bit, he finds another gear and just pulls away, but Roy with the big surge there had to get out of it. He's taking some angle out of that Supra to make sure that Artem does not pull away. Kind of a messy lead and a messy chase run. Still super exciting to watch. Definitely not the cleanest we've seen from either of these two guys today.
And here we go, looking at them side by side. Do they want another OMT? It kind of seems like they like driving with each other. Keenan here.
They were trying their best there in that second run.
Yeah, looking at it on run number 2 here, I think Artem has better proximity, but I think that Roy Munos might be a little bit better at matching angle. It's a question of what are the judges going to put more weight on, but as I'm watching it more and more, I think that Artem Chilkov went just a little bit further on this OMT here.
Yeah, I mean, it really is going to depend on that mistake from Chilkov in his chase in the beginning. It wasn't major. It was almost the same mistake he made in his first battle and before the OMT. Definitely a good job in the second run, Joe. I'd like to see this, if we have time to watch this replay one more time before the judging call comes in. I want to watch Chilkov again. So watch that lead Ferrari in the right side of your screen. He comes off this zone and kind of just takes a little bit of angle out of it. I could think that car can pull a little bit more angle.
Yes.
And I don't know if it's Chilkov himself, but drivers have been penalized for that before. Saying, hey, that car can pull more angle. We saw you pull more angle in your qualifying or your chase. Your lead run has to be close to a qualifying run. So if you're pulling angle out of it to pull away from the guy behind you, but that is obviously something the judges are going to be looking at. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here to answer questions.
Yep.
as always, as we've said before, if you've never watched competitive drifting before, we have both drivers in the chat. You have us keeping an eye on it here. So if anyone here has questions or doesn't understand how this works, please ask us so we can make you a fan of competitive drifting as well.
That is the truth. And I'm looking at this like with my nose all scrunched up, trying to find any differences to what the judges could be looking at here.
This one's very tough. Very,
it
very
seems
tough.
like both drivers, any mistake one of them makes, the other one ends up making something that would be about comparable in a competitive drifting setting. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another OMT out of this. A double OMT, if you will, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, I think this one's got a bit more of an argument to go one way or the other. There's a little bit more to talk about here, I think, as a whole. But if the judges have been deliberating this long, I think I already know where this is leaning. If it does lean one way or the other, we'll see if we can get some clarification for you, because this one does look very, very close in terms of mistakes and in terms of decisions made out there on track. But again, winner of this is going to be moving on to face the winner of the previous battle here in our Mazda Racing Group number 2. We talked about how Group number 1 went really fast. Apparently Group number 2 wanted to slow the pace down a little bit, as we are waiting for this judging call here and we do have a decision, and we will have some clarification.
So in our this is a top 32 battle, Keenan. We got to remind ourselves here. As we'll slide him left for Roy Munos, slide him right for Artem Chilkov, keep him in the middle for another OMT. 1 for Roy, 2 for Roy securing win, 3 for Roy Munos. Moving on, take on Alexander Element. And a quote from one of our judges: the most gangster entry so far today from Roy.
It was a really aggressive flick. Love to see that. But we'll see if we can get our head judge, Harold McKinney, in here to explain. And like clockwork, there he is. Roy Munos taking the win there. Just love to get a little bit of elaboration from your part.
Yeah, so to break it down, the first round was pretty good from both drivers' lead chase, so we didn't really see too many issues on that end. Came down to the second run. After the first inner clip going into the touch and go, you can even notice a little bit on the stream. Chilkov kind of cut a little bit of angle to get a little bit of gap right there, and also going up the hill from after outer zone 2. He kind of cut the line a little bit and kind of let Roy to have almost a little bit nowhere to go, and they had to check up. And we told people that in the drivers' meeting that we want you to have a go into it with an arch and gradually make your way inside. And he kind of cut the line a little bit right there and messed up Roy. So we gave overall to Roy.
All right, man. I really kind of needed that, actually. I'm glad I caught the straight, and I feel so smart now. But thank you, and good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you.
And there we go. Love to hear from Di. It always makes me so happy. As we move on now to our second to last top 32 battle here in our group 2. We're going to have Vitaly Isayev up against Samuel Cudi. 2 very, very strong drivers. I'm very excited to see this run. And Vitaly, just so we're all aware, I believe he was the second qualifier going into our live qualifying, so he showed up with an amazing qualifying run yesterday. Wait to see what happens.
Ended up getting number 5 overall, but we talked about guys that need good days. Today. Vitaly, very slow burner to the season, didn't end up running in the first 2 events we had, and then was able to get number 1 qualifier at round number 3 in Was it Nürburgring? It was the first European.
It was.
That was Interlagos.
Yes.
But then again, has just kind of not been able to convert that into consistent finishes. Another strong day of qualifying yesterday. He's now 30th in points, but if he can get a good run in tournament today, he won't have to stress going into the last round. Samuel Cudi, one of those guys that's 11th right now. He's got his pro license for next season. He's just taking a victory lap, see if he can make the top 10 in points. So not as much on the line for Cudi, but a lot for Isayev as he leads this first run.
And here we go. Vitaly Isayev in the lead. Huge flick entry, and Samuel Cudi not as much angle trying to catch up. If there's something I know about Vitaly, he is fast. Doesn't matter what car you put him in. And he has big angle right up against the wall. Very, very smooth lead run. He is definitely listening to what the judges said they wanted from that last run. Cutting on in. Big angle. Big power and across the line. Samuel Cudi looking like he was caught a little off guard with how fast that S15 is.
Yeah, Blum as he's known in other communities. Vitaly Asayev in that Blum S15 has had really strong showings this year, but it's only getting better and better every time out there. Cudi, again, doing almost what Chilkov did in the last battle, just didn't quite get the initiation, didn't get the rate to angle, but as soon as you get to outer zone number 1, that's a great chance to kind of shake the cobwebs off and go, all right, now I'm going to start pouring on some pressure. And you saw that from the Escuco Drift Family E36. Maybe lacked a little bit of angle there compared to Isaev, but use that to be able to maintain proximity, consistent proximity. Joe has won battles today already, so tough call from the Czech driver there, but I think he made the right decision.
On an uphill course like this, especially, mechanical grip is huge in the gaps, if you will. And it seems that, especially on this, it does take the cake in what is deciding battles, as I think a lot of the cars we're seeing win today, they're just gripped up, and maybe today that was the correct choice to just struggle through qualifying and then just have a fast car in battles. Or maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about at all.
I was going to say Vitaly ended up taking 5th in qualifying, and considering how close qualifying was, especially at the top, making that car work both with show and go, it looks like. But we'll see what he can do in the chase position here. Second run of this battle. Samuel Cudi to Escuco Drift Family E36 BMW in the lead. The Czech driver taking a great initiation as Vitaly Isayev, the Ukrainian, in chase. Not really getting the best initiation is Isayev, but he's got all the time in the world to reset. As we said, this first outer zone is a really good place to do that, and you see the proximity he's putting on in this chase position as Cudi tries to turn on the jets. Oh, big correction from Samuel there. No angle through that outer zone, and that causes the gap to open. Great job from Isayev to just kind of run his line and not get phased by that and actually gain ground as Cudi recovered from that mistake.
Yeah, I think there, again, as you said earlier in an earlier battle, there was blood in the water and the chaser smelled it, gave a little bit of space, let the leader settle in, deal with the problem that they had, and then take advantage of it and capitalize and show just how in control they are in that chase position. As we do have a very quick call in here, and I think that, yes, the judging will go along with this. Sometimes all you need is the person you're battling to make a mistake to show just how on the ball you are that day. As we'll slide him left for Vitaly Isayev, we'll slide it right for Samuel Cudi. We'll keep it in the middle for an OMT and see who moves on to our top 16 here. 1 for Vitaly. 2 for Vitaly, securing the win, and 3, a unanimous decision for Vitaly Isayev moving on. But who will he battle? Keenan, I think a lot of people in chat will be happy to see this next battle.
Yeah, I think finally the people are getting what they want. Adriel Machado versus Martinez Ostreka. This is a huge battle for Machado, a driver who could not be happier to see that he's doing well. Qualified excellent yesterday. Got a deep score in the 90s. I think the best he's qualified all season in 12th. Unfortunately, he's going to go up against last round's winner at Taratanga Park, Martinez Ostreka and Team Urta, a driver that can win from wherever he qualifies on the grid. So a really big challenge for Adriel Machado here in this top 32 battle, and a really big challenge for Martinez because you have a guy who's hungry, you have a guy who's been working to get better and better the longer he's been driving. This should be a good one. And
the Dye's over here, he threw a crumpled up piece of paper at you there, Keenan.
Yeah, I got them confused again.
The other Ostreka, yeah. Darius Ostreka.
Darius is like, what do I gotta do? Wear a hat? Like, I'm confused.
Yeah, what do you need from me? As Adriel Machado, definitely a showman with them burnouts.
I stand by what I said, though. This guy can win from any position. It doesn't matter where he is.
That is true. So both drivers here, the amazing qualifying runs. I think we're about to see an amazing battle of yellow cars here, and away we go. No, this is Martinez is being smart. Called his restart.
This is what I said this earlier. I think this is what we should have seen Masashi Yoshida do.
Yep.
Just said it didn't get the jump, didn't quite want to get the jump he wanted. So we do have that first blue line. If you see on the run-up, you're allowed to get a restart if you feel like you didn't get a good jump, you didn't get a good start for any reason, basically, so long as it's not abused. So it is great job from Martinez, as I believe Adriel Machado is going to have to perform the dance of his people once again to get those rear tires nice and hot. I know he's a driver that's sitting on a wider rear tire, so I think maybe that's his strategy, just try to overheat the rear tire, maybe put some extra air pressure in and take some grip out of that car, especially in the lead position. I think that would pay off for him.
Maybe just get as much speed underneath him as possible, as much grip as he possibly can on a track like this. And here we go. We do have a battle. There was contact on that initiation, and generally that will go on the fault of the chase driver. So Martinez Ostreka might be sweating a little bit now, as Adriel Machado seems unfazed whatsoever with a very, very clean lead run coming on through. Let's see if he keeps it on the track, and he does. Martinez Ostreka throwing that S15 at that Mustang. I think the writing might be on the wall here for Martinez before even the first run is over.
Who and what did you people do with Adriel Machado? Different man here this weekend at Fuji for round number 6 here, ESDA presented by Traxion. The confidence in this man's driving. He's going up against one of the most experienced drivers on the platform. Anybody in Team IRTA is a killer. And Masashi, Adriel Machado was not afraid. Again, a little bit of contact there. You might see a second tire off on that rumble strip. One tire is okay. It was something that was cleared in the drivers' meeting yesterday. That is unfortunately a huge latency moment with Machado driving out of Brazil and Martinez driving out of Lithuania, where Team IRTA is based. So we are at a European server, so I believe by technicality Machado's would be, we would put him in a US server, but that's just the way it is. I'm not sure what's going to happen there, to be honest with you. That is going to be a deciding factor of the whole battle, unfortunately, because it did cause a big separation and cause Machado to drop an extra tire. So it's going to depend on what the judges view on that. It really stinks, but regardless of what's happened today, I'm really stoked to see Machado's progress, but he's got to be able to wrap it up in the chase position here too. Great leads. We need to see him put on a great chase.
And historically speaking, it's the chase driver is responsible for providing enough space for the leader to do their initiation, and that includes with things like desync, any form of anything like that. So sometimes being that aggressive as the Ostrekas both are, all of the IRTA drivers are on their initiations especially, and it's caught a few of them out before, and maybe we might start seeing all of the IRTA guys give a little bit more space.
You don't have to worry about that right now, as Martinez Ostreka's got all the room in the world as he is leading with Adriel Machado giving chase. He tries to give him a little bit of a gap and then sucks up right to the door. Really weird slowdown from Martinez Ostreka there. Not quite sure what happened, but Adriel Machado in the chase position, trying not to let that Team IRTA E46, that Team IRTA S15 pull away. Good transition there by Ostreka, filling all of that zone, but Machado trying to put as much pressure on in the chase as he can. Unfortunately, Joe, I don't think anything in that run was significant enough to take the attention away from that contact in run number 1.
I think I would agree with that, but look at Adriel Machado again, as you said earlier, super confident in that chase, even with weird stuff happening in front of him with slowdowns. And he definitely learned from what happened in run number 1, gave the leader a little bit more space than probably was necessary, and just knew that I can just get the car settled in and catch up through that first corner. And then Martinez had a weird slowdown as well, which kind of helped him catch up even more. So I think Adriel Machado's feeling very good right now.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened in turn 1 of run 2. Machado got on the power, and again, I think he's got the grippier car out of the two of them. Not by much, but I think he does. But if you watch this initiation, we go through this replay again, Martinez just doesn't get going. He doesn't necessarily slow down. He just doesn't go. Look at the rate to close here. Yep. 2-car gap, and then whoop, he's right there again. It has to really back off and put a tire on the rumble strip there. So I don't know if they're going to view that as Machado just charging really hard, or if Martinez had some sort of slowdown. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these judges backs out and checks some telemetry here.
Yes, either way, what a battle. Both drivers driving very hard, and what a confidence change in Adriel Machado from when we first saw him in competition until now. The Urtus guys, I'm not saying I'm not saying Martinez is not confident at all, but they have just been confident since day one. I'm gonna be real about that. Controversial opinion, I know. Not really.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough call. I think now you're basically putting fault to both of those mistakes before the run even started both times. Like, regardless of what happens, like I said a little bit in qualifying yesterday. We've had issues before. Actually, I think we may have a judging call here.
We do, in fact, have a judging call. So we're going to slide him left for Adriel Machado, slide him right for Martinez Ostreka, or keep him in the middle for an OMT and have him run again. As Dye votes for an OMT, Brady votes for an OMT, and Wes for an OMT. So unanimous one more time, and the judges finding equal mistakes from both drivers, so we will see them run again.
Yeah, I think it all came down to the judges just saying too many mistakes from both runs. Martinez had that issue going into the corner number one and his initiation. I'm assuming the judges are going to view Machado at fault for that overcharge in run number two, which makes sense. Martinez didn't necessarily slow down. It just looks like Machado gained 20 mile an hour out of nowhere. So yeah, he had to really check up and put a tire on the rumble strip. Big mistake from him. So now here's the thing. Both these drivers had a chance to learn each other, have a chance to learn how each other drive. So this should be even closer. The fact that if I'm Machado, I'm smiling ear to ear right now. You just took one of the best guys in the game to OMT. From a guy who's been struggling to qualify this year, this is a huge improvement from Adriel. It would be just a cherry on the cake if you take him OMT and take this win. If he wants to move on, he's got to earn it, but he's looking like he can do that today.
And here we go as Martinez Ostrega starting way back, hoping to get a good run, avoid the mistake that he had last run. There we go. No drama now as Adriel Machado looking gorgeous in that initiation, and Martinez Ostrega kind of cutting his line to try and keep up to that Mustang. Maybe doing that grip dance before the run really is paying off for Adriel Machado. Confident as anything, not even looking like he's worried about an OMT, just coming in. Both drivers right on the line now. Martinez Ostrega on Adriel's door. That's such a great run from both drivers.
Yeah, some small mistakes from both. Obviously, Martinez, kind of had that wacky initiation. We'll take a quick look at that when we get the replay going here. Watch that Urta S15 in the chase. Just cuts in a little early, trying to close proximity. Has to kill the angle to not run a tire over the curb, and a big straightening moment. Kept the car sideways, not a zero, but, just because it's not a zero doesn't mean it's a one. Machado is going to make a similar mistake right here. Just doesn't really have that much angle in the last outer zone. Door wide open for Martinez Ostrega to put the pressure on in the chase. So, and then Martinez, another issue going over the line there. Just, I don't know if he's got too much grip in that car or what's going on there, but it seems every time he wants it to just start eating, it eats way too much. It's way too hungry when it comes to grip. But Machado, does have that minor mistake. I think maybe could have filled that first outer zone a little bit better, Joe. But I'm sticking with my guns here and saying this is the most confident we've seen him all year, and it's not even close.
Oh, for sure. And Martinez Ostrega, we've been watching this consistently over the season. His car's been getting more and more gripped up, and he's been struggling with it more and more to keep it on the line. It is fast. Do not get me wrong at all, but I think we might have found where that line exists as Adriel Machado starting so far back, and here we go.
Adriel Machado driving out of Brazil in the chase in the Mustang, leading from Lithuania will be Martinez Ostrega for Team Urta. Oh, Machado basically made the same mistake again. He's going to lose the front end and cause contact with Martinez Ostrega. Run over. It is done. And this is just for you guys watching at home now. That is unfortunate. So what I've seen a lot of people doing here today, Joe, and I think what just happened is they fall into the trap of entering shallow to try to not let the lead car pull away. And when you enter shallow, there's actually, the whole track's uphill, but the gradient changes the farther inside you are on this first corner. And Machado hit that gradient. The more uphill you go, the more the gradient uphill, the more grip the car has, and the front end, you can just see, as soon as he hit that curb too, just walked away from him. We're at a zero at that point.
People don't realize just how aggressive curbs are sometimes too on the wheel. It looked like he was doing fine, and then as soon as that front wheel got on the curb, it just got away from me. He had to straighten up to keep the car under control at all. Yeah, you see that front tire just start bumping, and it got away from him. Unfortunately, when you're drifting that close to the line, you find yourself in that situation. And then Martinez Ostreka, again, minor mistakes, but I think Adriel's...
He tries to stay in it to be fair to him, but I think this whole thing, Joe, starts way before we even get to turn one. If you watch the initiation one more time, if we have time to watch it again in slow motion, just watch where Martinez is and watch where Adriel. See how Martinez hangs it out wide, still wide, then cuts in. Adriel is already moving towards the inside of the corner. I don't know if he was just scared of the lead car pulling away, so went a little bit shallow, because that isn't kind of a judged area. You can go a little bit shallow in initiation, but it's costed people today, and I think that's what just happened there. Just watch it again. See how early he dives in and how little angle he has in comparison. The car, that was... Martinez is already flirting with the tire drop. Yeah. And if he's that far inside, then where is Machado to go? So...
Oh my gosh. Let's see again. Yeah, it's... But... At some point, though, throwing a lot of angle does not count as a decel if you're staying in the gas. And I think that was kind of smooth, so we do have a call here. We're going to slide it left for Adriel Machado, slide it right for Martinez Ostreka. Keep it in the middle for an OMT, and let's see what happens here. 1 for Martinez Ostreka. 2 and 3 for Martinez Ostreka, taking down Adriel Machado in an OMT by the skin of his teeth, and he will be taking on Vitaly Azayev in the next run. But first, we'll see who wins, Alexander Element or Roy Munos.
I don't think that Machado has anything to be disappointed about on that. It sucks that he's bowing out in the 32. It doesn't really justify his great qualifying and his improvement, but he just went to war with Martinez Ostreka. It didn't end up getting the win, but he left Ostreka with a bloody lip coming out of the bar fight, if you catch my drift here. So I don't think he's got too much to be disappointed about. That was a heck of a battle, a heck of a 2 battles, a heck of a weekend for him, and an exponential improvement. So it's unfortunate we can't see him move on in today's competition, but it is a strong showing from Adriel Machado, and I cannot wait to see what he can do for us in round number 7 at the end of October 21st and 22nd here at TraxionGG. We're going to crown a champion. I cannot wait to see you guys there. Well, I won't be there, but I'll kind of be there, but I won't be there. But I can't wait to see you guys there. It's going to be a heck of the end of the season. But ladies and gentlemen, our next battle, as you said, Joe, is going to be Alexander Element Championship implications. Roy Munos in the chase. Roy is going to try and play spoiler and keep this points battle close between Element and Mustafa Amin. Again, Mustafa Amin in group number 3, so we'll be seeing him very soon. Roy Munos, I think another one of those drivers. He's 25th right now with 142 points. The cutoff currently Cameron Mustard 122. So he's only 20 points to the good. So he doesn't necessarily need a super strong day here today, but if he can have a super deep run in the bracket, he's safe for 2023 as well.
Yes, he is. So let's see here. Alexander Element hoping to just... I don't know if the math works out, but I think if he has a good day, he can secure the championship today. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, if we think it would take basically a top 4 or a win and the other members of the top 5 falling apart. Speaking of which, Deshaun Hack, not here, was not able to qualify, will not be in competition. However, Darius Ostreka, Austin Zalewski, and Mustafa Amin are all still in the tournament. So, and then you have outside chances like Daniel Andrev that would basically need 2 perfect rounds but can still get it done. Robert Brzezinski in the same boat. They're not mathematically eliminated, but they're mathematically improbable, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. As both drivers are doing the grip dance again, as we are coming to learn about this. I don't think we've seen this at any other track this much, honestly.
Yeah, usually they just drive right up to the line. They're good to go. So I'm wondering why. Maybe we'll be able to talk about that a little bit in the podium. Ask one of these guys why tire heating was a little bit more important today. But to get there, we still have so much more drifting action left for you. Roy Munos going up against Alexander Element. Big championship implications here.
As here we go, Alexander Element in the lead, Roy Munos in the chase. And here we go. Big initiation from both drivers, but Alexander Element, that Ferrari just always is just perfect for him, as Roy Munos is left standing in the dust fighting to catch on up. But it seems like Alexander Element always has just a little bit more speed in him on this track today. And I think he is on form to see that top 4 spot, but Roy Munos is fighting his best, being very smooth in that chase, but it seems like he might just have not enough grip as we go across the line, and I think Alexander Element's going to be feeling very, very confident.
Yeah, as we take a quick look at that replay, it's looking like a lot of drivers are struggling in the chase with the first quarter of the run.
Yes.
The first inner clip, the first touch and go, people are having problems, but once they get to the first of our 3 outer zones, it's looking like they get it all wrapped up after that. So, again, Roy having the same sort of issue, but from what I can recall, Joe, every time Element's lost a battle this year or had a run that hasn't been super deep in competition, it's always been him playing himself, basically, in the chase. So this battle is not over by a long shot. And where has Roy been the strongest today? In his leads. So we'll see what happens here. The strong leads breed strong chases, but we've seen some over-aggression already today, and we've seen issues early on in the run today too. So it's definitely not over yet.
I think overall, Alexander Element is not stepping in his own way today, and if he can just keep it behind that Supra, I think this might be a very easy win for him. I hate to see it, and I hate to count someone out, but Alexander Element's looking very on form today. I've seen him drive very well, but I don't think I've seen him drive this consistently at any event, and let's see if that remains true.
Yeah, Roy not getting the best start either is really going to hamper his chances. Alexander Element in the chase position here now. Roy, great initiation there, big angle from the Team Ascent Supra, but Alex Element right there in the chase. Actually, Roy opening the gap up a little bit, but Alexander Element just getting back on the power, closing that distance in between the two vehicles. Nice job on the outer line there for Roy, set himself up for the last second to last outer zone number 2, but Alexander Element right there with him. Let me like to see a little bit more angle from Roy Munos on the last inner clip, but Joe, like I said, I don't think it's going to matter when that consistent of a driver is behind you, and Alexander Element.
Exactly, and I would expect to see, unfortunately for Roy, a very quick response here, as that Ferrari is dialed in today. And I'm watching the 2 runs side by side, but I cannot really fault Alexander Element today on anything. Roy Munos, no slouch at all on both of his runs, but today I think I don't want to make the joke again, Keenan.
He's looking very comfortable today, extremely comfortable, which is good news for him and bad news for literally everybody else. Quick shout out to thanks to everybody for hanging out, for watching Adriel. If you're here to support Brazilians, do not go anywhere. Your first battle of your group number 3, presented by the Big Duck Club, will include Daniel Andrev and Hugo Black driving out of Brazil as well. So we're not done with some Brazilians in competition today. We have 50% less than we did 10 minutes ago, unfortunately, but again, great job from Machado. It was awesome to see him and his improvement and bringing his community over here. It's nice to have you guys. Jokes aside, it's cool to see the excitement, and cool to see the passion for sim drifting, the passion for drifting, as we wait for a call here. I think we do have one.
And here we go. Slide him left for Alexander Element, slide him right for Roy Munos, keep in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3 for Alexander Element, moving on to battle in our top 8 here, but who will he battle? It'll be an S15, I'll tell you that much. So it'll be Vitaly Zayev up against Martinez Ostraka.
This is going to be a barn burner. You have basically, he's not a rookie, but he kind of is in this competition. Vitaly Zayev, a driver that actually he is a rookie. He's currently 8th in your Rookie of the Year standings behind a very strong number of drivers. Abdulrahman Al-Shetwi, Roy Munos, Thanawat Fuison, Samuel Cudi, Kawini Banks, Joaquim Hogue, and currently your leader, Daniel Andrev, who we will see in group number 3 is leading Rookie of the Year. So a strong showing today from Vitaly can close the gap to first place in the Rookie of the Year standings. But again, he's got a mountain to climb in Martinez Ostreka, who just got out of a war with Adrian Machado. So he's going to be carrying that momentum for the rest of the competition.
And here we go. I think Vitaly Azayev, he's been trying to put a perfect weekend together, and today it seems like if he stays out of his way, he can go pretty far. He's already, I think that if memory serves, this might be as far as he's gotten so far, but let's see here as he goes on to take on Martinez Ostreka. Big angle, and Martinez not learning his lesson, getting all up in Vitaly's business during that initiation through the first transition, putting it right on that white S15's door. Again, matching angle. Vitaly, a very clean and consistent lead run. Big angle again. Cutting in very close. Great proximity from Martinez Ostreka, but Vitaly Azayev, no fear at all in that lead, looking nothing but consistent.
2 tire drops for Martinez Ostreka in the chase. It looks like we talked about this a bit yesterday in qualifying. There is a bit of a bumps going into turn number 1, and sometimes if you initiate just a bit too aggressive, just a bit too early, it just bucks the car. And you can kind of see that. We'll be able to see that after run 2 when we get a better look at these replays, but it just bucks the car and whips it way too early, drops a tire on that inner clip, and then watch that Urta Esports machine in the chase again. Watch that right front tire on the curb once again. So that is two hands in the cookie jar for Martinez Ostreka in the chase. Man, Vitaly's looking scary good today.
He is looking on form today.
You're talking about
Really
drivers that are consistent and in their element. Alex, obviously, but Vitaly Azayev, another Ukrainian driver out here, just looking super, super comfortable at Fuji.
Again, looking very, very, very clean. Martinez Ostreka looks like he's been fighting his car all day. So let's see if he can wrangle that car for a run and really put some barn burner in, maybe put a little bit of daylight between the 2 cars. I don't see how he's going to claw back on this one.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, run number 2. Vitaly Azayev sitting on an advantage. Let's see how aggressive he gets in his initiation. Martinez Ostreka going to throw it all at the wall and see what sticks here. Round number 6 from Fuji Speedway. Look at the proximity already from Vitaly Azayev. We haven't seen anyone get that close. The gap is going to open a little bit after the touch and go, but back to the door of that Urta Esports S15 in this all S15 battle. The Blum machine of Chem, of Vitaly Azayev, trying to be able to bid his way further in this competition, but look at the angle from the... Oh, 1 tire off, though, from Vitaly Azayev. That could really play into the judges' hands. Again, I think we saw 2 from Martinez, but I definitely saw one that from Vitaly going over that last inner clip. Up until that point, Joe, it was a very strong chase run.
It does seem, though, that I think Vitaly's on a form today we have not seen before. Just matching, great angle, sliding a little back, because sometimes you want to be close up on someone's fender and sometimes you don't, but I think Vitaly was playing it very safe. Martinez Ostreka was struggling a little bit more to keep it consistent in the proximity, but I think lead for lead, chase for chase, I could see Vitaly walking away with this just a little bit here, Keenan.
I mean, it's pretty easy to, it comes down to the first corner for me. Again, I really didn't think that would be the hot spot for today, as I think the drivers are getting word of a judging call. We have a word of a judging call. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this is an upset.
It very well could be, oops. As we're going to slide it left for Vitaly Azayev, slide it right for Martinez Ostreka, keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and a unanimous decision for Vitaly Azayev, moving on to battle Alexander Element in the top 8 here. Vitaly Azayev, I'm sure, has a big smile on his face, and let's see what happens here. This is going to be a battle, to say the very least, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I saw the lead from Vitaly, I was like, I want to see these 2 dudes battle. I need to see these 2 dudes battle. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is your final of your group number 2.
Ooh, I am now buzzing after that battle. This next battle, both drivers seem to be on form today. Very fast, great angle from both drivers. So I cannot even imagine what it's going to be too, because this is also our number 4 against our number 5 seed. So these two drivers qualified almost exactly the same yesterday.
Yeah, kind of a wacky juxtaposition to our next level racing group number 1, where the final battle was Jarrett, your number 25 qualifier, and Zach, your number 17. Now you got the 2 top seeds in this group, this Mazda Racing group. Number 2, Alex Element, 4th qualifier. Vitaly Isiev, your number 5 qualifier. Both these drivers have kind of gotten away with just being consistent and clean. I think we're going to need to see both of them push, because only one of them can make it into your Traxion Final 4.
That is the truth. And Vitaly starting back a little bit, getting a huge run up, knowing he has to get a lot of speed to keep up with that Ferrari of Alexander Element. Big initiation from both drivers. Vitaly slowly reeling in that Ferrari. Great angle in the chase, but even better angle in the lead through the transition. Both drivers definitely feeling each other out. Getting huge angle up against the wall, looking like both drivers could almost hit it, but they do not. Keeping it on the track, and here we go. Are there drops? Yes, there are from both drivers, I think. And through the final inside clip, Vitaly learning his lesson, not dropping tire on the inside. And across the line, Keenan.
Little correction there, going over the line for Vitaly. Sorry to cut you off.
You're fine. No, I was just gonna say, what a battle, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, a lot to take away from both as we take a look at the run back from that replay of run number 1 in a minute. There we go. Whew. Okay, Element, big initiation there. Again, you're allowed to drop 1 tire on the curb going into the corner, but I think I saw Vitaly. I'm not sure if it showed up on stream, but on my screen, it didn't look like he dropped the tire at all in the chase. So maybe some desync issues there, but right here is kind of where I saw the biggest mistake from Vitaly. Looked like all 4 drivers kept it on the track, but a little bit shallow going into that power alley X section. And then we talked about it before. The tighter you are into that last corner, Joe, the elevation change is significantly different. So it looks like, again, if we get a chance to watch in here again, watch that Blum S15 in the chase. Alex Element just doing what he does best right now in the lead position. But right here, he doesn't get all the way out to that line, and you don't have to, but it sets you up good for the rest of the course. It looks like Alex goes shallow, and the Vitaly tries to cut in at the end, and then just kind of gets caught up by the elevation change in the front end and kind of walks away from him a little bit. So not a huge mistake, but it's something that may be talked about in the judging booth after this run's concluded.
That is for sure. So now the turntables are turned, and it seems like Alexander Element also is fearful of that S15. Oh my gosh, I am so excited to see this battle. I bet we're gonna see heroes or zeros.
Alexander Element trying to make sure he wraps up the championship today, and Vitaly Isiev trying to get the run of his life right now. Not sure what happened there, but big separation from Alexander Element, and Vitaly Isiev. Element's going to completely miss the touch and go, moving into outer zone number 1, but right to the door of that S15. Big angle from Chem right now in the Vitaly Isiev in the lead machine. Big straightening from Alexander Element in the chase too. I'm not sure if that was a full straighten, but definitely did not go lock to lock. Aggressive transition like we've seen from him the rest of the day. Vitaly Isiev may have just upset your championship leader. I think the fact it's even going to judging is something that he can hold his head up high with.
I think that they are probably both having a lot of fun together too, because if memory serves, these are both Ukrainians together too, having fun and driving. So I'm sure that they're having a blast. And both drivers doing great, but I think Alexander Element on that slow transition and then Chem keeping it on the track might be enough to bump it over the line. And our judges are asking you for a replay of run number 2 full screen.
They're looking to see if that was a straighten. So look at this again. Well, this is the tail end of the run, so wait till it restarts here. Here we go. Watch that blue Ferrari. No idea what happens there. I think maybe he just went for the flick and then got spooked. But lack of angle there kind of goes to the initiation. Still a judged run here at this point, Joe, but that's not what we're looking at. Great job from Vitaly on that first outer zone, but watch that blue Ferrari and chase.
Here we go.
It looks like he grips for like a tenth of a second.
That's rough. That's really rough.
On my screen, like you still see the smoke, the wheel spin's still happening, but just watch the. It could be a little lag too. It's been a real lag moment today. It's been really yucky today for some reason, but watch the chase here. We are getting a judge to back out, so taking a look.
Yeah, that looks a little too slow for me, and I'm just trying to make sure it's not like the smoke moving weird in front of the spoiler and making it look, you know what I mean? Because sometimes you see the smoke makes it look like he's sitting still when he's not, things like that. But I don't know if that they'll zero him for that necessarily, but I could see that being a major deduction. And that tied in with Vitaly not dropping a tire immediately after there, which Alexander Element did do in his lead run. That might be enough.
All right, watch the Ferrari here again. We're coming out of the second inner clip. Watch that blue car in the back. You're going to see it kind of straighten out. This is okay. And then just right here, it looks like it grips for a second, and then it's sideways again. So 2 of our judges have actually backed out. What's wonderful about Assetto compared to our previous platform is the judges are able to back out and look at telemetry of these cars. So like change camera angles, look at RPMs, look at tire heat, look at tire grip. So these guys are going to be able to check it. I think that's what they're looking for right now, Joe. Is this a deduction or is it not an OT? Is this a deduction or is this a zero? Because obviously this is a zero. It's game over. It's game blouses. But if it's a deduction,
even with the deduction, I think that it is not enough to bring it to OMT territory. Just lead for lead, there were less drops. Chase for chase, there's that weird transition. It's a rare misstep from Alexander Element. That's not a complete huge mistake. And I don't think that he did well enough everywhere else to make up for it. Maybe I'm biased.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with bias when it comes to Rift commentary as long as you admit that bias. That is my opinion. I'm allowed to be a fan too, darn it. I'm allowed to have drivers I like more. And I mean, if you've seen any sort of professional drifting chat as the event's going, the fan of a driver just means you are completely blind to every other judging call. So that's why we have our 3 judges in the booth, completely impartial, bipartisan folk. Stoked to see Wes back today. Shout out to Wes. He's been busy with his life.
Yes.
So it's cool to be able to see him find some time in his schedule to come and hang out with us nerds for the days. But this is really their judges are going over this with a fine-tooth comb. We haven't seen either. Dai has not joined the session back yet, so it's the first one we've had to send upstairs, as we say in Canada, for the day.
As I'm sure the judges definitely are formulating lists of who can do what.
Another thing too is that little grip moment, Joe, could very well just be lag too.
Yes.
That's why I didn't want to put too much emphasis on it. If you look at it again, good timing. It just looks like it goes and then transitions again. It could very well just be, I don't know what it is about today that's been really super jittery for everybody, but keep that into account too. So that's why Harold's going back. He's currently looking to run over with the judges. They have telemetry up. They'll get the real tail of the tape there, but definitely a tough call for our judges here at ESDA round number 6 here from Fuji Speedway in Japan. So awesome to be able to go back to Japan. Love that we try to make a stop here every year. This is super unique section for Fuji too, not the competition section that we're used to seeing. I don't think a car would survive a weekend of this section. It's full throttle for a good 30 seconds. Someone's sending a rod through the roof or through the hood if we ran here in real life. But
and here we go. We are getting a call in here. So we're going to slide it left for our number 4 seed, Alexander Element. Slide it right for Vitaly Isaev. In the middle for nothing. And 1 for Vitaly, 2 for Vitaly, and a unanimous decision for Vitaly Isaev, moving on to our final 4. Oh my gosh.
That is absolutely, you see him doing the donuts right there. That is a huge win for Vitaly Isaev. That's got to be the win of his ESDA career right there, carrying himself into the Final 4. It's not over for him. He's going to have to face Zach O'Sullivan in the first battle of our Traxion Final 4. And Alexander Element, not making the Final 4, not winning the round, but a top 8 run could be enough to seal the deal for his championship berth, depending on how group number 3 goes. Ladies and gentlemen, Big Duck Club group number 3 on deck. Right next, Daniel Andrev, Hugo Black, Mikhail Morvanov, Mustafa Amin, your number 2 in points. Robert Kuzinski, your number 5 in points. Vikaris Lucas, Darius Ostreka, your number 4 in points. And Cameron Mustard fighting for his 2023 pro license. There is still so much more to play for as ESDA round number 6 from Fuji Speedway presented by Traxion comes back right after this break.
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by TraxionGG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit TraxionGG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh!
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning, Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second half of this top 32 for the ESDA round number 6 from Fuji Speedway, presented by Traxion. My name is Keenan Kuzin, joined by Joe Piro, Strix Pulsatrix, and Hayden Rigsby. We are back for the BDC, the Big Duck Club, group number 3.
I gotta say, Keenan, I'm so excited. And we got our judges over here. Carol's over there spinning around on a chair. Brady's counting on his fingers super fast, and Wes is just streaking.
Yeah, so he's been telling me about how much he loves corn all day. I don't really know what this is about.
I don't really get it, but it's okay. We love them all the same.
Big Iowa guy.
Yeah, big Iowa guy. As we find ourselves, speaking of Iowa, we're going to go north. New Zealand, find ourselves all the way in Japan, which is a big stretch for a little Westie boy over here. As we find ourselves in the final sector here at Fuji Motor Speedway. It's an uphill section, super aggressive, super committed, very surprisingly technical, Keenan, and overall I think all of our drivers here in our Big Duck Club group number 3 are going to put on a show for us here.
Yeah, and again, we take a quick look at this bracket when we have a minute. This is a heater of a bracket here. Daniel Andrev going to be going against Hugo Black. Andrev, your number 2 qualifier driver who's only been getting better and better. all season. I had a brew in there. Mikhail Mordvinov, another driver that's been getting stronger and stronger, going up against the only man who can play spoiler in the points. We'll take a look at those in a minute. Mustafa Amin, Robert Kwasinski, JX team driver, been doing so well this year up against Vakaris Alukas for Team Urta, and Darius Ostraka, our last round winner, number 10 qualifier. It's Darius, not Martinez, that won last round, just in case you guys forgot, so you don't make the mistake, because I would never. Going up against Cameron Mustard, who is on the outside, I think the outside looking in now for an ESDA 2023 Pro Playoff license. So quick look at these points at the top of the board was just updated. So that is the gap from Mustafa to Alexander Element. Obviously, Element is out for the day. He has 380 points. So within 100 points is Mustafa. I mean, if he could get a win today, Joe, he could take the championship lead.
Oh, that is for truth. So, first though, that was a sentence. I worked good today. Don't you worry. But our first battle here is lined up and ready to go. We have our number 2 seed, Daniel Andrev, up against our 31 seed, Hugo Black.
Hugo driving out of Brazil. Okay, I'm not talking today either, apparently.
We're doing good.
Whoever had that wedding yesterday casted a hex on me for making fun of them, I think.
No hexes.
Daniel Andrev driving out of Lithuania, another one of those IR drivers that is represented in real life drifting. Team IRT, the Olibet machines driving into Lithuania series, I believe is maybe Drift Masters as well, but definitely Lithuania. Hugo Black driving out of Brazil. Let's see what happens first run of this group.
And here we go. Daniel Andrev in the lead. Hugo Black in the chase. A little bit funky of an initiation between the two drivers, but they worked it out. As Daniel Andrev, very smooth, confident, and fast lead run as we would expect from our number 2 seed. But Hugo Black, no slouch at all, putting it right up on that S15. And here has been do or die. A lot of drivers dropping tires here, but neither driver doing so. As Hugo Black clawing, trying for any proximity to get up to that super fast S15 of Daniel Andrev. But overall, both drivers, no major mistakes. So both drivers needing to fight as hard as they can. And I am seeing some stutter as well.
Hugo with the smooth criminal after the line there. Oh my, holy moly. Great. What I liked about Hugo's run here, again, he does drop back. It stinks. That's not good. But he doesn't get in his own head. A lot of drivers, when they get that separation, they're like, oh no, and then they start going shallow, they start killing angle. Hugo's just like, well, I guess he's pulling away, and then just kind of kept consistent, just did everything he needed to do, car in the right place, good amount of angle. So now if Andrev makes a mistake in his chase, it's not like, well, Hugo also did this in his chase. There's no really mistake to be had there other than gap opening. It's all you can really do if you feel like you're slower out of the two cars. Another thing to talk about too, Joe, is Hugo Black qualified 32nd. Yesterday, and on top of that, he got home from work, practiced for about 10 minutes, and then jumped in the qualifying session. So his qualifying is not representative of his skill level whatsoever.
Not at all. But it was not a bad. You say that like he had a bad score or something. It was like 89.5. So it's not like it was. It's not like he was a slouch at all. He's less than 10 points away from this number 2 seed parked right next to him, so no slouch at all, and they are lined up, and Daniel Andrev giving himself a huge run up, making sure that he's going to be right on that RX-8 store as soon as they initiate.
I was going to say, reminder, cutoff score yesterday was an 89, so not a low score at all, but that's just to show you what the quality of driving is this year in ESDA. And Daniel Andrev in the chase position now, gets a little bit close and backs off, maybe missing a little bit of that inner clip. Don't really hear him on the power as Hugo Black putting in a super strong lead so far. Great job on the wall from Hugo, good angle. Andrev just not looking comfortable yet in the chase. We're going to see if he can put a pressure on the door here. Gets the angle, but doesn't quite have that proximity, nudges in. Joe, every time he got close, it looks like he had to sacrifice something to do it. Maybe Hugo's got more speed in the RX-8 than he was letting on.
There is a strong possibility. Sometimes the best strategy is to not be practiced, so you're faster every single run, I guess. Let's look at him side by side, though. It does seem like Daniel Andrev was maintaining proximity, but yes, it looked like he was sacrificing everything else to do it. It was like his number one priority, which I cannot say that it was a bad decision necessarily, especially looking at him side by side. I think that his chase looks a lot better. Personally, I'm not a judge, but overall, I think it looks a lot better being that close.
It's one of these that's going to come down to opinions. Did you prefer Hugo's chase where it's just solid. I don't really see a lot of jittery movements, but especially from corner exits here, just watch Andrev in his chase. You see him kind of pull angle out really early to make sure that Hugo can't run away. Right there, too, especially not a whole lot of angle from him. He gets close here and then shallows out a little bit, kind of a little bit of a wiggle under angle. So it's going to come down to whether the judges say, all right, proximity not as important as fluidity, or the opposite. It's going to come down to opinion. These are always the most fun to see where they get judged, but also some of the most difficult for some of you guys maybe watching at home who have never watched sim drifting or competitive drifting before.
Yes, for sure. And I'm sure the judges are having a heated discussion right now about this, because there are definitely small points to point out for both drivers, especially if you start watching it this many times over and over. They are counting. I am sure they're legitimately counting to try and see any small detail, because yes, sometimes it balances out being a little bit closer, but being a little bit sloppier. It just I'm seeing an OMT.
Yeah, I was gonna say perfect candidate for an OMT as well. It's one of those that it's very rare. Usually we see one or two in competition for a day that could literally go to either driver or OMT. It's just gonna come down to what the judges view as more significant or less significant. To me, I know you said you're preferring Andrev, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I don't know. No, after watching it a few times, I think it's an OMT.
If I'm judging, I'm going Hugo. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm silly. Maybe I'm trying to pander to the Brazilians that are still in chat. Maybe a little bit of everything, but just I'd rather someone drop back and not have proximity and stay consistent than somebody who can maintain the proximity but is got his hands full, I think is the way of putting it. It wasn't necessarily a ton of mistakes, but it seemed like every judge zone he was a little bit farther outside, maybe a little bit jittery on the angle. Just never looked comfortable until right there at the very end. So OMT, I think, might be the intelligent thing to do, but again, it's going to come down to where all of the judges agree or whether the judges disagree. Considering we don't have a call yet, I feel like there is a discussion happening in the judges' booth.
Oh, that is for sure, but that's also a beauty of why you have three judges. They don't necessarily have to agree at all.
Hi, Tank Catapult. Goodbye, Tank Catapult. It was nice seeing you. That's unfortunate.
I do not know, as we do have a call here. And it is a split decision. That is, I'll give you that much of a look behind the curtain. As they're doing donuts, I support it. We'll slide it left for Daniel Andrev, slide it right for Hugo Black. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. As we have one for OMT. Brady votes for Hugo Black. West goes for Hugo Black as well, moving him onto our top 16.
Look who's got a big brain. It's me. I was right once in my whole life.
Crazy. It's insane.
I just got word from on Twitter from Masashi Yoshida that he did not remember the restart rule, and my heart had just shattered.
Oh, such a shame.
Getting that Google translated for me.
Such a
Oh man, the tweet right after that was like, I'm gonna keep doing this as long as I can, though, so I'm still stoked. But stoked for Hugo Black as well. Take it down, Daniel Andrev again. Andrev just too many mistakes in his chase. That's gonna be seeing him get the win in a nail biter against Hugo Black, your number 31 qualifier. But next up is Mustafa Amin against Mikhail Mordvinov, number 18 versus number 15. But this is a must win for Mustafa Amin if he wants to keep his championship hopes alive.
Everyone's doing their donuts again. I don't. We're getting so hot that they're heating the lug nuts off the cars. It's just cats are hanging out with dogs, Keenan. I don't understand what's going on anymore.
It's 2022. It's known to happen.
The more that time goes on, the more I feel like I confuse Norm Macdonald just daily. No, it's just not good.
That's a reference. That's a big Canadian reference.
As we have Mikhail Mordvinov in that super wide, super low, super big R35 up against Mustafa Amin. Second in points right now.
So again, if you missed that last battle, it was Hugo Black taking the win over Daniel Andrev. If you missed the explanation as well, it was Hugo was more consistent overall between his two runs. Andrev was closer, but it seems like every time he got close, he'd make a little mistake, go a little bit wide, have to take a little bit of angle out of the car, a little bit of straightening. So little things like that. So yeah, Hugo wasn't as close on his chase, but he was more consistent throughout beginning to end. So that is why Hugo Black will be moving on into the top 16. As I would think Daniel Andrev might be making a case for himself right now. Normally, when you see drivers warm up and then sit like this, it's just something from the last battle kind of spilled over a little bit. So wouldn't be surprised if that might be what's happening. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It was close. It was a tough decision. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're just all smooching. I have no idea. But Mustafa going to do this. I don't know why. I really hope he makes Final Four. I want to ask why he does this. No, watch what he does here. He's going to warm his tires and then reset. So I don't know if he's just doing it for show or if he's just psyching himself up, or there's something about Assetto that I just don't understand. It's possible. I am a commentator, not a driver. My brain is small. My hands are small. I'm small.
And here we go. That's your problem. I'm just gonna.
I was waiting for the brain to think of a joke to finish that sentence, and unfortunately, we didn't get there.
Sometimes you start a sentence without it ending. It's just. I'm just saying. Here we go. Mikhail Morvanov in the lead. Mustafa Amin in the chase. Big aggressive initiation from both drivers, and Mustafa Amin tucking it right up on that R35's door through the first corner, cutting back a little bit to make sure that they transition safely, and again right back on the door. It's crazy how he has his transition angle and then he has his I'm on your door angle, and he's looking very strong today. But Mikhail Morvanov, no slouch at all with this lead, allowing Mustafa Amin to do a chase like this and across the line.
What is going on with Mustafa Amin? He wasn't bad last season. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he was junk last season, but I don't know what has changed in that JX team program in the last 12 months, but the entire team has stepped it up to such a huge level, and Mustafa Amin has no problem carrying the flag for JX team and taking the fight to Alexander Element and as our points leader. Look at the proximity. He's on the bumper every transition. Maybe he could have held angle a little bit longer going into the last inner clip and that transition there, but that's really the only mistake I could see. And we even saw from drivers in chat today that it's really tricky to follow through that section. I know that Steve and Jarbo, one of our drivers, commented on it during the Alexander Element battle. So issues there, but other than that, he's in contention for chase of the day with that one. We still got a lot of battles left to go, but
yes,
wow.
As we are lined back up, and again, Mikhail Morvanov starting back, Mustafa Amin in the lead. I think both drivers just want to get this over with. They both know they're fast at this point, and both of them are driving very well today.
Hey man, that car's so hot, it's smoking, it's just sitting still. He's got the brake magic on.
Yep.
Lewis Hamilton, eat your heart out.
Sometimes you just need it.
As we'll see what happens here, ladies and gentlemen. Mustafa Amin, number 2 in points, trying to keep this championship fight alive. Mikhail Morvanov in the chase position in the GTR. Mustafa, that's not going to work. How did he even keep that from spinning? Lots of left foot brake, I would assume, but what an entry from Mustafa Amin. I don't know if it's going to go over well with the judges, but wow, it sure did look cool. Best second half of the run here. Mikhail Morvanov doing his best to not run over the JX team driver of Mustafa Amin, but right on the door, he says, chase of the day, don't worry, I have something to answer for that. Wow, that initiation. You need to look at the replay because I couldn't see it through all the smoke, but how did he keep that car from spinning?
As we get on the line, I don't know. I don't know. All of a sudden, give me that replay. Here we go.
Ooh. Did he touch the brakes there at all? I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Tafa. No way. No. Oh, you got hit too. What happened? Holy moly!
I don't know. I'm just speechless at this point.
I didn't see the contact at all. That just adds another layer of jaw on the floor. Again, shout out to Mordvanov for not making contact. He gets a tire up on the curb, but good lord. Yeah, that's we've had some moments in ESDA this season. That's one of them. That is a moment for sure. It depends on how this goes. This is a tough call for the judges, as I say.
I guess it is not a tough call. They're
not tough at all. Oh, yeah, Wes kind of said what I said, I think.
Yeah, exactly. As we do, let's put it on up. Slide it left for Mikhail Mordvanov. Slide it right for Mustafa Amin. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3 for Mustafa Amin, winning the new Gangster Entry Award.
Man, if he can keep getting away with that today, he's going to be tough to beat. That was silly. I don't know how else to describe that. That was incredibly silly. Just threw it in backwards in a corner that you can't really get away with that, but he's going to be moving on against Hugo Black on all RX8 battle coming up in the first battle of your Big Duck Club Top 16. But to get there, we still have 2 battles left to go, and that's going to be Robert Kwasinski against Vicaris and Lucas on deck next. Robert Kwasinski, the teammate of Mustafa Amin, who's been having an incredible season. Again, like I said earlier, everybody on that JX team has just stepped it up to a completely new level. It's been so fun to watch just all of them progressively get better and better and better as a team. But you know, you can't take anything away from Vicaris and Lucas. Team Urta has been a powerhouse for so long for a reason.
As we get lined back up here, our only 370Z and Mustafa Amin's teammate here, Robert Kwasinski in the lead. Vicaris and Lucas trying to keep Urtus in the running here. 2 very good drivers again. All of the scores were within 10 points of each other. And here we go. We are lined up.
Here we go. Again, this is not so important for the overall championship, but it could be important for the team championship. Urta Esports currently in control of that team championship.
There we go. And here we go. Big angle. I don't know why my camera is doing what it is doing, but here we go. And again, very, very clean through the first corner. And it does seem to me that Vicaris is no slouch today, as Robert Kwasinski hanging on. They're touching tire to tire. And coming through. And across the line again. Very, very clean run from Vicaris Lucas. I don't know how he could do much better in chase.
Yeah, I think run just kind of speaking for itself there, Joe. Super, super close with Vicaris in the ketchup and mustard Urta Esports machine. Look at that initiation. We've seen people initiate aggressive like that today, and it has not worked out for them. But Vicaris and Lucas having no issue right across the bumper again of Robert Kwasinski. Really high qualifying for Robert as well. You know, you have one team that is just known for being a powerhouse and one team that is slowly but surely seemingly making a name for themselves in esports drifting competition. But look at the proximity and the consistency of the angle from Vicaris and Lucas in that chase position. But we say this all the time, good chases need good leads. So we talk about the chase, go, wow! But because of that, that means we had a good lead from Rob Kwasinski. Maybe a little bit wide in interclip 1, but other than that,
oh my gosh, and here we go. Both drivers knowing what they just did too, and Kwasinski threw down a lead to allow that kind of chase to happen, but I think if Vicaris Lucas keeps it clean, there is not much Kwasinski can do in chase besides do exactly perfect.
So he's got to, here we go. Just got to put some pressure on in that chase position if he can get it done. Robert Kwasinski in the chase position. The JX team is 370Z. Leading is going to be Vicaris Lucas in the ketchup and mustard S14 Urta Esports machine. That's not a good start for Robert. Hit one of the bumps, did not get the initiation he was looking for, but he smells blood on the door. Up that, what is going on with Robert Kwasinski running the door of Vicaris Lucas? No fear from this JX team driver. I thought he was going in the door more than once. He is not afraid. Back on the door of Vicaris Lucas, who is driving for Robert Kwasinski right now. What a second half of this battle.
And here we go.
Wow. Group 3, ladies and gentlemen, presented by Big Duck Club. Holy moly.
And here we go. Man, I don't know, man.
I'm out of
don't
breath.
know. Yeah, I'm
winded.
I'm genuinely speechless. I think overall, though, Vicaris Lucas is really just... What's the word I'm looking for?
Good.
Amazing. Flawless. He showed up today.
My favorite thing in the chat is one of our judges, Wes Johnston, just key smashing.
He's literally just key smashing at this point.
My man had a bottom moment live on twitch.tv. Oh man, that stings for Robert. It's like he made the mistake in the first corner, went, well, I gotta go, and just right, oh man, he's pushing him through inner clip 2. That is insane amounts of proximity. I don't think it's gonna matter, unfortunately, but it was really, really cool.
Overall, this is such a clean run from both drivers. Everyone, I don't know. I just
Arrow
think
saw something. Watch Vicaris here on the last inner clip. Sorry to cut you off here, Joe. It's going to take a while to get there, but watch that lead vehicle. Such a good job on the wall on run number 2, and then watch the Urta Esports. Doesn't quite get to initiation there, but here's where I'm looking. Take another look. There's no inner clip there. Could be due to contact. There was a couple little tippy taps going into that last inner clip number 3, but he misses the inner clip. He done missed it. So I thought this was a Vicaris Lucas win all day, especially with that mistake from Robert, but it depends on how we might be in the conversation for some judging to happen here, ladies and gentlemen.
We do have some judging in here, and I think we are correct here. So we will slide him left for Robert Kwasinski, slide him right for Vicaris Lucas, keep it in the middle for an OMT. As we're going 1 for Vicaris Lucas, 2, and a unanimous decision for Vicaris Lucas with just a crazy chase. I think he set a standard, but now the question, can Darius Ostraka take on Cameron Mustard to go against how his teammate is monstrously driving today, Keenan? That is the question.
Yeah, Cameron, one of those guys that needs a strong finish to be able to maintain his pro license. Again, >! Points in the chat, and you can follow along live at home. Initial Die putting in double duty and updating these points at the conclusion of every group. So once this group finishes, the points will be updated, and it's going to be like that for the rest of the season. But Cameron Mustard in the Jap Speed R32 ? Love these cars. You can always keep you guessing. I thought it was a full R32 all year, and apparently I was just blind. But he's currently on the bubble. He is 32nd overall with 122 points. So he needs to find a way to move up this leaderboard and kind of give himself some breathing room so he doesn't lose his pro license next year. He's going to be going up against, as you said, Darius Ostraka, unfortunately for Cameron, last round's winner. So he's going to be carrying that momentum into tonight. This track, very similar in the sense of it's fast, but also technical. Not a whole lot of slowdown zones like we saw in Taratanga Park. So could be either one of these guys. Both of them have something to play for.
And we are getting up to the line here, and our first R32 of the day here.
First and only, if I recall. And I mean,
have to agree with that.
Someone said this in chat, like JX teams is on a different level this year. I know it got taken out in 32. Joe, that might be the best top 32 battle we've seen all year. If not, it's definitely in the conversation. Robert, with the chase of the decade, Vicaris, no slouch either, especially qualifying 26th. Super great job from both those guys. That was an awesome battle. Yeah, that one mistake on initiation, and then someone else in the Twitch chat caught it as well. He did miss that inner clip, the last inner clip, but the bumps going into the corner kind of prevented him from doing that. So the judge is picking up on that as well, giving Vicaris the win. But Robert going out swinging is kind of an understatement.
Yeah.
He went out kicking, screaming, setting things on fire, throwing blunt objects at glass.
It's amazing.
So yeah, hell of a job from Robert there. But we'll be seeing another Urta Esports machine. You're round number 5 from New Zealand, Taratanga Park winner. A driver that we've known has been capable of a win all season, just hasn't had the full day to get it done. Cameron Mustard, another driver, very strong, driving out of Scotland for Team RPM. This guy is also no slouch. Even just to get in the top 32 in points this year is huge. We've had over 90 drivers or 80 drivers registered. So to be in the top half of that field is I got to imagine is an accomplishment. But the win over today over Darius could help him secure that 2020 pro license and the confidence to go farther in today's competition.
And we are now lined up. So Darius Ostraka trying to go on and battle his teammate in Vicaris Alukas, trying to have an all-yellow battle next. But first, he has to get through Cameron Mustard, who has been driving very well all season, just getting in by the skin of his teeth. And here we go. Ooh, already drama into that first inside clip. I don't think Cameron Mustard was ready for Ostraka's giant angle that he threw in there, as we know that S15 already can have. But Cameron Mustard settling in now, keeping it lined perfectly up in the chase, keeping the car on the track in the lead. And Cameron Mustard as close as he can get away with, fighting for everything, showing that he's here and he wants to go out and take out Vicaris. Ooh, what a chase. I was worried for Cameron there for a little bit, but now I don't think I'm worried so much.
Man, Darius seeing the Mustafa Amin initiation went, okay, that's what I'm going to have to do today. Big flick, big initiation from him, but Cameron Mustard did have the mistake behind him. But then after that, almost like what Robert did, was just like, okay, I know what I need to do now. No pressure. I'm just going to put as much car on that yellow Urta Esports machine door as I can in the Jap Speed R32 of Cameron Mustard Team RPM. Again, look a little bit shallow here. It gets a little doink, a little contact. I don't think that was anything other than just the line Cameron chose to take there. Maybe initiated a little bit early, but man, I don't know what happened between the first two groups and this group, but these guys are just turning it up.
Everyone is really going now. Yeah, like the first group, it was kind of obvious who's up first, but now everybody is driving 10 out of 10 here, especially in that first corner. We saw how, I don't know how you could drive more on the edge of that corner without having a catastrophic accident.
Yeah, that's the reason these guys are some of the best sim drifters in the world, and you're watching them compete live today here, Esports Drift Association round number 6 from Fuji Speedway, presented by Traxion. And you can watch this on Twitch, YouTube. You can catch the VOD once again on YouTube with any other of the rounds you may have missed this season. This is round number 6. We are so stoked to have this season be here. It's been going off so well, and we'll be able to see if this battle goes off well for Cameron Mustard, who's in the lead now. Darius Ostraka in the chase. Cameron Mustard with the big initiation now. Darius Ostraka chasing that kind of a shallow line, but does not drop any tires, does not make contact. Misses the touch and go. Is Darius Ostraka. Cameron Mustard looking really good in this lead position right now. Big angle here on the second inner clip, but Darius Ostraka right there. I think he's going to wait till right about here to be able to put on that maximum pressure in the chase. Not really seeing it, actually. Gets him right there, but way too far inside for Darius Ostraka. There is an outer zone there coming across the line, so Darius had the proximity all the way through the run, but a couple of little mistakes. Joe, I think we might be seeing this go again.
That is true. I believe so as well. I don't know. I'm looking at the side-by-sides now. If it wasn't for that first corner mistake from Cameron...
Oh, it'd be GG Cameron, yeah, absolutely.
It would be super easy, but I think that's enough to bring it to OMT. But the question is, looking at it, is it enough to bring it past an OMT over to an easy win for Darius Ostraka? But I don't think it is.
I was going to say, keep in mind too, Darius' second run, he kind of gets a wacky run onto the first main straight. Almost doesn't get any of that touch and go. It's kind of hard to tell from the replay camera, but judges are not using the replay cameras. They're using the eyes and what cameras they'll need. But watch right here again. Run number 2 from Darius Ostraka in the chase. I don't know what happened, if he just kind of changed his line there a little bit, but didn't get all of the last outer zone either. So not like Darius isn't sitting on some mistakes here, which is why I say I wouldn't be surprised if this one goes again.
Yeah, I could see this as an OMT, as it just seems that Group 3 now is, let's have everybody drive almost perfectly the entire time.
Yeah, man, let's not take anything away from anybody who's driven today. If you just to make it into these competitions is a uphill battle in itself. But I don't know who spiked the coffee we put out for the Group 3 drivers, but this has been some really exciting sim drifting here today in round number 6. I keep repeating this, but That's what they do, I guess. And shout out to everybody watching at home. Thanks for spending your Saturday afternoon with us. Hopefully you got us on one tab and maybe a real-life series taking place in Poland open on the other tab.
Yes, and let's see. The judge is definitely going over with a fine-tooth comb today. I really do not... what's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know, Joe.
I don't envy them. That's the word. I'm just... Words today, I'm like...
Understandable.
Off into the distance today. I really don't know. Cameron, I'm sure, is kicking himself, and I would not be surprised if we saw Cameron Mustard take an upset here if we did find ourselves with an OMT.
Oh, I thought we had a call. My bad.
No, we
might
don't.
be.
We do not at all. We're still waiting.
And looking at the replica-esque Jap Speed R32 again, huge name over in the UK, Ireland, Scotland, that area. Someone's gonna yell at me and go, "Oh, this is not in the UK, man." I don't know anything. Okay, they put me here because I start talking and can't stop, not because I'm smart. And then, speaking of replicas, that Urta Esports machine, again, so prevalent in European drifting, participating in Drift Masters today as well.
As we do have our Kalin.
Kalin, who's calling?
A call from the judges are calling us in.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that was a bad
tapioca. Yeah, man, that was awful.
Oh my god. We're just going crazy here.
That was awful.
But slide it left for Darius Ostrega, slide it right for Cameron Mustard, keep it in the middle for an OMT. One for an OMT. One for Darius Ostrega. And a second OMT, we will have them run again. So now Cameron Mustard better get locked down and ready to go.
I mean, both these guys were only sitting on small mistakes, Joe, so that's not impossible to see them both clean this up, and we could have a barn burner of a battle on top of the one that we've already had. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you've never seen an OMT battle before, the last runs that you just saw of these two drivers do not matter anymore. Judges decided that it was too close to call, so they're going to run them again. Lead and chase one more time. That is or sudden death, as it may have been known at one point, as Cameron Mustard will be chasing the lower qualifier against Darius Ostrega. One judge, as you said, Joe, went with Ostrega, and I think if you were gonna give it to one, two small mistakes versus one big mistake, it was the logic there from Brady, but the other two judges saying, nope, it's too close to call. We're going OMT, and I cannot wait to see this first run. Let's see if these guys can clean it up a little bit.
They're ready to get it going, too. Right back to the line. Darius Ostrega in lead. Cameron Mustard, I'm sure, is having a nice, long, deep breath and trying to avoid that initiation. And here we go. Will he make the same mistake twice? And I think no. As we come through now, Cameron Mustard is locked in and fighting. But Darius Ostrega, again, no slouch at all. And his issue wasn't in the whole first run.
Oh my God, Cameron Mustard.
As he comes on through, keeping it big at angle, dropping a tire ever so slightly. Coming through that inside clip and across the line. Bro,
wow, another one.
Cameron Mustard reflected. Yeah, Cameron Mustard really showed it to do.
You take a look at that replay. Cameron dropping the tire on the curb there. I don't know if he just said, screw it. I'm just going to put this Nissan, this Skyline on the door of this S15, and I'm going to keep doing it. It's like that bit from The Simpsons. I'm just going to keep doing this. And if you get in my way, it's your own fault. He doors him in inner clip too. Cameron does not give a damn right now. Not necessarily great for the whole judging thing, but it's cool to watch. Like, you got a tire off there. That's already a big deduction. Again, keep an eye on Darius, see if you see any mistakes in his lead. Maybe not the best rotation angle there from Cameron, but proximity. He is pushing him through the corner there in inner clip 2. Maybe a tire up on the rumble for Cameron, but again, I think he changed philosophies here. It was like, I'm just going to throw the heater chase run that I know I can do. Tire drops be darned, and just see what happens. But now, switching places, Darius Ostrega is going to be in the chase. We know he could chase just as aggressive as Cameron. He's going for the drag racer start. Oh man, he's moving up a little bit, but still pretty far back, Joe.
Yeah, no, I think Darius Ostrega is going. We're about to see a run for the ages here, Keenan. As we're lined up, this is our run of the top 32 here in our Group 3, presented by Big Duck Club here at round 6.
Quack, quack.
Quack, quack. Let's get it going.
A wise man once said, shucky ducky, quack, quack.
Very interesting.
Shout out to Booker T. As here we go, Cameron Mustard in the lead position in the Jap Speed, R32 chasing in the Urta Esports, S15, Darius Ostrenka. Both these cars looking like a real-life battle here at Fuji. Ooh, a little bit of understeer from Darius Ostrenka. Can he get it back together? He's trying his darndest, but Cameron Mustard had to have seen that in the rearview mirror, and now he knows it's time to go. Big angle from the Jap Speed, Max's tire, R32. Darius Ostrenka so far with no response to Cameron Mustard. Very shallow there once again, tire on the rumble strip. Ladies and gentlemen, these guys can fight forever. We may see them go 5-time OM time. That is the end of my Booker T references for the day.
Yep. You know, I don't think I could do a single Booker T reference as we are lined up here nose to nose.
Maybe for the better, to be honest. Honestly, I think 2 is more than enough.
Yeah. And here we go.
This is a lot to look at. Not a whole lot to talk about. Both these runs kind of just speak for themselves. Darius kind of had it, and he kind of blew it again. It's like that meme, you know, the cat with the what's going on hands, like the one that looks like just got out of the shower. I don't know how to explain this to you. I'll find it at some point, but Darius just needed a solid chase run, but it's drifter mentality of I'm going to throw everything at it regardless. You see that understeer coming out of inner clip 1, and then again here. He puts the pressure on here, but then a little bit of a wiggle again. Doesn't quite get all the way out wide, which is going to hurt his run through this corner. You see the lack of angle, and you see another little correction from Darius coming out of the corner.
Yeah, it looks really close. They are not taking it easy on the judges at all.
No, it's almost a mirror of what happened before with Cameron kind of sitting on the more major mistakes, but less of them. And then Darius sitting on a couple of minor mistakes, but you know, the number is a bit higher. So I would not be surprised if this goes OMT. But there's a little bit more to talk about in this one, I think. What's up, Victor? How we doing? How we doing, Twitch chat?
Yeah, how we doing, everybody? Again, another very close call. Both drivers not really giving the judges a lot to ding them in any single way, shape, or form.
And YouTube chat, I guess. I see you street version. What's up, Donnie?
And coming on through.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I don't like, especially with these, I don't like kind of saying opinions as much because I feel like chat thinks we're smarter than we are. And then goes, well, if the commentators say, well, I think this guy won, and the other guy wins, then it's like, no, we're just stupid. Just don't worry about it. Thank you, Strix. Very cool. Yeah, this is it's a tough one again. Hope to see you guys round number 7. I think Steve, our marketing coordinator, Steven, already spoiled it a little. Steve Connor already spoiled it a little bit. Round number 7 is going to be for charity, raising money for mental health awareness. So hope to see you guys there. We're getting as many of our sponsors involved as possible. It is going to be a super, super cool event. I will be at a wedding that weekend, but you might hear me pop in the booth for qualifying. I'm not going to let you get away that easily, Joe, but
don't worry about it. I'm just going to hide. You worry. I'm just hiding from all these runs.
Yeah,
I'm like watching it over. It's like saying the same word over and over again. It just doesn't sound right.
We set the group any % world record in group 1, and group 3 is going the complete opposite direction. it's not. Oops. Yeah, it's not a whole lot. We just got to keep repeating ourselves. It's just really, really tight between both of these battles. Both of them sitting on mistakes. It's just the judge is going to have to decide what is more significant. If you guys aren't doing anything Monday either, again, Pro Throwdown number 2 going to be happening just the course just to the east of this one. Fuji Speedway Short Course East. You're going to see some of the best drivers in ESDA, some of staff members, some of us goobers from TraxionGG there as well. Going to be really nice to come hang out with us and get some casual runs. But we finally have a judging call.
Yes, we do, and it is split. Again, slider left for Darius Ostraka, slider right for Cameron Mustard, keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1 OMT. 2 OMTs. 1 for Cameron Mustard, so we will go a third time, Keenan.
Man, I've never heard that before. That is holy moly. Cameron Mustard and Darius Ostraka going to absolute war. These Urta Esports guys cannot get a break today, having to earn every spot they've got. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is only already Zacho Sullivan, Vitaly Esayev. So we're still fighting to see who will be joining them in group number 3. We still have a whole other group of drivers, huge names in that 4th group as well. Stephen Jarbo, Thanawa Fuison, Connor Christensen, Austin Zalewski, and more. But we still have to get through this final top 32 battle in this group. Cameron Mustard just refusing to say die, and bringing his lead, his chase runs and his lead runs have just been on another level today for him. Talk about guys who have stepped it up this season. We get them back to the starting line. This is OMT number 2. I'm not 100% sure on the rule set. I'd have to take a quick look at the rule book, but I'm pretty confident in saying that there needs to be a winner in this battle. There will be no other OMT unless I'm just really wrong and silly.
And come on, drivers, make it a little easy for us, please. As we throw it on in here, Darius Ostraka, big angle, Cameron Mustard keeping it right on his door, and I fear we might have another run of the same. Coming on through. And again, both drivers just are being really perfect. There might have been a little bit of a hang up on that transition, as Cameron Mustard might have had his nose where it might not have needed to be. And across the line, again, no major drama, no major corrections.
Again, we talked about it a little bit before this battle started. Cameron Mustard has not really made it out of the top 32 this season. He's got a couple of top 32 showings, 3 of them, in fact, out of our 6 rounds so far. So he's qualified for 4 out of the 6 rounds, but he is only 32nd in points. So if he can move even one or 2 battles today, it's really safe for him in points. But Darius Ostraka just refusing to say die as well. Both these drivers just not giving up on the racetrack today, and it's been so fun to watch. Again, we're looking over this replay, really close. Some of the closest tandems today, from the most consistent lead runs when we get there. Cameron had to go a little bit shallow on that outer zone, but look at what it gets out of it. Risk versus reward for Cameron Mustard. Chasing down the Mustard of Darius Ostraka and that yellow Urta Esports machine. Again, a little bit of a tap going through the last inner clip.
Yep. Okay, they're going slow. They want all of the grip in the tires possible at this point.
I mean, 2 OMTs, Joe, you got to be fighting for any advantage you can find.
I'm like going cross-eyed just watching it at this point, let alone having to be a driver.
Expect something big from Darius Ostraka here. He's tried to have aggressive initiations the last 2 battles he's done with Cameron, but I'm either fearing he's going to die, or we might see download complete here. Either way, keep an eye on this Urta Esports machine initiation, second run of this second OMT. There must be a winner. As I say that, actually, a little bit of an early initiation from Darius Ostraka keeps it nice and safe, maybe learning from his mistakes in the last 2 runs. Look at the angle from that lead car right across the bumper is Darius Ostraka, and to the door of the Jap Speed R32 is Darius Ostraka. All of that proximity in spades, going a little bit shallow here, gonna have to get on the foot brake, keeps the car sideways just, and into the last inner clip. He's a little bit shallow again, still on the door. Cameron throwing all the angle across the line. Whew, I'm exhausted. I'm tired.
Yeah,
I'm glad somebody's got to win. This is nuts.
And oh my gosh, and now they're parked up perfect too? Oh, I don't know. I think overall though, I can't, you
It's
know,
tough.
like I look at one screen, I'm like, oh, that driver's looking great, and then I look at the other screen, and I go, well, that driver's looking great. It's not, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a tough call, but judges already coming in with the decision. In a second OMT battle, absolute war between these two drivers, but only one can move on. Side and left, there's striker side and right for Cameron Mustard. The winner of this absolute dogfight will be Darius Ostraka in the second OMT, taking out Cameron Mustard. But both of these guys are leaving with wounds. Joe, this was beyond close and one of the toughest fights we've seen all year.
I feel battered after that battle, Keenan, and I just watched it. That's all we ended up having to do. But up next, we can move on now. Hugo Black up against Mustafa Amin.
And we are now in the top 16. It only took about 45 minutes. Yeah, Cameron can go finally eat dinner, but man, he was making it eat on the racetrack. Another one of those drivers reminds me of Adriel Machado. Yeah, you might be bowing out in the 32, but the record book is not going to show the absolute war you had to go through with an Urta Esports driver to get there. So excellent job from Cameron Mustard, showing some strong improvement this season. Hopefully we'll see him back for round number 7. But Mustafa Amin now going to drive up against Hugo Black, all rotary, all RX8 battle. Only one of them can move on into the top 8.
Yes, and now let's see what happens. And I think both drivers could take it, but Mustafa Amin really is trying to get back on that points deficit and go as deep as he knows how to try and get that first place finish. And I think he can do it too with how he's been driving these days. And now that he knows Alexander Element is out.
Yeah, I wonder if that puts pressure on or takes pressure off. If we end up seeing Tafa make the final 4, we can ask him ourselves, but we have so much left to go. Hugo Black is going to be chasing in the white machine. Leading in the black JX team machine is Mustafa Amin. Joe, here's the first run.
And here we go, Mustafa Amin, big, quick to angle. Hugo Black fighting to respond over and over, just pushing as fast as he can in that RX-8, and I think it is a lot faster than he is letting on, especially with that lack of practice, putting it right onto Mustafa's door. And coming on through, coming right across the line, and again, I think, oh my gosh, Hugo Black is in it to win it.
Hugo Black leaving some dents on the door of Mustafa Amin. Don't worry, he's got some spares in his own pit. But look at this proximity and inner clip number 2. Again, maybe a tire off there for Hugo Black. Not a great start for the run, but watch right here. This is the best place to surge on the track, and gets in one hit right there, and boom, another hit right there. Props to Mustafa for not letting that affect him too much, and props for Hugo Black, not afraid to get aggressive in that chase position. Joe, with how close some of these battles have been, especially in group number 3, it looking like this is going to have to be the theme of the rest of our afternoon, of just giving it everything you have and then some in the chase.
Yes, for sure, and I think that Hugo Black is probably feeling very good after a chase like that, especially up against someone like Mustafa, who is known to be very fast in that RX-8 of his. So maybe there's just an RX-8 meta all of a sudden? But I don't think we would ever come across anyone arguing that the RX-8 is going to be the dominant car in any competition ever.
Now, these guys making this work, again, there can be only one. As we move on here into the second run of this battle, all rotary battle. Somewhere, some way, Kyle Mohan is smiling, and so is Mad Mike Wadette.
And it seems like Mustafa is not so afraid of getting all the way back. He's not giving himself that much of a run up.
Yeah, he's just got to time the light right. Again, Mustafa, one of our ESDA veterans at this point, so he knows about this restart rule. I think both these drivers ready to go. I think we may... Oh, okay, yeah, so they're going to hold these guys for just a second. One of our judges saw that both their ping just kind of shot up, so we're going to try to wait that out. Imagine there's a quick rainstorm blowing in on the track.
I hate when that happens.
It's not a rainstorm. It's like a puddle that's formed very briefly.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, man. Group number 3. We've said this before. Lagstorm. Yeah.
Everything else has been going great, and then it's just time to.
That group number 1 flew by. Group number 2 was strong, and then group number 3, everybody's just refusing to die here. Nobody wants to be knocked out. Everyone wants to move on as much as they can. Again, big championship implications when we can move back to this battle. As we take, again, that's where we are in the bracket currently. Both drivers revving their engines now. I think we are coming back. Yes, we are. Ladies and gentlemen, run number 2. The lag storm has cleared.
And here we go.
Hugo Black.
Go from Hugo Black. Sorry.
Hugo Black kind of shutting out a little bit, great big angle, but I don't know if he carried it through the inner clip as we move on into the fastest part of the course. But Mustafa Amin's going to be able to close. Look at the consistent proximity. Ooh, maybe dropping a little bit of speed there. I don't know what happened. He kind of just backed off a little bit, but he's going to have to surge in here again and end the run with that exclamation point and more contact. I think that lag storm isn't quite fully cleared up, Joe, because it didn't look like they were that close.
No, and they're a little bit shaky on my screen as well, but they did send it. Let's hope that it is just a temporary thing and it did not become an issue. I think both drivers seem happy about their runs at least, so I'm not going to be super upset at all. Let's see, as we're looking at the runs side by side.
Apparently we sound like robots on the live stream, so I'm going to unmute it here for a second.
I also restarted my voice, and we'll see if that helps.
I think whatever's eating the servers is eating us too.
The whole internet right now is down, is what it will be. Oh my gosh. It would not be ESDA without an act of God trying to fight us.
That is true. All of Canada lost their internet in round number 2, so not hyperbole.
Nope, not at all.
All right, boys. The fighting part was a joke.
Be nice to each other, boys. Oh my gosh. As we're coming through here.
We could, guys, I'm trying to listen to the stream and all I hear is
yeah, that's great. That's pro audio right there, Keenan. Don't you know that? Don't you know it?
Yeah, we might need our producer to leave and join the call here because we both sound really crunchy on the stream. Yeah, it's showing up. I just heard it on the stream, so I don't know what's if it's Twitch eating it or if our producer doesn't hear it, then I don't know what it is. I can definitely hear it. It's happening, but no.
As we're getting a call in here, slowly but surely. And here we go. We have a call.
They're going to reset the server here as well because I guess they're just seeing issues. We'll see if we can get a fix on our side as well. Try not to stop the stream because that's going to break the VOD up and mess a bunch of stuff up. But
yeah, it does not work. Here we go. So we'll slide it left for Hugo Black, slide it right for Mustafa. I mean, keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1 OMT, 2 and 3 not 3. 1 for Hugo Black. Man, I am. Group 3 is really taking a toll on us today, man.
Yeah, no kidding. We're not gonna make it.
Oh my gosh, I'm like slapping myself in the face trying to wake up.
Yeah, we hear the audio bugs here, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna see if we can come up with a fix for it on the fly. This is not something not something we normally have to deal with. Usually it's just one of us has to join and leave the call, but All right, are we alive? Are we crunchy?
Who knows? Maybe.
I think I sound good.
Do I sound good?
I'm listening.
I don't know. I might sound okay. I hope I sound good because I'm about to sneeze either way.
Weird. Okay, sure. Why not? I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I understand how this works. But hey, sure, we're back. So we're whatever was eating us was also eating the server. So we're getting the server reset. I don't know if they're pulling cars out or what have you, but it might be a minute here. But it looks like everybody's joining back in. This is what you're missing, ladies and gentlemen. We're like, there are too many commercials. This is the exciting action you are missing while we're on commercial break. If we take a quick look, as we're getting reset here, if we take a quick look at our points situation, might need our production feed to come back up.
Yeah.
It's all good. We're getting it all figured out.
There it
it's
is.
kind of a on the fly fix, so it all worked out. But yeah, Mustafa, again, we talk about how important that his run is today. If he can win somehow, he will take the points lead at 294 points, because he'll have 394 points, but only by 14 points. It'll be pretty close. If he makes the final four, this will still be a really close championship fight going into round number 7. Again, I'm so stoked. I think Steve spoiled it a little bit. I don't know if we were going to wait for the end of the broadcast, but the next round is going to be for charity. We'll be collecting donations for charity, for mental health awareness, as well as some of our partners will be giving away some prizes. It's going to be pretty cool. The name of the charity has blanked on me. Group 3 has Safe in Our World, who's going to be who we're raising some money for. And speaking of people to get shout outs, again, thank you to 2 Octavia for supplying the song for our trailer, which you guys will probably see at least one more time before the end of the broadcast today. Josh Ox, who's been killing it on the editing side. Usually he only makes us one video a year. We asked him to make a video every round, and he was like, "Oh, not a problem."
And they're amazing.
Yeah, he's been churning out some really, really good work. Some of the best work he's done in the last couple of years. So I'm not quite sure what's happening here, because I'm pretty sure they went OMT, right?
Oh, yeah.
And okay, I was going to say we're getting Vicarious and Darius warming the tires here, so I'm not sure what's going on there, but I guess it's just some more jank. Again, this is the exciting action you guys are missing.
I love it. It's so great.
Of us just kind of repeating ourselves 5 times when we could be paying bills right now.
Yeah, I could
Shakes fist angrily.
Coffee.
I made so much coffee. I wish I could help you. I'm on cup number 2 of like 4 of the day.
Oh. And here we go. Again, we find ourselves right in Japan, Fuji Speedway.
I heard you're really big in Japan, Joe.
I get scared when I'm flying. I have been known. In fact, when I was in Japan, the only thing notable was that I had blonde hair.
Wait, did you actually go to Japan? I was making it funny.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. I thought I was just making a funny haha. That's
people handed me their children to take pictures with their babies. But let's take a look and go back to our number 1 qualifier just to refresh ourselves here through this long Group 3.
Unfortunately, his run ending a little bit short, but Masashi Yoshida with your number 1 qualifying run. This is kind of what we're expecting these lead vehicles to do. Kind of played himself, unfortunately, and we saw it a little bit on his Twitter account of he had no idea about the restart rule, forgot about the restart rule. I guarantee he'll never forget. Every driver just has to remember it once, and they'll never forget it after that. But either way, 3rd place last round, 1st place qualifying this round. Masashi Yoshida has been driving out of his mind. It's really cool to see the improvement from him this season. Improvement from a lot of drivers who maybe didn't have the best start, but are having strong finishes to their ESDA 2022 campaigns. I should have muted my mic for that one.
And it is such a great run as we're waiting for Hugo Black to get back in here. I think that's the last thing we're waiting for.
The only thing I see in the staff chat right now, that's how they communicate to us through for the judging staff and the track staff, is the pings are still high. Might be due to the hurricane, but we can't sit around and wait forever, unfortunately.
No.
If it's looking passable, we might try and send it. But
we're still waiting for one of our battles here. Hugo Black, he is missing in action now, which gets me concerned. And let's take a look back at how does one win a drifting competition, Keenan?
Lots of heart, passion, and a lot of hard work, but these guys are competing head-to-head. If you've never watched any drifting before, each battle will consist of 2 runs, as you've been seeing for the day. The higher-seeded driver from qualifying leads the first run. The lower-seeded driver chases in the first run. That's why qualifying is so important, and then they switch it up for that second run, and there's a team of 3 judges, Wes, Brady, and Harold, who's working on the service right now, because I looked in the judging stand and he wasn't there and got confused. If they can't determine a winner, they'll call it one more time, as we've seen today. But normally, if one driver's better than the other, they'll vote for that winner. But we've seen a lot of OMTs as we're waiting to get the second one started with Amin and Black.
And let's see again. We are just waiting for Black right now. That is the unfortunate issue. As I hope he's doing well, and it's not that like his dog attacked anything. Who can say?
Yeah. And then again, chase drivers' goals. We already looked at that. I'm dumb. I was looking at the wrong screen.
We're all just trying to get going, man, you know?
If there's any sort of an investor watching this right now, and who wants to help us, not have to deal with this again, we can do a LAN. This could always be in person. We could make that happen. Smile emoji. But looking like we are still kind of waiting for Hugo. I don't know if we're gonna move on into the next battle, or if we're gonna just keep waiting. I don't know what's going on with the ping here as well. Super unfortunate situation here. But nothing we can really do. This is what happens with online gaming. We'd rather kind of wait it out and see if we can get you guys a clean run versus, sending it with a bunch of lag and having somebody, especially when Mustafa fighting for a championship here. This is imperative that the third factor not get in the way if we can help it. He's just doing some donuts, keeping the crowd entertained. I think they're probably not allowing him to go for practice runs, so that'd be a little unfair, but
we will see. Okay, we're getting word Hugo is here. We're just waiting for the connection. Don't you worry. So we're gonna go and we're gonna skip this one. We'll get back to it later. But we have an all Urtus esports battle now. Vacaris Lucas leading Darius Ostraka. Actually, Darius Ostraka will be leading.
So there's Hugo, just joined the server. But I think we are still moving on with the all Urta esports battle of Darius versus Vacaris. Both these guys want it. Both these guys are hungry. Vacaris is going to be chasing your number 26 qualifier. Darius leading your number 10 in an absolute war with Cameron Mustard to get to this point.
Oh, that is correct. And what a war it was. Oh my gosh, I feel drained from that still. I'm like just doing some, what's the word I'm looking for? Jumping jacks to try and stay awake. I was gonna say,
Joe's got to get some blood in him here.
Dude, I am jumping up and I'm getting sugar in my system. I'm trying my best, man. My issue is I usually sneak my nap in right around this time of the day.
Oh yeah, you're one of those?
I'm one of those guys.
A nap enthusiast? That's valid.
I am a big nap enthusiast, and this is normally my normal nap time. We're gonna get through it, don't you worry, but man, do I feel disoriented.
Yeah, it's the theme of the team today is nobody got enough sleep. Hayden slept through their alarm. I didn't sleep last night. I slept like 3 hours. So we're trying. Apparently, we cannot wake up before noon. We're not functioning adults.
Nothing good will happen if you try to make this happen, as we are getting all of our yellow cars on the line, and then we will head back to our OMT battle.
Very Nico Bellic battle. Big fan of the yellow cars. As Vacaris Lucas will be chasing in the S14 with the red markings and leading Darius Ostraka with the black markings. All Urta battle here for run number 1.
And here we go. Vicaris Lucas in the chase. There's a strike, a big angle in the lead. I'm going to have to keep checking my notes on who's who. It just keeps getting confusing in my head. But either way, both drivers going for it. As Vicaris Lucas, maybe a hesitation, giving a tap to his teammate through that wall. Coming through EST. Let's see if Darius keeps it on the track as he normally does. Vicaris Lucas is no slouch whatsoever and across the line.
You want to talk about guys who worked really hard to get here. It's both of these gentlemen right here. You could see that in Vicaris's chase run. You can see that in Darius's lead run. Check back the replay here. We're finally back under action, or underway here. Tire off of Vicaris, but again, at that point, he's like, well, all I can really do is try to throw it as close as I can to Darius Ostreka. So bump there, maybe another bump, light bump right there. Doesn't quite hit him, but definitely a lot of little friend nudges, transitions right across the bumper. Vicaris Lucas, the whole reason he moved on in this competition, Joe, was how aggressive and how close his chases can be. And then sitting on that mistake in T1, he absolutely poured the pressure on. But somebody who's also made some mistakes in chase today is Darius Ostreka. Again, he cleaned it up by the time he got to his second OMT and third battle overall with Cameron Mustard. But this one's not over, not by a long shot.
Not by a long shot at all, and both drivers just nudging their way back to the line, hoping to maintain as much tire as possible. And now, I bet right now both the drivers could not even switch positions, and none of us would call them out on it. That's how Group 3's going today.
And here we go, second half of this run. Welcome back, everybody. Everything broke there for 5 minutes, but we're back here.
Okay, we're gonna get through it.
The stream broke, the game broke, the server broke, and Joe broke. But we're back. Everything's back. But here we go again. Vicaris in the lead in the red striped machine. In the black striped machine, Darius Ostreka in the chase. Only one of these Earth Esports machine drivers can move on. Big aggressive initiation from Darius Ostreka. That's caught him so many times today. But against his teammate, he's got to know exactly where he can put that S15. Right back on the door of Vicaris Lucas. And then Vicaris in the wall, but maybe a little bit of lag there. Hard to tell. And we're still having issues. But continuing on, both drivers. Let's see what happens. But Darius trying to not leave anything to chance, still putting big pressure on Vicaris, but Vicaris so much angle in that S14 in the lead. It's, man, I don't like when this happens.
I have a feeling that, I don't know. I think that we're going to see. Let me guess. I predict because it is Group 3, we have ourselves an OMT here.
Joe's upset.
I'm ready. Dude, I could be napping.
Okay, so on the stream side, it looks a lot less wacky than it did for me.
It does not look that bad.
Yeah,
as
for
we
me,
have a call.
Yeah, okay.
Alrighty,
Cool.
Moving on to our top 8 here. We're going to slide them left for Vicaris Lucas, slide it right for Darius Ostreka. Keep them in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. All the way to Darius Ostreka, moving on to our top 8, and he will now take on whoever wins this OMT battle between Hugo Black and Mustafa Amin.
Yeah, we are revisiting that. It looked, so on my screen, when I started stuttering, it's because Vicaris bumped the wall, disappeared, flew ahead like 10 feet, and then flew back. On the stream, where you guys are seeing it home, was a more reasonable kind of just caught the wall with his collider. You could see it. Surged forward like a little and then surged back a little. So there's definitely some wall contact there. I just wasn't sure if he got lag hit into the wall or anything that happened there. But Judge is pretty confident that it was a fault for Vicaris Lucas. So his teammate, Darius Ostreka, your round number 5 winner, is moving on to face the winner of this battle. Again, major championship implications.
Oh, yes. And Mustafa not wanting to leave it up to anything, getting all of his weird warm-up restart ritual in.
Yeah, the pregame ritual. It's how we talking today now.
I am gonna come at you like a cloud of teeth and nails.
Yeah, that was a comedy funny haha joke. That is the end of that joke today.
I am gonna come after you.
I'm really glad you finished that sentence. You know, big day for Urta Esports as well. Again, leading the team's championship, second place team ascent. Deshaun Hack, Edgar Rojas, and Jaden Cathcart all not here So even JX team being able to, with only Mustafa Amin in competition, if Mustafa goes deep, could make a run for P2 in the overall team points. But Urta, who's been so consistent this last half of the season, they're running away with it.
And here we go. Mustafa Amin in the lead. Hugo Black in the chase. Big snappy angle from Mustafa Amin. Hugo Black sneaking up as quickly as he can through the first transition, staying out of each other's ways, but Mustafa Amin is having a very, very dominant lead run. Hugo Black is keeping it close, but he's just being outshined by Mustafa Amin in this lead, as Mustafa does drop a tire, unfortunately. Coming through our final inside clip, Hugo Black is not going down without a fight at all, but I think Mustafa Amin is really hungry to at least take on Darius Ostreka in this next top 8 and go on to that final 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much he can do. Big initiation once again. Cost him, though. Missed the inner clip, so they're about even at this point. Big transition for Mustafa. Hugo was not able to match the angle. I'm just wondering, hoping at least, that the issues we were having earlier are not playing into this. But I mean, it can't be with the proximity that close for Hugo Black. But kind of dropping his Pop-Tart there a little bit, not able to keep the consistency. He's getting his Nature Valley granola bar all over his bed sheets.
Oh, I hate
a little
that
bit.
happens.
Yeah, you know,
my mom never let me used to eat Nature Valley in bed.
I mean, my mom did once. One time.
One time. How long did you pick crumbs out of your sheets then?
Oh, I did my own laundry that day. I was like 12. I learned a hard lesson.
That's fair. Sometimes you wake up covered in granola. It's okay.
I smell like bananas.
Covered in granola. Hugo Black as he leads. Mustafa Amin.
I mean, the right amount of breakfast, and you could turn me into a yogurt parfait, my friend.
Amazing.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Again, huge championship implications here. But Hugo Black in the lead, sitting on some mistakes. Mustafa Amin in the chase, sitting on some mistakes. Not a good start for Hugo Black. One tire up onto that curb. But Mustafa, there he is. I was like, is he waiting to attack? And I think he is. He knows turn 1 has been so polarizing today for that chase driver. It might just be safer to wait and put pressure on in the second half of the run. This is what we mean by Mustafa has just matured so much as a driver. Ooh, maybe one of the curve for Amin in the chase. I spoke a little bit too soon. Group 3 shrugging emoji.
Oh my gosh. Who can say it's Group 3?
Don't even know what to say anymore. Yeah.
Group 3 is happening. That, people are driving drift cars sideways, close to each other. But we have a call. They already knew what they want, and I can tell you immediately watching the run side by side that I will agree with the judges on this one. Let's just see here. As both drivers very happy that the ceremony of Group 3 is coming to an end, the third inning stretch, if you will. We'll slide him left for Hugo Black, slide him right for Mustafa Amin, keep him in the middle for an OMT. Please don't keep him in the middle here. As we have a unanimous decision for Mustafa Amin moving on and taking on Darius Ostreka. Now this will be a battle, Keenan.
Yeah, here we go again. We sound like broken records here, but big championship implications. Darius wants to continue this run he's been having over the last 2 events, and keep his. He's not out of it. He's a long shot, an incredible long shot. But at this point in time, before Group 3's points go in, Darius Ostreka has 244 points to Element's 380. Let's say he wins again. He's going to be at 344, so he's not too far behind Element in terms of points if Element for some reason has a bad day in round 7. But another guy who could, again, take the championship lead today with a perfect day is Mustafa Amin. So either one of them could use this for their championship fight.
Oh, they definitely could, but I think that Mustafa Amin is going to have his work cut out for him, especially because Darius Ostreka today has been just on fire from run 1, especially taking down Vicaris Lucas. That's a big deal, as we are now lined up and ready to go here. I hope they have their GoPros on and are ready to record, because I'm at the edge of my seat. I don't know about you, Keenan.
I mean, some of the best content that comes out from our drivers is from the JX team and from Urta Esports. So You make the jokes with the GoPros, but I'm sure you can check out those guys' social media after this round and see some cool edits, some cool stuff. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, run number 1 of this huge battle for the championship. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there we go. Taking his. There we go. As he does what Musashi could not, and took his restart. Remember that. Again, I implore any competition driver, use your restarts.
It's something that I don't know if it exists in other series, but really needs to. It just kind of makes the battle a bit more fair as long as someone doesn't continuously cheese it. But haven't really seen that in ESDA. I don't think these are these kind of people. But
it's hard to abuse overall in general. But we are lined back up, and here we go. I hear that rotary two-stepping, and away we go. As Darius Ostreka in the lead, Mustafa Amin in the chase. Big angle from Darius Ostreka on the initiation. Mustafa Amin tucking that RX-8 right on up in the door. Honestly, this might be the hardest battle Mustafa's gonna have all day, and he is definitely driving along, but very slow on that transition. Almost disappointing. That might be the linchpin for him as we go through a second transition. Darius Ostreka keeping it on the track, not giving up anything to Mustafa Amin, who is having an otherwise perfect run besides one weird transition. And I gotta say, if I'm Mustafa Amin, I'd be kicking myself about just even such a small mistake now.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear it with the engine. If he would have got on full power there, which is what he wanted to do. Let's take another look at this here. I'll try and explain it as we go here. Great job from Mustafa, but it starts to straighten out. The only way to fix that, Joe, is more right foot. Because he's so close to Darius, he can't do that. If he throttles up and that car doesn't go sideways like he wants it to, it doesn't get more to angle, he's going to run over Darius in the lead position. So all he could really do there, and great heads-up driving from Mustafa, is just kind of keep it where it is, and then after the transition, then he can get back on the gas. So he kind of got trapped here. You know, watch this again. Well, okay, maybe not. It's okay. We'll take a look on at the end of the second run. Yeah, no worries. But it looked like it didn't kind of go to angle for him at the exit of the corner. And because he was so close to Darius, his one solution that realistically would make sense would be more power. He would have ran over that Urta Esports machine. So he took the lesser of the two evils there. But Darius, a little wiggle on the exit of the last corner. So I think he's still got the advantage here, but it's very much still anyone's game.
I would have to agree with that as we are lined up here. And I think we're about to see a heater out of Mustafa Amin. He's going to go do or die. Leave it all on the table.
We've seen some gangster entry of the day is so far to Mustafa Amin. Let's see what he can do here. Darius Ostreka not afraid to get close, though. Maybe not the most aggressive entry you've seen from Mustafa today, but all the angle and then some. Oh, Darius almost making the same mistake that Mustafa did. Maybe missing a little bit of that touch and go. Going into outer zone number 1. He's got all the pressure on in the chase. He needs to do that again. Not close to the point of where I think Darius has this win in the bag, but he's trying his best right now. Right on the door of Mustafa Amin. Could this blow the championship wide open? Is Darius Ostreka sitting in his room right now doing the fingers and moo-ha-ha because he may have just blown this underdog run for Mustafa Amin's championship, or at least made it significantly more difficult.
He's definitely, personally, just on that initiation alone, I would be excited if I was Darius Ostreka, because you throw it on in there. Mustafa Amin did leave a few small things that he could have into it, and Darius Ostreka with a very astute message in chat. All I saw was run. I'm sure it's a thing, but you better run now, Mustafa, he says. Keep an eye out for that. You know,
my mic's been muted this whole time.
That's okay, Keenan.
Please tell me the commentary went through for that run. I'm going to be upset.
There was commentary that I...
Okay, I don't remember when I muted it. Okay. All right. Sweet. Okay, it could be worse. To run. That's terrifying. Run. I don't like that. I mean, you see it, though, like, with drivers that progress in the competition. They start off kind of like, and then after a certain point, it's like they're just, all right, cool, I'm comfortable now, and get so aggressive. We do have a winner. Ladies and gentlemen, only one of these drivers can move on into your Traxion Final Four. Joe, who's it going to be?
We're going to slide it left for Mustafa Amin, slide it right for Darius Ostreka. Keep it in the middle for an OMT in our final battle here of Group 3. 1 for Darius Ostreka, 2 and 3 for Darius Ostreka, moving on to our Final Four. So that is 3 out of 4 Final Four slots locked in, Keenan.
Yeah, I know it's going to sound crazy, but that wasn't the whole tournament you just watched. It was just group number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the third of 4 groups over for ESDA round number 6 here from Fuji Speedway. We have one more set of drivers left to go before we can move on to our final 4, and there's still some massive names to come up. Do not go anywhere. We will show you all the action for ESDA round number 6, group number 4, presented by 3D Rap, right when we get back from this commercial break.
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by TraxionGG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit TraxionGG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning, Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Rap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Rap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3drap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh!
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final preliminary group. This is the final pre-group of ESDA round number 6 here at Fuji, presented by Traxion. My name is Keenan, joined by Joe Piro, Hayden Rigsby, Strix Pulsatrix. Joe, it hasn't really been that long of a day, but it feels like it's been a really long day.
Group 3 turned into a war of attrition, not just for us, but for our poor judges, Harold McKinney, Brady, and Wes Johnson. What a job I do not envy whatsoever, do I have to say, Keenan? But now we find ourselves in our final preliminary group to lock in our final top 4 person. But first, let's take a look at where our points stand. So Mustafa Amin made a run for it, but got knocked out in his top 8 battle.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for, no pun intended, unfortunate for Mustafa there. He did everything he could. He's like had a golden horseshoe up his butt for the whole season, but the late season run from Darius Ostraka might go down in ESDA history if we can continue this momentum. He is one of your finalists in the Traxion Final Four. We're going to work and see if we can figure out who the last member will be, but that is your situation right now. So I believe Darius is sitting on the 50 points he already has. So with another 50, he still won't be knocking on Element's door, but he will overtake for second place and set himself up to make a late season run if something bad happens to Element in the last round. So still open, blown wide open, but the underdog story for Mustafa be getting less and less likely. But we still have lots to talk about here. Steven Jarbo against Ernesto Sacubelis, hopefully with both hands this time.
Yes.
Thunawat Wongfuishin, Sunny the Honey going to go up against Connor Christensen, both of the very stylish drivers, so this should be fun to watch.
Yes.
Austin Saluski, another driver in that top 5 in points, who needs a good day today, going up against Pavel, Gunnan, and Ryan Aldina and Brandon Gardner. Are going to kill me, apparently.
Yeah, Brandon Gardner just cast a hex on Keenan. I saw it happen. Don't worry about it.
He gave me the wiggly fingers, and all of a sudden I couldn't breathe.
Boys, you better watch out for the wiggly fingers, as all of our drivers are warming up here. A lot of S chassis, a lot of big bodies in this group, I'm noticing. Just on my initial perusing of everyone here. Overall, though, very excited to see it. Group number 4. Honestly, any of these 8 drivers, I think, has an equal chance right now to get to that last Final 4 slot.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to consistency. We've shown that you could be good for one run, good for another run. It doesn't matter. It's how solid you are throughout both. Wow moments don't really pay off when it comes to competition drifting. So we'll see what we can do here as Steven Jarbo, who had number 1 qualifier briefly in pre-qualifying, got it snatched away late in qualifying, ended up qualifying 3rd, I believe. Yep. Third place going up against Yoshida Scabel again. Had a broken hand in the last round. I don't know how healed that is now, but hopefully he's fighting at full power as he's going to need it to go up against Steven Jarbo.
I do have a feeling that he will be. It didn't seem to hurt him at all last round as here we go. Steven Jarbo in that giant R33 GTLM, the totally not rare drift car, as Ernesto Scabel's behind him in that S14, getting right on up to his door, coming up against that outside zone through the wall, cutting on in. Good transition from both drivers, keeping it on the track, cutting into this inside clip, and then burning on it across the line. Good runs from both drivers, but I think overall, Steven Jarbo is looking a little bit more confidence out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, he had a rocky start to his season if we go back and check his results, but we'll do that right after this replay here. Very strong start. Unesis kind of fall into that trap that we've seen people fall into before here at ESDA around number 6, is they get too aggressive early and then it ends up washing out in the chase position. So Unesis did a really good job on not making that more of an issue than it was. Did really, oh, look at the closing right there, right on the door of, but Steven does not give a gosh darn in the lead position. Just nice and solid, showing why he should have been in that conversation and was in that conversation for your number 1 qualifier.
Yes, for sure. And I watched that run live and I was shook by trying to make that happen as our production assistant. Again, it would not be ESDA unless we were fighting everything possible. Currently, as our drivers are ready to get back up to the line, they're looking very, very good, very confident. Group 4 is biting at the bit because after Group 3, they were ready to go and get some driving in.
Yeah, I just to back that up, Steven Jarbo is currently outside the top 32, like by a long way. On this spreadsheet, he's 59th place. I'm sure it's a bit higher than that, but I think he's 57th. Only made it past top 16 once, qualifying once this year. Never made it past top 16. Great job from Steven. That's how you know he is an ESDA veteran. Kind of had a bogged start and then hit a bump weird and went, you know what? Nope, I don't think so. Hit the brakes. He's going to turn around and go for a reset here. Good job. Smart call from Looney. Nobody wants to be that guy as your Nessus is like, okay, I'll take the practice run, I guess. And then both of them are going to get tires.
That is totally acceptable within our rules. And again, it makes for better battles in general. No one can say it was, it was drag racing or anything like that. A very nice feature of ESDA.
Yeah, there's a couple of little things that ESDA does that I'm a little bit biased for that I like a lot, and that restart rule is one of them. It's helped so many battles that would have been lost in the first 200 feet. Get cleaned up as this is the second run now. Steven Jarbo in the chase. That restart almost not even helping. A big separation already, but he goes a little bit shallow off the initiation, gets to the door of Ernesto Scabel, but he's got to stay there. Ernesto nice and solid in the lead position. Not getting all of that outer zone was Jarbo, but he's using that to his advantage. All the proximity, maybe even a tap to Ernesto Scabel. Ernesto maybe a tire off there on the second outer zone, but Steven Jarbo trying to put as much pressure on that S14 in his R33 as possible. A bit of a shaky run for both drivers on that second half.
Yes, a little bit shaky, but honestly, not terrible. Again, here at ESDA, especially as the rounds are going on, the standard of driving has just skyrocketed. So any little mistake is enough to throw off a lead or a chase enough to really throw an entire battle away just with one slight miscalculation. But looking at these two runs side by side, it seems to me that there is not too much to differentiate. Yes, some drivers in one spot were a little bit closer than the other, but overall it seems like one driver is close when the other one isn't. One driver's lead was very clean when the other one's wasn't. They're almost exact opposites of each other in the best way, so I can see this going to an OMT, Keenan.
Yeah, you know what? And I was about to say that. I'm surprised we haven't seen more OMTs today. But at least in the first half of the groups, but now it's begun now, I think. Just with how fast this track is and how little decel there is, there's not a whole lot of areas to make a mistake. It looks like a lot of the mistakes that drivers are making, they're getting caught out by the elevation change and how sudden it is in the insides of some of these corners, and it's really coming back to bite them. So
it definitely is.
We'll see if this is enough. Judge is still deliberating here. Definitely not a quick call.
Definitely not a quick call, and I don't blame them at all. Just because, again, they're anything that you can say that one driver is doing worse or better, you can then go to the second run or the other run and see the other driver doing the same thing. And sometimes that gets really frustrating to have to go through and count every single mistake you see, every single pro, every single con you see, and legitimately make a list. And I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Mm-hmm. That is true. I mean, there's a reason that that judges in real life have notes and big books and aren't just up there, you know, with a tasty adult beverage, kind of just winging it. You know, it is a very important role in drifting, and a lot of responsibility as well. You know, for the first thing fans do when they get angry is start throwing things at the not physically, but throwing things at the judges. So a tough second half of the tournament here today for our judging team. Again, thank you to Wes Johnston stepping up in a big way, joining the judging team for today. Again, our normal third judge, Doug Armstead, or Swirly, coming into issues. We have a decision, and it is not unanimous.
No, it is not at all. As we will slide it left for Steven Jarbo, slide it right for Ernestus Ucabellis, and keep it in the middle for an OMT. And let's see where we find ourselves. As Dye slides it left for Steven Jarbo. Brady slides it right for Ernestus Ucabellis. And West slides it left for Steven Jarbo, securing him the win, moving him on to our top 16. And he will end up going up against whoever wins this next battle of Thwanwat Wongfuilison up against Connor Christensen, two high-style, high-speed, high-angle drivers.
It took 6 rounds, but Looney finally gets it done. A man who's been known to win ESDA events in the past, finally breaking through, shaking off those demons, and moving into the top 16 here in ESDA round number 6. Again, like you said, Thanawa Fushin, your number 14 qualifier, going to be going up against Connor Christian, your number 19 qualifier. This should be deadly close. It was pretty close on the track, Dye, one of our judges here. Again, there was a split decision. You going with Steven Jarbo, just hoping that you could tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so first run, it was pretty much clear cut. It was a good lead, good chase. So everything that we wanted to see from both was good. Second run, Steven did have that inside tire drop, and going up there to the outer clip, or the outer zone, excuse me, Ernestus had a tire drop in that area, and also the final outside clip by the finish line, Ernestus had another tire drop there. So it came down to one extra tire drop being the final decision for me, and Wes making the call to Steven.
All right, like I said, it was pretty close, and I know you voted Jarbo, and you have the best mic out of the 3 of these. So thanks for coming in, and good luck with the rest of the day.
Alrighty, appreciate it.
And we are ready for our next battle. I am so excited for this one. I do have to say, it's 2 drivers that I really like watching drive.
I didn't think about this battle until I saw it. Until like we were going over the bracket, and I was like, oh man, this might be the sleeper battle of the day, to be honest. Thanawa coming off a huge run.
It's gonna be a battle.
Coming off a huge run in New Zealand. Incredibly strong performance. Your number 1 qualifier.
Yes.
And finished in the top 3. So a breakthrough performance for him. Connor Christensen, again, we saw be number 1 qualifier at Mugello. An excellent job at Mugello for Connor. Both these guys still looking for their first win of the season. Both of them are capable of doing it right now, but only one of them can move on into the top 16. Almost said 32. We're already there.
We'll get through it. Don't you worry. But up first, we're going to have Thunny the Honey in that gorgeous red.
Thun, the number 1, baby. Let's go.
Let's go up against Connor Christensen, 2 very stylish drivers, and let's see what they have for each other as the lights are out. And here we are going past the restart line. Big angle for both drivers. Connor Christensen, notable always for his huge high commitment entries, getting it right on Thwanwat's door, but Thwanwat keeping the car under control, very consistent, very conservative, but very smooth lead run from Thwanwat, hoping that Connor Christensen might just not have it all in the chase, but I don't think that's going to be the case. It doesn't seem like Thwanwat's able to walk away from Connor here. I think overall that this might be decided by our next battle because both drivers did very well. Connor could have been a little bit closer, but I don't think it was enough to say that he doesn't deserve a win.
And I don't think that was decided for that first run. It looked like he was going to have entry of the day when it came to chase, but I think the line that he took just kind of fell apart because you saw him wash out a little bit, but then look at the proximity there from Connor Christensen. Yeah, it's not door bumping like we saw earlier, but that's about as close as you can get, considering, you know, these cars they're not going 30, 40 miles an hour. They're going 80, 90 miles an hour. So you'd be that close. Give yourself just maybe look how close he was to running him over there. That is a huge commitment from Connor Christensen. Unfortunately, coming back to cost him a little bit, but out of mistakes to make, he gathered it up, back up quick, and you can see he's following the line from Thunawat right there. Thunawat showing why he's such a strong lead driver, but we saw it in Taratanga. He can chase among with the best of them. He's going to need to do it right now.
And here we go. We're lined back up. Oh my gosh. Connor Christensen.
Same guy. Don't worry about it.
Oh my gosh. I am just...
I've never seen them both in the same place at the same time. We might have to if he wins.
I can't. But here we go. Is Connor Christensen in the lead. Thwanwat in the chase, and they are off.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Connor Christensen, Team OTM in the lead. In the S14, Thunny right in the chase. Oh, maybe a little bit of contact there. Connor trying to get the car back to angle. No, he's just going to leave it there the way it is. Thunawat, good job not making that worse than what it was. Right on the wall, Connor Christensen. He just knows where the rear end of that car is at all times. So aware of the wheelbase of that machine. Thunawat trying to get to the door. Goes a little bit shallow on the outer zone number 2. Not looking super set. Tire off there for Thunawat. Unfortunately, I think, Joe, we are not going to see the deep tournament run from Thunny the Honey that we did in Taratanga.
I do agree with that. I think Connor Christensen might have it all put together. Let's go. A little tap from Thwanawat on that initiation, and honestly, on a day like today, I think that might be enough that even... I don't think he did anything else to make up for that, unfortunately, and that's enough that he just didn't give the leader enough space on that initiation in run number 2. Because Connor Christensen kind of needed a miracle, and that might have been exactly what he needed.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It's so hard as a driver. Again, these runs last, 15, 20 seconds tops,
yep.
Even on longer tracks. You make a mistake, you have to kind of come to terms with it mentally and reset your focus for the rest of the run. And a lot of tracks, that's really hard to do because you don't have the time, and the way that the track kind of flows. If you make a mistake somewhere, it's going to lead into another mistake and lead into another mistake. I love this track a lot because it looks like you see it right here in Connor's run number 1. Makes a mistake here in the first corner, kind of kills some angle, and then throws some angle back at it as soon as he transitions for the next corner. It's really easy to recover if you have the mental fortitude to do so.
Yes.
Thunawat, all he really needed was a strong chase, and every time he got close, it seemed like he maybe made a little mistake, and especially this tire drop right here is not going to help his case.
I don't know. Overall, there's definitely a few things for the judges to be looking at, but I think that initiation is going to be where the big hang-up's going to be. As we do have a call. We're ready to go. Slide it left for Thwanawat, Wong Fuison. Slide it right for Connor Christensen. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1 for an OMT. 2 for an OMT. And a unanimous OMT, so we will see these two S chassis do battle again.
I think it came down to Connor's initiation and his lead. I thought there may have been contact there, but maybe the judges saw that there was not, because I really thought that was going to Connor Christensen. But if you factor in that contact, or the non-existence of that contact, then Connor just didn't get the initiation he was looking for, especially watching his lead run back, or his chase run back. He almost makes the same mistake. So both these guys are going to switch it up. Again, small little errors for both of them. And normally when you see something like that and then they go into an OMT, they just turn the Jets up to 11. So expect some aggressiveness out of both these guys here as we move into the first OMT battle of Connor Christensen and Thunawat Fusion.
And here we go. We are lined up. Forget that first battle completely. And we're ready to go again. But the nerves are still there as they are jockeying, trying to roll into position. You can tell they're nervous now. And here we go. Lights out. Both S chassis ripping through that start gate. big angle from Thwanwat on that initiation. Connor Christensen keeping it right on the door, though. Trying to match angle as best as he can. Thwanwat trying to put himself right up on that wall. Connor Christensen now is definitely tightening up his chase from where it was in last run. And I think he's finally put all the pieces together. Gonna go and try to take on Steve Jarbo in the next round. And I think overall, Thwanwat and Fuison doing the same run he did last time. And Connor Christensen really bringing the heat.
I mean, there was no problem with Thunawat's lead run before, so why change anything? Great job from the Thai driver of Thunawat 1 Fuison. A little bit wide is Connor there. Again, it looks like he makes something to the effect of the same mistake, but not anywhere near as bad. Maybe grabbing a little bit of curb there. Again, that curb is a no-go zone. The only places you are allowed to drop tires on this course are the initiation and the non-existent touch and go. If you guys know what I'm talking about, it's right before outer zone number 2. That is the 2 places you are allowed to drop tires here.
Yes.
But Connor, again, doing what it basically almost a mirror image of the first run, just not as significant of a mistake leading into that first turn. But somebody who made a lot of little errors was Thunawat 1 Fuison. So if you can clean some of those up, this might be much more of a nail biter.
Here we are lined back up, ready to go. Thwanwat looking a lot more confident now, not giving himself as much of a run up as last time. Let's see what happens. Oh my gosh.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Second battle of this 3D Rap group number 4. Steven Jarbo in the 3D Rap R33. That's cute. Moved on already. This is deciding who he will be battling against. Thunawat, Thunny the Honey in the chase position. Connor Christensen in the lead. Thunawat looking like he wanted to get aggressive with the initiation there, but just mistimed it a little bit. Turned out it worked okay for him. Actually, I say that missed the touch and go of Thunawat 1 Fuison. He needs to put all the pressure on Connor Christensen and then some. But if anybody's used to having someone ride his door, it is Connor Christensen. You can check out Team On The Mountain on any of their social media. They're always door-to-door, very comfortable with being close in Assetto Corsa and sim drifting. Thunawat trying to force some sort of mistake from Connor, but Connor is not having any of it.
I could see both drivers having a good case to the judges now after that run, because Thwanwat really brought some fire in that chase. I was a little bit concerned for him because Connor Christensen had such an amazing chase run on run number 1, but I think that he actually did respond this time. So our judges going over with a fine-toothed comb. Will we see another OMT again? Only time will let us know.
Looking for tire drops here as well. I don't really think I see any in the second run. Maybe Thunawat on the last inner clip, but it's hard to tell from that angle. I'm looking at that replay once again. It looked like Thunawat was ready to time the initiation, and Connor initiated like a 1/10 of a second later than Thunawat anticipated, because he kind of hesitates a little bit and then initiates. We made it so he actually didn't make that much of an error, but still a mistake nonetheless. It's going to come down to pins and needles here. NEA ESDA round number 6 from Fuji Speedway. It's kind of how a lot of these battles in the back half of this tournament is shaken out. And Connor going wide there, doing himself no favors in his lead run.
I'm just looking for any difference again.
It's pretty similar.
I'm surprised about another OMT.
Pretty similar. I think Thunawat maybe sitting on a bigger mistake. Maybe grabbing some rumble. I think we saw him grab some rumble in his lead run. But cleaning up those little errors in his chase. And take another look at that first run just to refresh our memory. Connor going a little bit wide there, but Thunawat basically did the same thing in his chase.
And we do have a call in here. This time it is a lot more. There's a lot more agreement with our judges here. So we're going to have a slide left for Thwanwat, Wong Fuison, slide right for Connor Christensen. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Connor Christensen. 2 and 3 for Connor Christensen. A unanimous decision for the On The Mountain driver, moving on to battle Steven Jarbo in the top 8. Top 16. That's it.
It's been a long day, my friend. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is the first top 16 battle. set. We have Steven Jarbo against Connor Christensen. Steven Jarbo, like I said, needs a great day to be able to go into round 7 with some breathing room to retain his license. Connor Christensen, with that win, I think will be somewhere in the high 20s. He's currently 26th in points right now, or low 20s, I say, around the 20th area, maybe 21st. So another driver who, I just saw the points, another driver who really did well for himself, Vitaly Esayev. His day's not over, but he went from 32nd to 20th, basically. So great day for him. That is how easy things can change in this midfield.
It is just, I love to see it, especially even this late in the season. It can still be this way. And here we go. We are lined up. Austin Zalewski leading Pavel Gunnan. Super excited to see this battle as well. Austin Zalewski's been having amazing runs over and over, and I think we can see a win from him if he can just put his day together.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, third battle of this group. Austin Zalewski, another OTM member, going against Pavel Gunnan. Both these guys need good days. Let's see what they can do here.
As here we go, Austin Zalewski in the lead, Pavel Gunnan in the chase, putting that S15 right on that Supra's door through the first corner, giving enough space for the transition. Let's see if they both stay out of the wall. Pavel Gunnan super committed. Ooh, the wall. A little tap from Austin Zalewski, but it doesn't really seem to upset him just that much. And again, now Pavel Gunnan dropping tires when Austin Zalewski did not. But will that wall tap come into discussion later? I think we're going to have to see the second battle. And let's see what happens here. Let's look at this replay, Keenan.
This is a toughie. This is a toughie to start. So I think it's one of those, as we take a look at the replay here, I think it's one of those wall contacts. You haven't seen as much as I expected. A big tire drop there for Pavel Gunnan. A little bit of contact there from Pavel, and then pushing in nice and tight. Gets him again, pushes him into the wall. So maybe a mistake for Pavel Gunnan, just getting too aggressive with Austin Zalewski, OTM A to Z. Getting my OTM members mixed up there a little bit.
Don't get them messed up.
Can't say I blame him, because he knows that this driver is fighting for a championship. He's fighting for every point he can. In Austin Zalewski, an outside shot, but still a shot. And he wants to make this miracle run. It's going to have to start right now here in round number 6. But Pavel Gunnan trying to play spoiler, that SimAware racing machine.
And we are lined back up, and I think we're ready to rip here. Both drivers, I'm sure, ready to just get it over with and see what their fate is, because I don't know about you, but when I'm competition driving, I hate waiting on the line.
Yeah, it's time to go for Austin Zalewski and Pavel Gunnan. Only one of these guys can move on in the tournament. This is your second to last top 32 battle. A little bit of a separation from Pavel Gunnan, but he gets the line perfect. Austin Zalewski had to catch up a little bit there, but now he's to the door of Pavel. Going to push into the wall, does not make the same mistake that Pavel did. I think he's got to know he's sitting on a bit of an advantage here. Pavel, actually big slowdown. Good job from Austin to not make contact. Was a little bit shallow on that second outer zone is Austin Zalewski, but right to the door of the SimAware racing machine is OTM A to Z. Did he just seal a top 16 berth?
And here we go. I do believe something got sealed during that run. Personally, I think that overall, Austin Zalewski just keeping it tidy in the chase and letting Pavel Gunnan maybe overdrive the car just a little bit might have been enough, honestly, to secure a win into this top 16 spot. But I do not know, because honestly, Pavel Gunnan did have a very strong chase as well.
Yeah, it really kind of just comes down to that contact in the first run. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have a winner of this battle.
And yes, we do. We're going to slide it left for Austin Zalewski. We're going to slide it right for Pavel Gunnan. We're going to keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Austin Zalewski. 2 for Austin Zalewski, securing him the win, and 3 for Austin Zalewski for the culture. A unanimous decision, moving him into the top 16. But who will he battle? This is our final top 32 battle of round 6 here today, Keenan.
Like you just said, Joe, final top 32 battle until we move on into the top 16s. Again, this is your group number 4, your 3D Rap group number 4, your ESDA round number 6. So congratulations to Austin. His day will continue. And unfortunately for Pavel Gunnan, a strong effort, but having to bow out against Zalewski, who is with an outside shot of taking that championship. But our last battle, Rayon Eldina, JX team member, in one of the most beautiful cars on the grid, especially with the livery.
Sure.
I love this S15, going up against Brandon Gardner, the only Infinity Q60 on the grid. I thought this was a concept car until like a week ago.
I once got in a big argument over this car in a D1GP live stream, and I have feelings about it. But
I didn't know this was a real car. I didn't know this was real.
It is a real car. I learned that as well when D1GP fans got really angry at me once. But anywho.
D1GP fans getting mad? No way. No, that never happens.
That never. As Ryan Aldino will be leading Brandon Gardner. Super excited to see this battle. And here we go. Ryan Aldino in the lead. Brandon Gardner in the chase. Big rectangle from both drivers. Ryan Aldino slowing up a little bit, and Brandon Gardner having to apply more angle mid-corner to avoid contact. Coming through, Ryan Aldino really shallow coming out to this zone. Brandon Gardner going deeper almost everywhere this entire run. Not as much angle on this power alley. I don't know what else to call it there on the track. And we're coming through, and again, Brandon Gardner, it's just... I don't know what the right word is. He seemed kind of like a shadow at like 5 p.m. as opposed to at 1, what you would prefer to see in the chase. He's just like a little bit off and a little bit back, you know?
Brandon, one of those guys that did really well at Long Beach in our first round, has kind of not been able to carry that momentum. Did a decent job in round number 2 at Interlagos, but then he didn't show up for round number 4, wasn't able to make it, was eliminated in the top 32 in round number 5. So Brandon trying to turn the momentum back towards him. He's still doing fairly well in points, 8th in points overall because he's been consistently qualifying, but a driver that hasn't seen outside of the top 32 since round number 3. So that's a big, especially for a guy as competitive as Brandon. I'm sure that's got to bother him at least just a little bit. But Ryan Aldina, 22nd in points. He's just trying to end his season with a statement. I don't think he's in any danger of losing his license. I don't think he's in with a chance of taking home the championship. So just trying to work his way up that leaderboard here at the end of the season.
And we are lined back up. It seems like Ryan Aldina is giving himself a large run up here to try and keep up with that giant Infinity. For some reason, I was going to say Lexus, and that really felt bad to me.
Oh, the D1GP fans would have been real mad about that one.
Gosh.
Don't you make fun of my judging robot? Anyway, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Big initiation for Brandon Gardner. Not so much for Ryan Aldina. When you have the lead car initiate that aggressively, early transition for Ryan. Does a great job not straightening out, but that car needs more angle in it now. He's all in contact with Brandon Gardner. It's all falling apart for JX teams. Ryan Aldina in the chase position. I don't think Brandon was off throttle or anything. There may have been a little bit of lag. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're in the North American server here, and Ryan driving out of, I think he's Jordanian, but driving out of Saudi Arabia. So clearly not the closest two parties in terms of the geographical location, but take another look at this replay.
A little bit of contact, but I don't see how Brandon Gardner could have gone any faster while at angle.
Now he's on power. He's maybe not picking up speed, but I mean that's
driven over. It looked like to me.
Yeah, it's nobody's fault really, other than the chase. But he looks like he gets hit in like a weird spot. Like it looks like he gets body checked in the right rear.
That's not looking good for Ryan. As much as I hate to say it, I think that's a pretty one-sided mistake. If it wouldn't have happened before the wall, if they wouldn't have made contact before the wall, I wouldn't have been so on it. But we are getting a call in from our judges, and I think they are seeing that in the same way. We'll slide left for Ryan Aldina, slide right for Brandon Gardner, keep it in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3 for Brandon Gardner. Moving on, and he'll be taking on Austin Zalewski. But first, we must have Steven Jarbo up against Connor Christensen. For some reason, 2 names today that I keep trying to combine into one. Couldn't tell you what.
It's interesting move.
I don't know why my brain has decided that those 2 names are the same, but today I guess they are.
I won't fault you. We've had a day here a little bit.
That's a word for it, to say the least.
But ladies and gentlemen, again, we are wrapped up with our top 32 competition here in the 3D wrap group number 4. We're going to be moving on to Jarbo versus Christensen. Both these guys, Jarbo, the better day he can have, the more of a chance he has is retaining his pro license for 2023. One of those drivers that's way on the outside looking in. Connor Christensen, speaking of outside looking in, when it comes down to points. Okay, I got him confused with you.
It happens. It's so easy.
You know, he's 26th in points. I'm sure he wants to find his way up the leaderboard there as well. So just trying to see if we can find, well, we haven't been able to see where Jarbo can stack because this is his first group, but he is very, very out of it before this group got started. I believe he's in the 50s somewhere. So good to see him have a good day, good qualifying, and even with this one round win, as long as he has a decent round in October, the end of October, we'll be seeing him in 2023. That's what he's fighting for right now. He's currently 57th and needs to be in the top 32 to be guaranteed a pro license for next year.
We are getting ready. I am hearing that R33 getting ready to go.
Yeah, whenever Connor wants to wake up from the nap, that'd be cool. So I can go have a nap.
Just a little nap, you know?
We could even also be seeing Austin Zalewski battle his own teammate if they both end up getting the win in this top 16.
That'd be fun.
Talk about guys who would love a good points day. Austin Zalewski at the moment is 5th place with 272 points. And again, your number one qualifier, or your number one in points right now, Alexander Element, he's done for the day at 380. So if any of these guys in the top 5 win, unfortunately, it is just Darius and Austin left on the board who can make that happen. They will have a strong shot in our final round in October 21st, 22nd here at TraxionGG. Again, we'll hope to see you guys back here for the conclusion of what has been beyond an exciting season.
And here we go. So we are lined up. Steven Jarbo in the lead. Connor Christensen in the chase. Two very good drivers. I don't think we've seen them drive against each other yet, but I bet we will have a good show for everyone right now. Steven Jarbo, big, snappy initiation. Connor Christensen struggling to keep up with that R33 through that first corner. Does Steven Jarbo have a trick up his sleeve that is just pure speed? It kind of seems like he might, but Connor Christensen working it out by the time they get to that outside zone through the final transition, and almost the last place for any real drama to happen as Connor Christensen tucks right onto Steven Jarbo's door. Steven Jarbo flappable, you know?
No, I don't think unflappable.
Unflappable. I am amazing. I am amazing, but that was amazing. That's the more accurate statement right there.
You are amazing, Joe.
You know,
smile emoji.
I do my best.
Even flip it on the strobes as we take a quick look at this replay. Again, Connor, I think just playing it smart. We've seen so many battles won and lost with the initiation here, with that elevation change. So I think he just said, you know what, I'll give him some room. I'm confident that I can catch him, and he sure did. I was going to say maybe a tire off on the inside there, but I think he kept him on the paint barely. If he would have had a little bit less negative camber in that front wheel, I think we may be having a different conversation here. But smart driving from Connor Christensen, and Steven Jarbo showing why, at least in pre-qualifying, he was your number one qualifier, and he was 3rd overall in that qualifying.
Yes, for sure. And we are lined back up. It almost looks now that Steven Jarbo is cheating up. He's not even cheating back. He's so confident up against Connor Christensen. Oh my gosh. That's a level of confidence, and lights out and away we go.
Jump from Steven Jarbo. He's going to have to lift to let Connor go. Let's see what happens here. This could be doom. Good entry from Connor. Steven going to be kind of in a middle line. That's not going to set him up well for the run up the hill. He's got to gain a little bit of ground here, and he does. So now both of these drivers sitting on a similar mistake in their chase. Let's see what Steven can do to force something from Connor here, who is looking so comfortable in this lead position. As I say that, maybe didn't get all of the angle on outer zone number 2, but Steven Jarbo on the power, but not able to get right to the door. He was very close, but maybe about a quarter car length he could have closed in a bit more. Very tough second run for both those guys.
Oh, that is for sure. And our judges quick to getting to their calculations. And let's take a look at this replay again. I think overall in the chase, Connor Christensen, even though he might have been a little bit further back in his chase at first, I think he had a far more confident initiation. But once they settled down and in, again, I think Connor Christensen overall is looking a little bit stronger. Now that I'm getting to watch them side by side, overall, I think he's looking just stronger all over the place. Just the tiniest knife's edge everywhere, if I dare I say it.
Yeah, I mean, it's another tough one to call. We were blessed in the first two groups, and then this group is where a lot of these tough battles have come into the judges' laps here. Like I said in the run, it looked like they kind of were sitting on even keel with their mistakes, but I think Steven may have made a mistake and Connor may have made a choice. Both kind of resulted in the same thing where a gap opened up after turn one, but you can see Connor was still at angle and Steven was not matching. So if it's going to come down to chases, which the leads look pretty comparable through a blind man's eye here.
Yes.
That being me. Maybe that's higher on the curb there for Christensen might even it up, but it's going to come down to little things, as it seems to be the theme of the day.
Oh, especially as we get deeper and deeper into competition today. It seemed in the first few groups it really wasn't any issues. It was obvious who was going to go, but it also seems that all of our competitors are keeping a close eye on how the judging calls are going all day and really starting to dial in exactly what they need to be doing to move on. But once you get to the end of the day, especially down here, once we're starting to get deep into the bracket, you get two drivers like this and it's going to be the result what you're seeing in front of you of two amazing runs.
Yeah, just we talked about going to war here, but it's been battle after battle after battle all day. Such a strong showing from the ESDA driver roster. Even in qualifying yesterday, there was very little low scores. It was kind of crazy that for the longest time. So again, their cutoff score yesterday was 89, and 86 would have put you 40th. So it's actually silly how close these guys are getting now, but there is a decision here.
We do have a call. We'll slide it left for Steven Jarbo, slide it right for Connor Christensen, keep it in the middle for an OMT. So 1 for an OMT, 1 for Connor Christensen, and 2 for Connor Christensen, moving him on to our next battle, which will be a battle for our top 4. But first, who will he battle? Austin Zalewski or Brandon Gardner? Two very fast drivers in their own right.
Yeah, is he going to battle his teammate in Austin Zalewski, who again, with a perfect event with no mistakes for the rest of the day, could take the fight to Alexander Element in the points lead? Or will it be Brandon Gardner playing spoiler, who has not necessarily had a bad season, but definitely has kind of had a mid-season slump and is looking to say, no, I belong here. I'm still one of the best drivers in ESDA.
Go. Lining up, and it seemed Brandon Gardner's taking a break, leaning on back, getting good and centered before this battle.
Yeah, whenever these two gentlemen are ready, we'll get them to the line. I think we're just waiting, maybe having a conversation about that judging call. It seems a lot of times when you're waiting for the next battle to queue is normally when there's a discussion happening about the former.
Oh
battle.
yes,
so,
for sure.
Again, that was close. It was really tight. Even us, we really couldn't figure out who won what. But Jarbo with a strong showing, that huge run in qualifying, and then a big win against Ernestus, and then a strong showing against Christensen. Stoked to see what he can do in round number 7. And I'm sure that's going to help his overall points total in retaining his pro license. But to get to the final of this group, we still need to figure out who is going to be the second half of it. Austin Zalewski, your number 6 qualifier, in the lead in the OTM Supra, and chasing will be Brandon Gardner in the Team Slide Culture Infinity Q60.
Two drivers who definitely have the capability and car underneath them to go on and win it all today. But they got to get through each other first. And here we go. Austin Zalewski in the lead. Brandon Gardner in the chase. Big angle from both drivers. Austin Zalewski is just a machine, but Brandon Gardner putting that big Infinity right up on that Subaru, the Supra's door. Big angle, getting close to the wall. Austin leaving a little bit on the table, but Brandon Gardner getting...
Okay, that's interesting.
He drove up the side of him.
So I don't know if it came across on your screen or it didn't. So I saw it happen. Zalewski's car dipped, about half of it just went in the ground and stopped. So, yeah, that one's interesting. You're not going to see it in the replay. Unfortunately, I think I saw it and then the replay didn't.
I'm watching the replay again to see if that's what happened on my screen as well. There it is. Yeah, it looked...
You see the lag, but he literally, the car almost disappeared into the ground and then popped out of the ground. You know, I thought we were playing Assetto, not Car X. This is, it's been a rough day for the old server skis here.
Yeah, I don't. It looks like he just like hits the side of the car and they just decide, yeah, they're okay. The judges are saying they want to restart that. They're ignoring that run completely, giving everybody fresh tires.
Sorry, Joe, continue.
No, I was just going to say, if I was any of the drivers, I wouldn't really argue with that just because both drivers were having good runs up until then as well. They were having a good battle.
Connor doesn't want to win like that, and Brandon doesn't want to lose like that. I agree.
Yeah. No one wants anything to do with that situation in general, so we're just going to ignore it. Got out our Men in Black memory thingy. I don't know the word for it. And here we go.
That's how you know it works.
Yeah, right. Austin Zalewski, Brandon Gardner, take two. Okay. And now they are both far more aggressive. Austin Zalewski right on that inside clip, but Brandon Gardner right on his door again. Both drivers going right as deep as they can to this wall. There we go. Austin Zalewski now putting a lot more stank
mistake.
on it. Ooh, because now they're scared of that spot of the track, and we are coming through. Great angle from both drivers through this last zone, and across the line, they are driving hard now. I'll tell you what.
Two mistakes from Brandon Gardner there. Both kind of the same thing. I'm wondering if there's just a bit too much grip and then Infinity Q60. Keep an eye on that purple Team Slide Culture machine. But great job from Austin Zalewski. Again, we don't want to see battles decided by lag. Usually it's if it happens, it happens. But that was just so egregious. We're choosing to rerun it. Only the second time we've done that all season. Straightens out a little bit there. Keeps it sideways, but just a little correction. And then again, keep an eye on that Infinity because you're going to see him do it again right here. The front end just again. I think it's just the elevation change. This is run number 2 of this battle, I believe.
This was the first run. This is a redo of run number 1 because we had that lag issue.
Double checking.
Yes.
It is indeed. Okay, cool.
We are lined back up. They're ready to rip, Keenan.
So here we go, run number 2. Really good time to use that reset, but unfortunately, Brandon going to be sitting on a couple of mistakes, but nothing he can't work over here. We need to run a strong lead run from Brandon, or from Austin. Yeah, from Brandon Gardner in the lead. Austin kind of giving him a bit of space here. Wondering if he knows he's sitting on a bit of an advantage, or maybe just being a little conservative considering what happened in the lead up to that first run, but really aggressive on the door. Maybe not feeling all the zone is Austin Zalewski, but using everything to make sure he doesn't get gapped by that lead Infinity of Brandon Gardner. Brandon, strong lead run right now, but is it too little, too late, as Austin Zalewski getting about as close as you can get without making contact to try to seal the deal here in this top 16 battle.
Well, that was an aggressive end to that battle. And let's take a look at the replay here. Both drivers giving each other a lot of space on the initiation. Through the transition, it seems like Austin Zalewski is way faster to the door and to angle, but it does seem like Brandon Gardner leading in the transition is a lot better. But there were a few mistakes, like Keenan pointed out in Brandon Gardner's chase as well. And then Austin Zalewski right up on his door through that last corner of run number 2. I don't know, Keenan. I'm kind of leaning towards the Supra personally.
Yeah, I was going to say my personal preference is going to be Zalewski on this one. It's a crying shame because Brandon obviously made those mistakes after the reset, and I'm sure that's going to be a source of frustration for him. But unfortunately, in the world of online esports, you're going to have some give and some take. There's no one solution for everything, especially with how wacky the servers have been today for us. We really haven't had a problem with major lag all year. So
yes.
I guess we were due. Let's get it all out of our system now before we head into our charity event, our championship finale in round number 7. But I'm sure Brandon doesn't want to see it go this way. I'm sure Austin doesn't want to see it end this way. But to me, maybe you would like to see Zalewski deeper on some zones, but I don't think that's going to...
That's such a minor gripe overall.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to even out. Yeah, exactly. So Judge is looking at something here. Maybe some tire drops or something.
I bet I would have to imagine it is something along those lines, because they want to make sure that they're going over this with a fine-toothed comb, making sure the call is what they think it actually is, as opposed to what they initially thought it was. Because sometimes you watch it a couple times and notice, oh, there was a drop there, I didn't recognize it first, something along those lines.
Did see Zalewski get fast and loose with inner clip number 2. I think he kept all 4 on the tarmac there, but very close. If you take a look on the bottom right hand of your screen at the Supra, hey, he's on the white line for sure. So it could be things like that the judges are looking for, just making sure they're doing their due diligence and making the right calls here. Another tough one. Surprise.
My
jaw's on the floor. Don't start yawning, producer. You're gonna get us all going.
Yeah, we're gonna get going. I'm punching in the air. I'm jumping up and down.
These machines were not built to be awake before noon. That is something I am learning about this group today.
And here we have our call. A split decision again. As we're going to go slide him left for Austin Zalewski, slide him right for Brandon Gardner, keep him in the middle for an OMT. Dyke votes for an OMT. Brady goes for Brandon Gardner. Where will Wes go? To Brandon Gardner as well, moving on, and he will be taking on Connor Christensen. So we will not have the OTM on OTM battle.
Yeah, see if we can get some clarification on that, because we were both pretty convinced, or at least, I thought that the Super was going to get that one. So
it looked very good.
Every time I'm like, what about that one? Dyke comes in and goes, no, you missed this. So
come on.
We'll see if we can... Oh, I didn't know you and Equinox were smooching. That's cool.
We smooch sometimes.
Occasionally.
Don't worry about it.
So he's in there explaining the call to the drivers. And hopefully we'll get this turnaround really quick. Connor Christensen, Brandon Gardner, all purple driver battle. That'll be the end of Austin Zalewski's attempt to try and get the win today and really play spoiler in the championship. Think that's basically leaving it down to Mustafa and Darius. We'll get the math done between the 2 rounds to let you guys know all the scenarios, but I think that should be GG for Austin Zalewski's championship season, barring a bunch of no-shows. Not impossible. We've seen crazier things.
Oh, for sure. But either way, we are getting shockingly low seeds into our top 8 overall. I was just kind of cruising around that, ignoring Vitaly just because he did very well.
It was just Group 2. Group 2 had the high seeds, and then everyone else with a lot of upsets. And if you look
everyone
at
else
seeding,
was upset city, but I'm not super surprised with that big of a point, that small of a points gap from first to 32nd. They honestly all had very, very similar runs.
Yeah, everybody from 26th to 1st was in the 90s. They're all separated by 6 points. And again, your cutoff score, not including Grigory Andreev, who took this place of Dylan Fink, was 89 or higher. That is one of the highest average scores of the season. I think there was one round where I didn't make qualifying that was also pretty crazy in terms of average scores. So
they've always been just nuts.
Yeah, and it's only getting closer throughout the season. But I think Connor maybe, or Austin probably arguing his case here right now, as I see him in... Nope, he jumped out of the waiting room, so I think they're just moving their drivers around. I won't waste too much of your time. We both thought that it was going to Zalewski. Obviously, you went OMT, but maybe you can kind of explain the inside of the other 2 judges.
I think what more the other two judges gave it the other call was it came down to the tire drops. Austin on his lead did miss that last inner, and he also missed, could have been deeper on that last outer clip as well. He did have a tire drop. Brandon did have a tire drop on his chase as well, and had a couple wobbles after the wall, after the inner clip, and I gave it an OMT. I seen that they both made mistakes and could have cleaned it both up, but the other two judges seen that also made a little bit more mistakes than what I saw. So that's what gave them a call.
Yeah, kind of hard to explain what the other judges were thinking versus yourself, but I appreciate the insight, Di, and good luck with the rest of the jig.
Yep. As we now move on to our final battle here of our Group 4, before we move on to our Final 4, we're going to have Connor Christensen up against Brandon Gardner. Who will win? Keenan, what do you think? Purple on purple action.
I mean, you got to take into account momentum of the day, too. Both these guys qualifying pretty close, 19th, 22nd, so there's not really much in between it there. Brandon coming off that big win against the Zalewski, again, a championship contender. Christensen still looking for a strong finish. Again, I think the last time we saw him up in this area of the bracket was when he qualified extremely well and had that run at Mugello. Again, he's only 26th in points, so a good day from him, too, would not be unwelcome, so we'll have to see what happens here. This is your last preliminary battle, and the winner of this will be joining our other three finalists in the Traxion Final 4.
And here we go. Connor Christensen in the lead. Brandon Gardner in the chase. Big angle from Connor Christensen, but Brandon Gardner unfazed, trying to tuck right up to that S14's door, but it seems like he needs a little bit more distance to do it, and there we go. Up on the wall, but again, it just seems like Connor Christensen always has just a little bit more speed for Brandon Gardner through the midsection of every corner. And again, coming on through, Connor Christensen now choking up just a little bit to get through that last corner and across the line. Connor Christensen looks to have a fast S14 on him today. So the drivers make their way back to the start.
I sneezed and muted the microphone.
Hate when that happens.
I need a light or something. This is getting silly. But speaking of silly, that last battle, Brandon not really getting the best start to his run. But then we've seen that today so much from the chase cars. It seems like it's so tricky to chase through that first turn. And this little power alley section here. But great job, great consistency. Connor, I might be misremembering, but I figured, big, like, flashy transitions, nice and fluid. His card wouldn't be known for speed, but you can see right here, I think, is down to the line of Gardner, but Gardner tries to catch up, and try as he might, there's always a little bit of separation. Not much, it's still very close, but a little bit of separation between the two.
Here we go. We are lined back up at the start. I'm sure both of these drivers are ready, chomping at the bit to get going here. I'm sure it feels like their skin is on fire with all of the adrenaline going through their body right now.
And here we go, second battle of this top 8 battle. Brandon Gardner now going to be in the lead, and Connor Christensen giving chase. Connor I'm not really sure I think, again, just initiated a little bit too early, and he's going to cause some separation, but it worked out for him in the past. Maybe a tire off there for Connor Christensen in the chase, but right on the door of Brandon Gardner. Really close transitions. Opening up a little bit more of a gap now as he's going to close it in. Not entirely consistent on his gap, but right to the door at the last corner of Brandon Gardner. Was that enough to seal the deal, or is Brandon Gardner going to have the second Final 4 appearance of the season?
I do not know. Let's take a look at the replay here. Overall, it looked like Brandon Gardner I think we might be seeing a Brandon Gardner Final 4 now that I'm seeing them side by side. But Connor Christensen is not going down without a fight at all. But it does seem to me that Brandon Gardner just overall is more consistent across both runs now that I'm watching them side by side.
Yeah, another one grasping at straws, but you know what I mean. Another tough one for the judges here. This, especially Group 3 and 4, have all been very, very tight battles. Normally these only take less than an hour to get all these groups done, but it's been tough battle after tough battle after tough battle. Judges taking another strong look at this one, and the winner will be moving on into your final four to join the likes of Zach Sullivan, Vitaly Isayev, and Darius Ostraka. Darius trying to make it go 2 for 2 for the last 2 rounds. Zach trying to redeem himself from having not the strongest season he's ever had. Vitaly trying to show up as the new kid on the block and get the W. And I'm sure either one of these two guys would love to stand on the top step of the podium at the end of the day today.
I am sure of it, but I do think looking at these runs more and more, I think that there's at least enough here to have an decision made, which makes me happy. As both drivers here, I'm sure, are ready to... They both think they deserve to be in that Final Four. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, that's just drifter mentality. It doesn't matter, especially with how close a lot of these battles have been. I don't think... It's tough. It's real tough. This has not been a good season to be a judge. It's been a great season to be a fan, but judging has been rough this year. Not in terms of quality, just in terms of there's been so little. That guy won. It was pretty clear. It's been a rough day. This rough second half of the day. The first half wasn't too bad. It had a lot of really fun battles, but also a lot of I don't want to say easy decisions, but decisions that
must be made.
We're a little bit
We do
easier.
have a call here.
Yes, we do.
We're going to slide him left for Connor Christensen. Slide it right for Brandon Gardner. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. And who will be moving on to fill that final slot of our Final Four? Slide 1 for Brandon Gardner. 2 for Brandon Gardner and 3 for Brandon Gardner. Unanimous decision. Moving on to our Final Four. And that finishes out our Group 4 here, Keenan.
So Connor Christensen with another strong day, but unfortunately not enough to take down Brandon Gardner. Brandon Gardner, it seems once he gets his eye in, once he's focused, he's almost unstoppable. But there are 3 men who want to put a stop to this run. Zach Sullivan, Vitaly Isayev, and Darius Ostraka. Our Final Four is set. Who will be taking home the win here at Fuji around number 6? We're about to find out in a few short moments as the Traxion Final Four of ESDA around number 6 here at Fuji, presented by Traxion, will be alive here after this final short break.
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by TraxionGG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit TraxionGG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning, Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
They did it. They almost did it. They didn't do it.
Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh!
Coverage of the 2022 Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Traxion.GG, bringing you the latest news, reviews, updates, opinions, esports results, and insight from the most respected names in the world of racing games. Visit Traxion.GG and join the community today. By Next Level Racing. Build your ultimate simulation racing experience with Next Level Racing. Esports tested and award-winning Next Level Racing. Be first. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. By Mazda Racing. Mazda Racing is determined to create innovative and professional sim racing equipment that drivers can depend on for quality and endurance. Go further, go faster with Mazda Racing. Visit MazdaRacing.com. By 3D Wrap. Looking to upgrade your rig? 3D Wrap has sim racing mods, upgrades, and devices delivered with passion you can only get by being made in Italy. Visit 3dwrap.it for your next sim racing upgrade. By Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club is prioritizing enthusiast needs with motorsport requirements. Visit BigDuckClub.com today. By VDC. The Virtual Drift Championship is the official physics and tire model supplier of ESDA. Learn more about VDC at facebook.com/virtualdriftchamps. And by Vosen, your home for Assetto drifting content. Want the track from today's competition and more? Visit vosen.co now.
Ladies and gentlemen, 32 down to 4. Zach O'Sullivan, Vitaly Esayev, Darius Ostraka, and Brandon Gardner. Only one can be the winner here at ESDA round number 6, presented by Traxion at Fuji Speedway. As always, my name is Keenan Kusin, joined in the booth by Joe Piro, Strix Pulsatrix, and Hayden Rigsby. It has been a long, hard-fought day for some of these drivers, but finally, we are able to see who will be hosting the trophy at the end of today's competition.
Oh, that is true, and dare I say it, this top 4 is angry right now, as we do have our 3 judges, Harold McKinney, Brady, and Wes Johnson today. Dare I say it, all 4 drivers today, I am nothing but happy to see them here, as we found ourselves traveling north from New Zealand all the way to Japan. Love to see it.
Yeah, a quick trip up north and a little spin because I couldn't figure out how to not do that on the Google Earth camera.
Don't worry about it.
But I did my best. But we are here at Fuji Speedway. Again, if you're familiar with Grand Prix racing, if you're familiar with this course, this is the final sector here at Fuji. Not something I've used in competitive drift in real life. The more I think about it, the more I just don't think the car would live for the whole thing. It just seems like it would explode, but it's been a war of attrition here today, here as well at ESDA. Just so many hard-fought battles, especially in the second half of the day. Yeah. A lot of tight battles, a lot of close OMTs, tempers flaring, emotions running wild. It's been a wild day here at Fuji, man. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are down to 4.
And what a 4 it is as well. We find ourselves here in our first battle representing the left side of our bracket. We're going to have Vitaly Esayev leading Zach O'Sullivan. And we're going to go to the right of Darius Ostraka and Brandon Gardner. But first, what are they competing for?
This season's competitors will be battling for a slice of the $1,600 money pool and a whole lot more thanks to our sponsors. This year's $300 top team and $100 Rookie of the Year prizes are presented by Big Duck Club. The Rookie of the Year will also win a wheel stand 2.0 from Next Level Racing. The season champion will be awarded $600 in addition to the FGT Elite Simulation Chassis and ERS1 seat from Next Level Racing, an R16 wheelbase RS Racing Wheel, CRP pedals, and RM Digital Dash from Mazda Racing, and an Akina handbrake from 3D Wrap. Second place will be awarded $400 and an FGT Simulator cockpit from Next Level Racing. ESDA would like to thank our sponsors for supporting esports drifting, and viewers like you for watching our competition. Thank you. Now back to the studio.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, that is a heck of a lot of hardware supplied by all of our supporters here at ESDA. Thank you to everybody who's jumped on board this season to help support one of the best shows in sim drifting. Traxion, Moza Racing, 3D Wrap, Next Level Vosen, Big Duck Club, and anyone else, KNC as well. And John Elgood with the tracks. But we are moving on into our final 4. Our first battle is going to be Vitaly Esayev against Zach O'Sullivan. Again, keep in mind, both these guys haven't driven for 2+ hours. Nope. So, I got to imagine they were out practicing, making sure they were staying warm. But it is going to be, I believe, Vitaly leading Zach. Zach, I would say, is probably a stronger chase driver than lead driver, so I'm sure he does not mind being chasing first. Vitaly, I think, is a stronger lead driver, but both these guys can do both. There's a reason they've made it this far.
That is definitely true. So we are lined up. We're ready to go here at this final 4. Vitaly Esayev, our 5th seed, I believe, up against Zach O'Sullivan in the chase, giving himself a large runoff, because I do have to say Vitaly has been very, very fast today.
Vitaly, one of those drivers that so much beef, not beef, but like the CarX guy's this, the CarX guy's that, but he's one of those drivers that's out here saying CarX Schmarx, I can do it at anything. And Zach O'Sullivan, one of the staples of ESDA, both these guys looking for a W here to move on to the finals.
And here we go. Vitaly, big angle, catching Zach O'Sullivan a little bit off guard, but Zach is settling right on down in his chase, getting right up on that door of that S15, leaving a little tiny space, but I think that might be okay if he can assume that he really can walk on Vitaly as he has previously. But other than that, Vitaly is laying down a flawless lead run, and Zach O'Sullivan is just staying right back, cool, calm, collected, just settling right in to be right on next to that door.
Some things change, some things stay the same, and it looks like we are going to have another tough call here if the second run goes any way like the first one. It is hard for that chase car to follow, but I think Zach did about as good of a job as he could. Got more angle at one point there than Vitaly moving into the first outer zone, but nice consistent proximity. Never tries to overcharge. I think he's still leaving a little bit left in the tank in case this does go OMT. Didn't really see any major mistakes from Zach, but Vitaly showing why he qualified so well. It seems to be his strong suit in the lead positions. Both these guys showing a lot of maturity and a lot of experience right now.
Oh, for sure. And here we go. We are back at the line already. Why is Zach lining back up there? Okay. I was about to...
He's just so happy. He just loves chasing so much. Just a big chasing guy.
It's been a long day, but I was very confused about some weird rule I didn't know about. But he's airing out his car. He's ready to go. He's as ready as anyone.
Nothing makes me happier than the continuation of a joke. Thank you, Zachary. Very cool.
I'm here for it.
I'm here for the second run of this battle. Again, winner will be going into the finals. Loser will be battling for third place against the right side of the bracket, and we'll get you introduced to them in just a minute. But to get there, we still need to see Vitaly Esev go against Zach O'Sullivan, S15 versus Mark IV Supra. A little bit farther back from Vitaly, grabbing a little bit of that inside curb there. Zach, nice and fluid in the lead position so far. So much smoke pouring off the rear ends of these cars. So much throttle at this track. Maybe a little bit shallow from Vitaly in the second part of the course as we move into the final third. A little bit early off the zone, both these drivers. Lots of tire drop there for Vitaly. And I think maybe it was an exciting chase, but I think maybe putting those tires up on those curbs have sealed the deal for Zach O'Sullivan.
Yeah, I have to agree with that statement. Even looking at him side by side, he's fighting. He is definitely not going down without a fight, but I think he might have put a little bit too much fight on that car. And yeah, pulling out onto the rumble strips like that might be the end of the deal.
We've seen closer battles get decided by these drops for lesser amount of drops. My English is struggling today. But interested to see where this is going to go. I think, again, I explained this before.
Yes.
Long 2 days for us here in the esports drift team. We're not judges. I don't ever want to be a judge. Don't ever ask me to judge. I will say no. But something that you can voice your opinion on right now is the TraxionGG driver of the day. We take all of our final four, and you get to decide who is your driver of the day. That vote is up right now on Twitter. You can check them out at TraxionGG, TraxionGG, or ! Discord in the Twitch chat. Join the Discord right now, and you can vote there as well.
And we do have a call in here between the battle of the two titans, Zach O'Sullivan and Vitaly Esev. Slide it left for Zach, slide it right for Vitaly. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. We have 1 for Zach O'Sullivan, 2 for Zach O'Sullivan, and 3 for Zach O'Sullivan, securing him a spot in the final rounds and securing him a podium position. But that is not the last we will be seeing of Vitaly. He will go and battle in our third place battle after Darius Ostraka and Brandon Gardner.
So two different stories here leading into our second half of our final. Zach's got to be stoked. Don't even think he's made a final this season. And for somebody who, especially last year, was so strong, so dominant, was your regular season champion. Yeah, Zach, the most I've seen him with points here is 30 points. So he hasn't even made it to the final 4 this season. So hell of a round for Zach. Finally, it's stoked to see him towards the end of the season, but at least he's getting his program back on track. But speaking of which, both these guys kind of had mediocre starts to their season. Darius maybe a little bit more consistent, but he's really turned it up in the second half with the win last round and potentially going for another one. On the other end of the bracket, Brandon Gardner, not the strongest mid-season, kind of a mid-season slump, came out really strong with that final performance in Long Beach. So both these guys looking to be in the finals here for two very different reasons. One, to continue the momentum, and one, to swing the momentum in his direction.
And we will see which one reigns supreme after this. So Darius Ostrika in the lead, Brandon Gardner in the chase. Big angle from Darius off the initiation, but Brandon Gardner sucking that S15 right on up into that first outside zone, coming through into this wall section. Again, lots of not many drivers falling victim to that wall, but here is where it seems to be the do or die moment. Tire drops right here, but on my screen at least, Darius Ostrika and Brandon did not drop a tire off at all, and a very, very clean run from both drivers.
Strong start to the second semifinal battle here in your Traxion Final Four. Everything to play for here for these guys. Again, Darius, the only one of these four guys that's realistically got a shot at taking it to Alexander Element in the championship. Maybe a tire off there for Brandon in his initiation. We'll see that again when we look at this replay more at the end of the second run. But other than that, really strong job from Darius Ostrika. Would like to see him use a little bit more of that rumble strip. You are allowed one tire off before outer zone number 2, so would like to see maybe a little bit deeper on that zone. Judges, if they allow you to drop a tire, they basically want you to do it every time.
Yep,
so,
exactly.
And I mean, it sounds silly talking about something little that he could have done but didn't do. It's not necessarily a negative, but we've seen battles today be so close that little things like that turned out to be deciding factors. So keep that in mind as we move to our second run here.
Yes, and again, when the judges are not very ambiguous when they say you can do this if you want to, that really means you should. Let's do some judge translating a little bit. That means you definitely should, and especially when the driving's this close, you're leaving everything on the table.
So here we go, second half of this right side of the bracket. And these two drivers, this is your Big Duck Club winner of your group number 3 and your 3D Wrap winner of your group number 4. Only one of them can make it into the final. Here we go. Much more aggressive start for Darius Ostrika in his chase position. Right on the door of Brandon Gardner. I think if he wants to move on in this competition, he cannot let Brandon go anywhere. And he's doing a great job of that right now. Right on the door of that big Infinity Q60. Brandon's going to pull away just a little bit as they get on power here. You hear Darius trying to rev up his S15, not really having the room, but really aggressive still on the door of Brandon Gardner, nice and consistent. You know what, Joe? That reminds me a lot of Zach O'Sullivan's run. Maybe could have got a little bit closer in some of the slower corners, but saying, you know what? Every time somebody does that today, it ends up biting them. So let me just stay close and consistent.
Yes, for sure. And again, right off the rip, Darius Ostrika, you're seeing a few drivers, and especially all the Urtus guys, they do not leave any wiggle room on that initiation. Sometimes it looks really great as it did on that run, and sometimes it bites them in the butt. So good on him for going for it and staying committed and putting it all on the table here in the Final Four. But I just looking at them side by side, I cannot say. Both drivers are very consistent, but they're consistent at different things. I don't know how else to say that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what leads to these tough judging calls. I think I have an opinion here, and I'm going to hold on to it because I don't want to jinx it.
I understand that.
Also, it seems every time I open my gosh darn mouth today, I'm just wrong. So maybe it'll just be easier to not do that.
Welcome to the club.
But there's a reason we're not judges, Joe. There's a reason they strap the microphone on our head, pat us on the head, say, "Good luck, buddy.
Have fun. Don't get hurt.
Yeah. Be back by 9.
Don't say anything that I wouldn't say.
When the street lights go out, it's time to come home."
Yeah, I know. It's great. They even let us use scabs as knee pads.
Took me a minute to understand what you meant there. It's like, wait, what? Oh.
I don't know where your head's at, man. I'm just existing. I'm watching amazing drifting here. And I'm also, you know what else I'm thinking about here, Keenan? I'm thinking about voting for my favorite driver.
Oh, yours is way better than mine. Yes,
at
absolutely.
The TraxionGG Discord.
Yeah, another reason to join that Discord. Again, we do a lot of extracurricular activities that involve you guys, the community. So if you want to drive, again, with these ESDA pros, best chance is going to be Monday, our second, and I'm probably going to be one of our final pro throwdowns of the season. we're going to be at Fuji East, which is a small little track on the same facility, but just to the east of the main track. Very fun, very aggressive entries. Should be a very fun day. Taking some track time with some of the best drivers in the world.
And we do have a call here. So we'll slide it left for Darius Ostraka, slide it right for Brandon Gardner. Keep him in the middle for an OMT. 1 for Darius Ostraka. 2 for Darius, and 3 for Darius Ostraka. So Darius Ostraka will go on to battle Zach O'Sullivan in the finals. But first, we will have Vitaly Izaev battle Brandon Gardner for our final podium spot. And just a reminder for our old friends and an information for our new friends, we will not be announcing the results of these next 2 battles unless it is an OMT, just for a little bit of drama in showbiz.
Yeah, why tell you when we could not do that?
Yeah, come
smiley
on, I don't want to
face.
tell you. Just get with it. Don't worry about it.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, we walk the walk and talk the talk as Vitaly Izaev is rolling up to the line to lead Brandon Gardner. 2 very good and very fast drivers fighting for that final podium spot. And let's see what happens here as they are lined up.
So both these guys fighting for the final spot on the podium, Joe. We're going to find out who gets it here as the run starts here for our 3rd place battle.
As Vitaly Izaev in the lead, Brandon Gardner in the chase. Huge angle. A little bit of a washout from Brandon Gardner. Unfortunate. That might be enough of an issue to throw it all the way right now. And now he's just going to put the power down and put the pressure onto Vitaly, trying to force any form of an error. See if he can get Vitaly to drop tires, which is not the case through that last transition. Cutting inside and across the line, door to door. Brandon doing everything he can to force another error. That first corner was definitely going to be the talk of the battle, I have a feeling, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the talk of the whole day. Not somewhere I really thought would be a hot spot for issue. But clearly these drivers proving me wrong. Almost every battle, there seems to be something that happens in the initiation leading up to that first inner clip. It's also blind in the car, too. It's really, these angles not really showing you the best angle. But again, like I said a little bit earlier in the broadcast, I've done a lot of driving here, more so than I've done all season, just testing at this track. And that uphill initiation, how blind it is, you kind of just have to trust the lead driver, and a lot of times it doesn't work out. So little correction there, or correction, shouldn't say little, correction from Brandon Gardner. But we've seen Vitaly do the same thing in his chase today. It is still not over, as only one of these drivers, again, can take that last step on the podium. Will it be the Ukrainian of Vitaly Izaev or the American of Brandon Gardner? 2 Europeans, 2 Americans in our final 4. How many of them will occupy the steps on the podium? We are about to find out.
And I think that we are going to see a do or die moment here from Brandon Gardner, trying to push as hard as he can to force an error out of Vitaly. But I think Vitaly might stay back as just the littlest bit and try to not go too far in any direction.
Well, here we go. Vitaly right on the rear quarter panel of Brandon Gardner to see if he feels the need to force the issue here. He does not. Still close. Brandon Gardner with a bit of a check up. He straightens out, a little bit of contact, keeps it going. Both drivers stay in it. Vitaly Izaev has to be smelling the weakness coming from Brandon Gardner right now. So I just saw that mistake. I'm going to see if I can put pressure on him and force him into another one. But if anything, Brandon Gardner pulling away a little bit. I don't know if he's taking an angle out of the car. Vitaly is just playing it safe. More contact from Vitaly Izaev. Both these drivers fighting hard for 3rd place overall.
And across the line, what's done is done. Now it's all up to the judges and what they think happened out on that track. And let's take a look at the replay here side by side. Again, Brandon Gardner having that one mistake at the initiation on run number 1. And then Vitaly keeping it relatively safe in his chase. But the question is, was that too safe? Is he a little bit too far back to give the judges some wiggle room and maybe go to OMT territory? I don't see any massive tire drops, at least from my view, but I'm also terrible at seeing that. But that last corner might be the biggest issue there, Keenan.
Yeah, I've seen some support for the drivers in chat now. Darius's brother Martinez obviously pulling for his family member, even though we get them confused on a daily basis. We've seen some of the CarX guys, Splatansky showing up in chat, Govnafon in chat. So nice to see you guys out here. Welcome to ESDA. You've been lurking. Yeah, it's going to be a tight one. Again, we're not going to announce this here. We'll let you know who will be 3rd place in our podium ceremony. which might go a little bit quicker than normal today. A couple of us have some commitments going on after this battle. What's up, Royal Keith? Nice to see you.
As our judges are judging and deliberating still, getting ready to go.
They are indeed dipping their fingers into the finger paint and discussing the solution to this problem of who will be taking home third place today here at Fuji. Fuji has been an incredible canvas for these drivers today.
It really has been.
Really aggressive chases, some big wow moments. Group 3 today was probably one of the wildest groups we've seen in ESDA competition, if not for the season overall, since our move to the group system here in Assetto Corsa. Just nobody wanting to give an inch in that group. Any one of those guys could have taken it all the way. But I think you can say that almost about the entire cast of characters here in ESDA.
As we are waiting patiently and lovingly for a call from our judges, but we won't get to tell you guys yet what it is unless it's an OMT. They're not ready. They don't even know, Keenan.
Yeah, really just stoked to see one of these drivers get all their hard work for the year rewarded. Brandon, again, we talked about it earlier, had a great start at Long Beach on the podium there, in the Final Four there. Then unfortunately just hasn't had the luck for this season. And then Vitali, again, going for Rookie of the Year, didn't even have an ESDA license. But now he's sitting comfortably in the top 20 as we do have a winner, and we will move on to our final battle. Again, we are not announcing who wins this battle right now. We are moving straight on to our final battle between the two heavyweights of ESDA, Zach O'Sullivan, Darius Ostraka. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta tell you, this one's gonna be a barn burner. Darius has been riding this momentum in the last half of the season. He's been doing incredibly well. Zach, not having the season he's hoped for, is looking to end ESDA with a statement.
And he is lined up, ready to go here. And Zach O'Sullivan starting a little bit back from Darius, hoping, just trying to get any amount of speed, trying to eke out any advantage. Big angle, here we go. Darius Ostraka in the lead. Zach O'Sullivan pulling angle out. Oh no! That, again, like we saw, that might be enough before. We don't know. It's just crazy. Every now and then, the driving is so close. The tiniest mistakes like that will negate the rest of a run. That is an amazing run from Zach O'Sullivan. Darius Ostraka, very confident in the lead. Do you think he noticed the mistake in corner number 1?
I mean, if he didn't notice, I'm sure somebody keeping an eye on the replay or eye on the live stream sure did. That's got to be information they're relaying to him right now. Like, hey, man, he's got a mistake behind you. Take a look at this Supra. Misses the inner clip. I think that's the bigger issue than the straighten. Doesn't completely straighten. He's not sitting on a 0. And then you see Zach's complete his attitude change almost in his driving. He's like, well, I'm sitting on a big mistake. The most I can do now is really put the fear of O'Sullivan in him if I can. And hopefully that, you know, a lot of times, Joe, at least in competition, if you get chased real aggressive, no matter if you're sitting on an advantage or not, it makes you nervous for that second run. And where are we seeing the most mistakes? On initiation.
And here we go. We're lining back up. Zach O'Sullivan's ready to get it going. He's trying to put the pressure up on Darius here. I think that's his only hope to try and pull a win out of this one. Just a small mistake, but it has to feel monumental in his head, sitting on the start line, getting ready for run number 2 in the finals.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Final battle. They could go one more time, but final battle here for ESDA round number 6 from Fuji Speedway, presented by Traxion. Zach O'Sullivan, the JSI Mark IV Supra in the lead. The IRTA S15 of Darius Ostraka, last one's winner, trying to go 2 for 2. Just needs a solid chase here. Zach needs to pull something out of his hat in the lead position. Darius Ostraka not afraid to get close. Zach O'Sullivan almost going backwards, bouncing off the back wall. I said he needed to pull something out of his hat. He is throwing everything at this run right now, but I don't think it's going to be enough. If Darius Ostraka could just stay there, stay consistent, contact between the two drivers. Zach pushing out wide, but keeping all 4 on the track. Ladies and gentlemen, your final battle. Wow.
Darius had no chill the
You're gonna pop a blood
time.
vessel. Good Lord.
No chill, top to bottom on that battle. He could have left it on the table a little bit after that mistake from Zach, but he did not. And let's take a look at this again. Zach O'Sullivan throwing everything he has on the table at this battle, but I think that unfortunately Darius is just consistent enough and just right up on that door, even with that little bit of contact in that last corner. I don't think that's going to be enough to sway it into OMQ territory here, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, well, we haven't seen a call yet, so I really was like, if there's a call that comes in right away, we know where it is, and if there's not, then we know who wins. Again, Zach even making it to the final, best result of the season. Can Darius do the unprecedented and go 2 for 2? We've almost had a new winner almost every round, so to see our first repeat and make it a doubleheader would be significant, especially considering Darius didn't even qualify for round number 1 to have this second half of the year, and it will make the championship battle very close indeed. So we do, ladies and gentlemen, have a decision. We will get all 4 of our drivers to our podium, and we will announce who is on the steps and who is getting the non-existent trophies here in ESDA round number 6 at Fuji, presented by Traxion.
I see the other Drifty boys ripping their way up here in the background. Super excited to see all of them over here.
Not to take anything away from our 3rd and 4th place finishers in no particular order, Brandon Gardner and Vitaly Isiev, both those guys, I'm sure we're pining for a good day. Vitaly, again, has been on the cusp of greatness, has been winning a couple of battles here and there, but never made it past the 16. Even when he qualified first, couldn't get it done. So for him to make his first Final Four in ESDA has to be a huge moment for him. And Brandon Gardner, again, starting so strong this season and kind of just having a mid-season slump. It happens to the best of us. Being able to even make Final Four here, he must be happy about that too.
Yeah, for sure. So I think we should announce some results here, Keenan. And I don't know about you, but when in Rome, right?
When in
Rome. We find
Rome.
ourselves here at the podium. So I in 3rd place between Brandon Gardner and Vitaly Isiev. Vitaly Isiev takes 3rd place. 3rd place on the podium. Congratulations to not Harold McKinney, but Vitaly Isiev, 3rd place.
Let's go, Harold. P3.
Let's go.
In your own
P3.
comp? You couldn't rig it any more than that? All right. But yeah, congratulations to Vitaly. Again, a driver we've known that can make that run deep in the field. It just needed a little bit of pixie dust to get this far. So congratulations to Vitaly, and I can't wait to see what he's got in store for us in the finals in round number 7, October 21st, 22nd. However, is there going to be a championship battle in that final? We are about to find out. Darius Ostreka, 3rd place in points. This win would catapult him into 3rd place and knocking on the door of Alexander Element, your points leader. Will Sullivan be taking the win? Currently 17th in points, trying to get his name farther up that leaderboard. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner today from ESDA round number 6 here at Fuji Speedway, presented by Traxion after a long, hard-fought afternoon, is going to be Darius Ostreka, going 2 for 2 for Urta Esports, completely nowhere at the beginning of the season, and then turning it around to make a championship run at round number 7. What a back half of the season for Darius Ostreka.
Well, back-to-back wins for Darius Ostreka. And are we going to have any conversations with anyone?
I'm going to try.
I'm always happy to have a conversation with anybody. You know me, I like new friends.
I'm not sure how good Kem's English is, him being Ukrainian. I know we can talk to Zach, and I know we can talk to Darius.
Well,
I definitely want to talk to Darius. I'm gonna do some tagging here. Do some pokey pokes.
So I'm getting a confirmation that if I assault Kem, he'll talk to me.
I feel like if anyone's gonna talk to Kem, it's got to be you.
I mean, I'm gonna force him to, but I know that Harold's having a conversation with him real quick. Yeah. So let's see here. Do we want to jump up to like a 2nd place? We can come back, hit 3rd place. You know the deal.
I'm just letting them know that they're going to get interviewed. But ladies and gentlemen, we can talk to our winner, Darius Ostreka, who went 2 for 2 in the last 2 rounds. Just pulling him in the booth here now. Darius Ostreka going from not qualifying in round number 1 to back-to-back wins. I mean, I don't think I know how you're feeling, but how are you feeling today, my friend?
Oh my God. Again, amazing, you know.
Nice to talk to you again.
Yes. Hello. Yesterday I was driving with my setup, and today I driving tendons, and I see it's not like my day, and I take my brother's setup, and oh my god, again I go to door, That was amazing, yeah.
I was gonna say, again, kind of not the ideal start for the season for you, and now it's looking like you will be the man to challenge Alexander Element for a championship in our final round. What is your mindset going into round number 7?
I don't know. Last we can remember last season in the first round, second round, I was top 16 and top 32, and this round and this season was I don't know what can I say.
And it's not just been you, it's been the entire IRTA team that has completely stepped up. You guys took over the team championship, are now leading it by at least 50 points. Is there anything that changed behind the scenes with IRTA Esports for this late season resurgence?
No. Everything it's the same.
Yeah, I mean, if it works. Like 2 wins back to back, Darius Ostreka. I know you mentioned your brother a little bit with the setup help, but if there's anybody you want to say thank you to, now's the time.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's fair, man.
I'm sorry, man.
I'm sure we're going to hear from you again around number 7. Again, congratulations. 2 wins on the trot. Enjoy it, my friend.
Thank you.
I think Darius might be as tired as we are.
I think he definitely is. But let's work our way down. So let's go pull ourselves.
I'm gonna see if we can talk to Zach for the first time this year.
We lost a Ken.
Yeah, it's all right. You work on that. I'll see if I can get some words out of this bozo. Zach O'Sullivan.
Hello.
About time. First of all, where have you been?
I've just been trying to develop this chassis a little bit more again after some changes. I started out the season with some slightly different stuff data-wise that really threw off the way the car drove and what I was originally used to coming from BDC. So I've made some changes back prior to Taratanga, and going into Taratanga I was going to try it. I had some things come up so I couldn't make that round. So this is my first time actually driving with this car set back up to exactly how it was my previous last year VDC season. So this is 100% my VDC car data wise, and it definitely showed that it's way better. So I've just been working on stuff.
I was gonna say, you were a regular season champion last year. Unfortunately, with the playoff format, it didn't really play into your hand, but not the best start to your season. But even just looking at your performances, they've been getting consistently better. That data change helped, but is it helping your confidence with your driving too? Because even watching you on the track, it looked like a different driver from the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is that I've already had a whole season on this setup that the car has right now, so I already know going into it, like every change I make, I already know what it's going to make the car do prior to what I had at the start of the season. But honestly, like at the start of the season, man, like trying out this new stuff and that, I saw it just wasn't going how I wanted it to, and it didn't feel too good. So I'm not really shooting for a win or anything too crazy in the championship. I'm just using the rest of the season as a development platform to try to get the chassis as good as I can and go into VDC with it, and then come back next season ESDA hopefully with like a complete proper recipe for this car that's gonna take me hopefully back to another championship.
I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, it's paying off in dividends here now. Kind of ticked all the boxes on things I wanted to hear from you. I was going into round 7. What's the mindset? But it's I don't think we've announced the track yet, though. It's kind of a really poorly kept secret. But somewhere that you're a little bit more familiar with when it comes to tracks that are on our schedule. Just trying to develop the car. Are we trying to go rounds and make another Final Four?
Yeah, I mean, going into round 7, I'm going to try to see if I can pull another what I did today and try to get another podium or even a win or something like that. But honestly, I'm just out here I'm pulling a Chelsea de Nova. I'm just here to have fun. Honestly, today I have no running in the points for a championship. I have no option but to have fun just doing this. So I just kept that mindset and didn't really have to worry about dropping in points or losing a spot and losing a championship. It's just I'm just here having fun, honestly, and just developing my car.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually the best mindset when it comes to drifting. You're less in your own head and can just focus on the task at hand. But congratulations, Zach. I know it's not the top step of the podium, but being in the Final Four again after such a tough season for you so far must be good. You're top 10 in points, and I'm sure you've got some people that are helping you behind the scenes with your program as well.
Yeah, of course. Obviously I want to thank, my team as always, JSI, Just Slide It. I've been part of these guys for almost 10 years now. I love every single one of them. They've always pushed me to become the driver that I am today on the sim and stuff. Obviously NRG for providing me with my equipment that I need to do it. Prisma Lab for keeping me comfortable when I'm sitting here in my rig doing this competition and whatnot. And yeah, all these people, they really help me out in the sim realm and what I do and stuff, and I really appreciate every one of them. And yeah, and a huge thanks to VDC as well for providing us with proper physics and tires and stuff for us to enjoy these competitions in the most realistic aspect possible.
I'm going to say, man, from one boomer to another who's been around just as long, it's been nice to see you back up here on the podium, and hopefully we're speaking to you again in round 7.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, that's Zach Sullivan, whether you like it or not. In second place, are we able to speak to Vitaly, or is he too busy?
So he said he's too busy being cool and Ukrainian, so it's okay though. I found a wild Brandon Gardner.
Right, maybe he can just do the accent. No.
We'll figure it out. We'll go.
Brandon Gardner in here, and
hello, Brandon Gardner.
Wow.
So I find you standing here in the driver's waiting room. How did the day go for you? How are you feeling?
It's a lot better than it has been the past couple rounds. Round, what was it, 5? Didn't even qualify. Last round, made reserves, got knocked down 32 against the big man Darius again, but I'm feeling a lot better, a lot more confident with myself. So, yeah.
If you're feeling good, that's a good problem to have, correct? So
yes.
Do you have any goals for final round here?
Well, I was in the championship chase, and then after the few pretty bad rounds, I've slipped out of it. So now I'm just trying to have fun like Zach, and just trying to win events, and not really caring too much about the points, more just trying to win, I guess, in that sort of manner. But yeah.
For sure, a really, really great approach. It seems to be paying off for everyone who's taken that approach, not going to lie. And do you have anybody to shout out, any thank yous, anyone that you want to name by name? You can do anything you want. Here's your time.
All right. I'd like to thank, the good old boys at TSC for helping me out. Boys over at JSI and XE as well for sticking along today. Spawn for me helping. I'd like to thank the new team sponsor, Grip Royal, for stepping up, for helping us out, providing us with some new sim stuff. I'm excited to work with them, do some exciting stuff with them in the future, and I'd like to thank everyone who's been supporting me the past season.
Well, that is excellent. So you have a lovely day and an amazing showing today. Great driving, and thank you for stopping in and saying a few words to us.
Thank you.
So, Keenan.
So,
we've done our battles.
Our battles are over.
We've determined a winner.
And that winner, of course, Darius Ostraka. The points were being updated in the background. So let you guys know what the situation is. So currently, Mustafa is at 334 points. Austin Zalewski technically has a shot with 290 points. But that would basically mean Element's not qualifying. And considering he's qualified every single round so far, that's incredibly unlikely. So Austin Zalewski's in the hunt, but only by technicality. Deshaun Hack, because he was not here this round, went from second in points to 5th and is out of the championship hunt. But right behind Alexander Element with 380 points is your double round winner, Darius Ostraka. So he's got just under 40 points to make up in round 7. However, with the amount of momentum he's been having and the amount of momentum that Alexander Element has not had in these past couple of runs, and another thing to take into account here too, Joe, is Alex hasn't won a round. No. He's just been consistent, but that consistency has been slowly falling off the last couple of rounds. So Darius going into round number 7 with all the momentum, element going into round number 7 with maybe not momentum, but the points lead. It is going to be an interesting finale at round number 7, October 21st, 22nd, here on TraxionGG.
And I cannot wait. And that will be our final battle. But man, what a day of battles. I don't know what else to say, but thank you to all of the drivers, everybody in chat as well. I cannot wait for this final round.
I'm just going to see if Harold wants to get a word in here before you sign off. Usually he likes to come in and say one thing, and I want to say something at the end. Oh, there he is. Harold McKinney. Tough day. It seems like I'm saying that every round now, but tough day. But we had a winner, Darius Ostraka, 2 wins in a row, and realistically 4 or 5 guys who can take the championship round 7.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good finale. All of Erda has brung it strong these last 2 rounds. They got a big lead in the team standings, which I have to update, but they got a big lead in the team standings, and Darius is honestly came from almost the bottom to almost the top of the point standing. And
I mean, Fuji, not a place we've been before. We went to Ebisu last year, and kind of sticking with the tracks that a lot of us over here in North America will recognize from competitive Japanese drifting. As a track, and especially as a judge too, I'm just wondering what your thoughts are with the event today and how it played out.
I think it played out really good today. I think it was a little bit, personally, just me being an ex-driver, I thought the track was really even, and it showed that a lot of these guys caught onto the track really quick. They drove it really well today, made for some really close battles, and made for some really hard calls for me as a judge today. I felt like the track, it was really good, did its justice. I thought it was really well, and also to the audience, this track should be live on to our great partner at Vosen. Thank you to Matt also at Vosen for staying up late. It's late over there for him, for sticking out and making sure the tracks go live immediately at the end of the round. I guess transitioning into that, I'd like to thank all the sponsors from Traxion, from 3D Rap, Next Level, Mazda, VC, and also to you guys as well. You guys did a great job commentating. Thanks to the judges, from Wes filling in for Swirly and Nathan today, Brady, and also big thanks to Steve. He's doing a good job on the marketing end of this. So he's really helped me turn this competition to something much better.
And speaking of Steve, I think he kind of spoiled it a little bit. He didn't say where, but we did have some cool announcements for round number 7. We're partnering up with a charity raising some awareness for mental health, and we'll be running a campaign throughout the entirety of round number 7, both qualifying and our top 32 battles as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this next. I guess I can, I guess you can say it got leaked a little bit. I guess we can go ahead and fully announce it. Yes, we are doing a round 7 charity. I think it's really awesome. It also helps benefit, to the cause and everything that, that with mental health and, everybody that's going through those tough times. So I think this charity event for the last round will be really huge. I guess transitioning, I know you're going to ask me about the where we're going to next round, the next round location. So we will be coming back home to the United States. So just stay tuned to what track we announce for that. And I can't wait. This is going to be really good. I can't wait because I think the charities are going to like it, and everybody, to the sponsors and the drivers, are going to like it as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we talked about it while we were kind of spitballing this idea a few months ago, that mental health is something that kind of is significant to almost every driver we've spoken to about it, everybody on the staff. So it's very cool to be able to kind of give back to an organization like Safe in Our World, which we will be partnering up with. But I'm assuming you've checked all your boxes off, Di, for the day. But thank you for all the hard work behind the scenes, and thank you for having built what you've built this year.
Yeah, it's not only me, man. It's you guys that came in and helped. Also, like I said, Steve, all of Team Zen. You guys came in and I could say belt me out this year. So, but yeah, it's not only a me effort, it's it's a we effort. So I'd like to thank you guys, and for continuing to help me and help push this.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to conclude round number 6. This is going to be my last round being in the booth with you guys. I'm stoked to have Ian back in the round for round number 7. He's going to be taking my place. Unfortunately, I'll be out of town. So in a little bit of a soapbox here, it's been really cool to be the voice of the series once again this season, and to have all your guys' support and so many new people joining us, whether it be driving, watching. I was stoked to get Traxion on board as well.
Yep.
Not just for this series, but for other things, of the Pro Throwdown we have on Monday, Media Day. No matter what ideas we had for Traxion, they're like, cool, let's do it. So they've been an awesome media partner for us this year. It's been awesome to see the two things that I love kind of come together and work together to bring this awesome thing to you. So you might not be hearing from me again this season, but you'll be seeing me in the chat just like everybody else for round number 7 from the United States of America is all we're allowed to tell you, apparently. Thank you to all of our supporters. Thank you to all of our sponsors. And on behalf, actually, you know what, Joe? I'll give you a second. I think we're all in agreement that we're ready to go do anything else right now.
I have said everything I've wanted to say to everybody here, but thank you for having me. This has been such a lovely round.
It's been a pleasure sharing the booth with you, my friend. It's been a heck of a year going from colleagues to friends, I think.
For sure. And I have a feeling this will not be the last time we find ourselves in a booth together.
No, I think maybe next time it won't be locked and we won't be held in here at gunpoint.
They really need looser handcuffs.
But on that note, thank you everybody. And on behalf of the entire ESDA team, our sponsors, and everybody who supports us, thank you for watching, and we will see you October 21st and 22nd for ESDA round number 7, the championship round, and benefit of Safe in Our Worlds. We'll see you guys next time. Thank you very much for joining us. Keep it pinned, and we will see you next time.